At first, this frozen ground wizard was a little disappointed that the 100 potions he bought up without thinking were not the light healing potion, but after seeing the description, you could just imagine how happy he was. Just when he was about to test a bottle out, his wizard badge began to ring. Someone wanted to contact him. Wizard Nishol, I am the Wizard Union's Wizard Hume. Have you used the mana potions you just got? He connected with his badge and a serious voice emerged. When he heard it was Wizard Hume, his body began to tremble. Law-defying wizard of that status was contacting him. How could he not get nervous? Still, hearing that Wizard Hume was not aggressive, he tried his best to hide his nervousness. Mr. Hume, I haven't used a single bottle of my 100 bottles, Wizard Nishol said with a respectful voice. Amazing, I'll send some law enforcement wizards to collect the bottles from you. We will not only refund you at full, we will also grant you 500 credit points, Wizard Hume said with satisfaction. Wizard Nishol could not say no. Even if he did, law enforcement wizards might forcefully take it from him anyway. In the palace of the Wizard Union, law-defying wizards gathered for a meeting regarding Master Bennett once again. The reason I gathered you all here today is because of Master Bennett's new work, Wizard Hume spoke up. Wizard Hume, are you talking about the mana potion? The investigation department's Wizard Clement asked. Yes, the mana potion is a potion with the ability to regenerate mana. I've already tested them out. It is effective on other professions as well, including the natural force of druids, the death kai of priests, and the energy of barbarians. Wizard Hume nodded and took out a blue-colored potion with excitement. That's a game changer, Wizard Horus sighed. Wizards were on the faster side of mana recovery. Normally, it would only take them around 10 minutes to fully recover, but for other professions such as the barbarians, their recovery rate was so slow it was almost unbearable. Therefore, barbarians could only use their energy in close range. Still, this potion would be extremely beneficial even if wizards only used it. After all, the only thing a wizard could do after their mana drained was to find a place to hide. This limited the flow and attack potential of a wizard during battle, but this potion could eliminate this problem, allowing a wizard to cast spells endlessly. Also, mana potions could be used as recovery potions for wizards with energy shields. An energy shield worked by transferring damage to the mana drain, so an inflow of mana could drastically strengthen their defense. With this in mind, maybe the energy shield world would soon become a common spell like the move in a flash and telekinesis. Currently, only lightning wizards would learn the energy shield, since sacrificing mana was often not worth it. Master Bennett is a genius, but will this potion be effective on us as well? Wizard Horus exclaimed. I've tested that out as well. Maybe it was made with the same method as the light healing potion. It is effective in all professions and any ranks, Wizard Hume said confidently. Master Bennett is too important to us. Should we invite Master Bennett to the Wizard Union so he can live under our protection? Wizard Joseph Horus suggested. Wizard Horus, I'm afraid that's not likely. Master Bennett's identity is very special. He is respected by the elves' goddess. I got some news from the front line that even the two Mr. Legendary wizards were very friendly with him. Wizard Clement lowered his voice. What Wizard Horus suggested was a common move by the Wizard Union. When a game-changing object was created, its creator would be protected by the Wizard Union. But this protection was more like imprisonment. Although normally people wouldn't complain with the Wizard Union as support, a big druid who was also a master potion maker, endlessly supplying works to the Wizard Union, was very limiting. When the light healing potion was first created, the Wizard Union could not invite Master Bennett due to his master potion maker elf identity. Still, when the mana potion was created, Master Bennett's value had become far greater. He was no longer only a master potion maker elf. The goddess of the moon respected him. His status was above and beyond throughout the central continent. Therefore, the law-defying wizards in the meeting immediately turned down Wizard Horus's suggestion. No matter what, it was not worth it to anger the goddess of the moon. Let's just go with the old method. Go to the Elf's Potion Maker Union and negotiate a deal with Master Bennett, Wizard Hume suggested. It was the reason why he gathered the law-defying wizards. Light gems were also very important to the Wizard Union. It was something they gathered after long years of battle. If they wanted to use light gems for exchange, they needed every law-defying to agree. Agreed. 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 Every law-defying wizards knew the value of light gems, but Master Bennett only needed beginner-level ones, so it didn't actually cost them that much. At least Master Bennett alone would not affect the scary inventory of the Wizard Union. Abel didn't know how much the Wizard Union had. After countless years of battles, a scary amount of light gems were accumulated. If a wizard wanted to exchange light gems, they would need to give out large amounts of credit points, making the inflow of light gems to the Wizard Union much more than the outflow. Meanwhile, Abel's druid soul continued to create new knights in the evil kingdom. He could not enter the dark world, and he was getting stressed. He thought about the Tree of Life. He had not paid a visit ever since the last battle. Even with the equal contract, he could not connect to it through long distance due to the special attribute of the Tree of Life. He no longer needed to register if he wanted to visit the Tree of Life, but still, he needed to transit through the palace. The prestigious Master Bennett, I was looking for you. Abel stepped out of the palace's teleportation circle and immediately heard the friendly voice of Big Druid Lendo. Big Druid Lendo, what's up? Abel saw that Big Druid Lendo was a little desperate. Maybe he ran here to see him the moment he stepped into the teleportation circle. Master Bennett, are you free? I want to invite you to a social gathering between us big druids. Also, the Queen granted you the permission to access the Royal Big Druid Inheritance. You can go see it in the Royal Library anytime. Druid Lendo bowed. When is the gathering? Abel's main profession was wizardry, and he didn't know much about being a druid, so going to a social gathering with other big druids might be interesting. We will have a gathering in 10 days. I'm sure we will all be oddly surprised if you attend, Druid Lendo said in excitement. Okay, I'll prepare for it. Abel nodded and continued, I'm here to use the teleportation circle to the Tree of Life Valley. Master Bennett, please come with me. I'll later submit a request for you to directly connect your teleportation circle to the Tree of Life Valley. Thank you, Big Druid Lendo. Abel bowed. He was very happy about that suggestion. Abel was Big Druid Lendo's savior, and he knew his connection with the Tree of Life. If Abel couldn't directly teleport to the Tree of Life Valley, no one could. Abel teleported from the palace to the Tree of Life Valley. As soon as he stepped out, friendly voices emerged. Master Bennett, welcome. It was the two big druids on guard were within the valley, and they would not show themselves unless it was totally necessary. Abel gently bowed and entered the valley. When he stepped in, he immediately sensed the energetic life force of the Tree of Life. It was no longer like before when it was sensing the danger. It had returned to normal. Its branches began to shake, as though they were welcoming Abel. Hello, I'm here to see you. Abel reached his hand towards a branch and ignited his soul speaker ability to greet the Tree of Life. They didn't need to speak. It was a strange transfer of thoughts allowed by the contract. Is my fellow tree doing good? The Tree of Life asked. It was suggesting the other Tree of Life. Although Abel could hide the fact that he had another Tree of Life from everyone, including the goddess of the moon, he could not hide it from the Tree of Life. After all, it was the reason why this lonely Tree of Life treated Abel completely different from everyone besides the fact that the goddess of the moon respected him. It was very curious about its fellow Tree of Life. Therefore, it decided to ask Abel immediately. Abel thought for a moment. He did not say anything. Instead, he directly transferred the image of that giant oak tree in the rogue encampment to the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life replied with extreme joy and gratitude, almost like it was no longer a lonely tree. As you know, each world could only have one Tree of Life, so the Tree of Life connecting was almost impossible. Since the Tree of Life could sense the energy of another Tree of Life from Abel and receive its image, it was experiencing something it never experienced before. How can I make the oak tree grow? At that moment, Abel asked a question that has been bugging him. The growth of the oak tree always seemed random. Even the oak tree itself didn't know how it grew. It was only until Abel met the Tree of Life. He realized his oak tree had grown into another Tree of Life. Naturally, the Tree of Life replied. Although it was a simple word, Abel began to contemplate. The Tree of Life was the result of the world's recognition, the result of nature. Abel's druid soul got better and better at blessing holy knights. Although each blessing still took 10 minutes, it could bless multiple nights at a time. This saved a lot of time. The mission that would have taken him weeks was complete in 7 days. At that moment, Abel truly sensed the power of God. Even with his druid soul, blessing 2,000 followers was quite a busy task. He experienced the power of a god. He knew a true god could multitask extremely efficiently, unlike himself. It had taken him many days to achieve this, but a true god could do everything at once. He still had a mad knight soul left in the crystal angel statue. He felt like he couldn't use this soul casually. After all, cultivating a mad knight took a long time. His knowledge of the crystal angel statue was a pity, and he would decide after he knew more about it. Couldn't wait to enter the dark world, and began training with his large amounts of light gems. The Wizard Union would make another order in 7 days. With 300 bottles of mana potion a month and 10 light gems for each bottle, he could not only use elite light gems for meditation each day, but also have some stored up. Abel rarely headed to the Potion Maker Union, and Amor and his 2 followers were living in his place. Ever since he saved them and their family, his followers stayed by his side. As his status grew, he treated his followers with even more resources. They were training ruthlessly. Until the day they became big druids, they could only take care of trivial things for Abel, even the rank 20 druid Polly. Abel would supply some light healing potions each month to exchange resources, since all professions desired those things. The night arrived, and Abel returned to the battle fort. He directly ignited the scroll of the town portal and arrived at the rogue encampment. The first thing he did was flash towards the oak tree. It seemed like the oak tree also sensed the existence of the tree of life, but it was way too young compared to the elves' tree of life. It also didn't know much about itself, so it could only grow naturally. Abel felt like he was quite similar to the oak tree. They were both finding their path as they grew. The oak tree and his druid soul were from the system. It was the backbone of becoming a druid. Normally, an elf would only plant an oak tree after they become a druid as a way to return to nature. How the tree grew would no longer be their business. However, Abel had planted a tree of life, and it had saved him from danger many times. From the elves' tree of life, Abel found an answer regarding how a tree could develop into a tree of life. Naturally, Abel ignited his soul speaker ability and transferred a recording of the tree of life's developing progress to the oak tree. Just like that, those 2 trees of life were connected for the first time, although it was not a direct interaction. It still meant a lot to the oak tree. The oak tree never had a goal. It got all its ability naturally and knew very little about passing them down. The elves' tree of life had the goddess of the moon as support and the prayers of elves. A recording of its developing process was basically like a guide for a tree of life. Abel felt like the oak tree had gained a lot from the recording. He didn't know, but the oak tree began to understand its significance. Suddenly, a fruit on its branch began to gather the preaching power of those blue howling rabbits. It was cultivating something. Seeing the tree of life resolving its business, Abel shifted his focus to his own business. The front line made him realize his lack of power. Once again, although the dragon transformation was powerful, he was still not a true dragon at the end of the day. He could not use wizard spells, and his giant dragon spells were limited. What irritated him the most was that he could not move in a flash. The speed of a giant dragon would not have much advantage over a knight's charge, other than the fact that it could fly. However, a legendary knight could fly as well. Even with the ability to control air, a legendary knight could go head-to-head with it. If he didn't enter the lake, he would already be captured by the legendary knight. Abel knew his skill level. Normally, he was around rank 23 and 24 to 25 when he became a dragon. Although his own ability was limited, his summon still had some potential. First, let's look at Frankenstein. Its soul was pure. The only thing within it was battle instinct. This allowed it to train extremely efficiently. Since its original self was a law-defying wizard, it needed to be very gifted. Therefore, it definitely had room to grow. However, the weakness of ice spells remained. Each time he wanted to do a killing strike, he had to use himself as bait. He was successful every time only because his enemy didn't know much about him. Once they had a good understanding of Frankenstein's condition, he would be in big trouble. Abel wanted Frankenstein to learn fire spells as it was the most vicious wizard school. Its speed and power were much powerful than ice spells. Their only downside was the ability to control your enemy. If Frankenstein could do ice spells and fire spells, he would be much more powerful. However, there was a big problem. Abel didn't have a law-defying fire wizardry guide, so he could only learn up to elite-level spells. If he was fighting against another law-defying wizard, an elite fire spell without fire enchantment almost could not do anything. Abel began to contemplate. He stole the law-defying ice wizardry guide from the blizzards. After he saw the power of the Holy Kingdom, he no longer wanted to wipe out another wizard organization. The world was in crisis. Wiping out a fire wizard organization would not be a bright move. However, with his current status, he might be able to trade from a fire wizard. With that said, he thought of Doff. A beeman in the front line would be the best cover. Its defense was almost indestructible. Even if it went head-to-head with an enemy, killing it with one strike was almost impossible. With the countless recovery potions as support, Doff was invincible. Especially in the face of powerful knights, Doff could disrupt their formation. However, its weakness was also clear. It almost had zero skills in regards to using its powerful ancient rod, which was a shame. Doff needed some technique. During the past few days, Abel flicked through many documents and sought advice from some friends, but still, he could not find a powerful set of club techniques. Professions that used clubs rarely became powerful. The Druids had some club control techniques, but that was only because they wanted to strengthen their control on magic staffs, not use them to attack. At that moment, Abel thought of the barbarians, who were the best close-range fighters other than holy knights. If Doff mastered its long weapons techniques, maybe it could apply it to its ancient rod. However, to learn any barbarian skills, you must first have a good barbarian foundation, which was almost impossible for Doff. The barbarian foundation was strengthened through vibration, and its process was extremely complex. Abel opened the black hole through the monster ring, and Doff jumped out. He wanted to see if he could directly transfer his own barbarian foundation to Doff's soul. It was successful. Doff immediately began to practice after obtaining the barbarian foundation, but soon it ran into a similar problem as Abel. It could not generate any vibration. The barbarian energy could not be generated without vibration, and barbarian energy was what supports a barbarian skill. Maybe I can force some vibration on Doff through my own method. An idea suddenly struck Abel. Why not? He forced some vibration onto himself through the god's energy to create the barbarian energy. All Abel needed was to expend the vibration area, and Doff would have enough energy. His crystal angel statue had a lot of available energy anyway. Although it might slow down the crystal angel statue from turning its energy into dark gold, it was worth it if it could strengthen Abel's power. Abel commanded Doff to start practicing the barbarian skills as he unleashed the vibration Doff needed for the barbarian foundation through the energy of God. Since Doff was 10 meters tall, the training went smoothly. When the first round of training was completed, Abel began to examine the results. He first analyzed his own ability. It was average at best compared to other barbarians. Maybe he had overestimated his talent for barbarian skills. He then connected to Doff through the soul chain and took a look at his result. He was immediately stunned. It must be what other people felt like when they saw Abel. Doff's energy was almost a month's worth of result for Abel's. He didn't expect Doff to be so talented. Maybe when Abel was still gathering his barbarian energy, Doff would be able to easily unleash countless barbarian skills. However, it soon made sense when Abel took a look at how much stronger Doff's 10 meters tall beam body was. The foundation of barbarian skills was the energy created by vibration. This depended on the strength of one's body. Although Abel was very strong, he was still a human, nothing compared to a beeman. Beemans had the most brute strength in the central continent, and Doff had gained another leg up through Abel's soul potions. You could just by looking at the fact that it was 2 meters taller than normal beemans. With such an indestructible body, it was no wonder the energy it generated could reach such scary levels. What Abel did was extraordinary. Even the barbarians would not expect someone to use the power of God to help a beeman learn barbarian skills. The gods were not dwelling around all day. If you were to invite a god, you might as well ask them to directly kill your enemies. who would waste time on a beeman. A beeman needed to train every day, and the god would need to spend a lot of time on it. Abel was different. He had the world stone, so all the territories he was the god of every territory he conquered in the dark world. Although he was not powerful as a god, with the power of prayers from his crystal angel statue as support, he could easily unleash the energy needed for the barbarian vibration. The crystal angel statue stole energy from the Holy Kingdom anyway, so he didn't worry too much about wasting it. 5 days passed in the dark world. Abel did not head out to kill hell creatures. Instead, he stayed in the rogue encampment and practiced spells. He gave the rune world insight to Frankenstein and transferred large amounts of fire spells through the soul to him, forcing him to practice crazily. At the same time, Abel also practiced his own spells under the meditation aura. Abel transferred the long weapon enchantment spell to Doff through the soul chain, but it was not easy considering its intelligence. Still, it could slowly follow the steps. When the entire long weapon enchantment spell was transferred to Doff's soul, it was stunned, and Abel could also sense how it felt. Even after countless soul potions, Doff was still not intelligent enough to draw such complicated spell patterns. Even for humans, only a small number who were gifted in power of the will could draw a spell pattern after many attempts. Abel thought about the countless apprentice wizards outside the magic tower in Bakong City. They spent tens of years just drawing a single pattern. Making Doff draw a magic pattern was even harder than making a gorilla do flower embroidery. Doff, relax your soul, don't force it. Abel could no longer stand it, so he told Doff through the soul chain. But since he could enter Doff's soul, did that mean he could help him draw the pattern? It was a crazy idea, since forcing your power of the will into the soul of a summon could badly injure the summon or even kill it if you made a single wrong move. Or maybe you would end up damaging your own power of the will. It was nothing like using the power of the will on one's own soul. It was at least a few times more difficult. One could feel every slight movement in their soul, so it was just like drawing on paper. But if you were to enter the soul of a summon, it would be like controlling another body to draw. However, he was in the rogue encampment. He had the power of God. He could precisely control his power of the will. Doff would never say no to Abel, so it relaxed its soul and allowed Abel's power of the will to enter. The drawing process was smooth. A low-level magic pattern like that was no challenge to him, not even in the soul of his summon. However, the following step was to transfer Doff's power of the will into the pattern he just drew, which was impossible for any profession. The only reason Abel could do something like this was that he was a god in the rogue encampment. On my command, turn this magic pattern into Doff's magic pattern. Abel lowered his voice and said in a serious tone. Immediately, an energy wave appeared in mid, and a chunk of dark gold energy from his crystal angel statue was taken out. The long weapon enchantment spell disconnected with Abel's power of the will, but Abel could still see its condition through the soul chain. Soon it was in Doff's control. The magic pattern successfully became Doff's magic pattern. He then turned his gaze towards the crystal angel statue and gasped, "That's a scam." Almost 10 days of dark gold energy was taken out. The crystal angel statue took energy from the central continent, so it would stop each night he entered the dark world. Of course, he would absorb more energy if he stayed in the central continent, but why would he sacrifice his exploration in the dark world for something like that? The dark world was the true foundation of his power. If he wanted to progress, he needed to speed up his exploration in the dark world. Doff unleashed the barbarian energy to the spell pattern. Abel suddenly realized Doff didn't know the following step, so he quickly commanded. Doff's intellect was a big drawback to learning barbarian skills, but luckily it listened to Abel and injected the past 5 days of training into the pattern. When the energy entered, the pattern began to glow and solidified into Doff's soul. Afterward, Doff picked up the ancient rod again and quickly swung it around, almost like it was a part of its hand. Just like that, another big body emerged from the spell practice arena. As Abel and Frankenstein were busy practicing their own spells, Doff followed the long weapon enchantment and kept doing different attack skills with its ancient rod. Days of continuous training went by, and 9 days passed in the central continent. Finally, all their spells were fulfilled. Frankenstein's spells were the easiest since it only needed to learn some fire spells, while Abel needed to learn the top-level ice and lightning spells on top of the elemental summon spells of a big druid. Daph was also doing quite well. As the enchantment leveled up, its ancient rod skills and power increased dramatically. Since Daph needed a lot of energy, Abel wanted to let the crystal angel statue recover a little longer before letting it learn another spell. Daph's barbarian skills entirely depended on him. At that moment, Abel realized how much of a hassle it was to teach a creature to do the skills of a profession. But still, his effort did not go to waste. Daph was now the first beeman with barbarian skills in this world. 1. Abel himself had lost a lot of interest in barbarian as a profession after seeing how much energy Daph obtained through the vibration. If the vibration didn't require his control, he would have given up on it already. Comparing himself was what hurts the most. The energy Abel gathered after practicing barbarian skills for so long only allowed him to learn one barbarian skill, but Daph had mastered a spell in just a few days. Abel decided to teach Daph the roar and battle mode skills when it gathered enough energy. After all, those two skills were what attracted him to the barbarian profession. If Abel wanted to learn those two skills himself, it would have taken him a dreadfully long time, but for Daph, it might only take a month. The roar and battle mode could strengthen all of Abel's summons at once, with the roar targeting defense and the battle mode targeting stamina and life force. However, just when Abel was about to let Daph learn the roar, he ran into another problem. Daph was not smart enough to draw a roar magic pattern during the battle. Unlike the long weapon enchantment, which was a passive spell ignited through the soul, the roar spell pattern had to be drawn each time before Daph could ignite it. At first, Abel wanted Daph to get more control over its ancient rod through the barbarian skills, but it was too gifted. Abel couldn't help but get greedy. Abel was not afraid of problems. He had full recovery potions. Even if he failed his experiments or got badly injured, a bottle of full recovery potion would do the trick. It was why he had the confidence to do so many risky things. He suddenly thought about his spirit guardian wizards. They could only do so many spells such as the Chain of Lightning, Ice Pole, Poison Bomb, and Firewall because he had drastically altered them. Since they could ignite a spell through a magic pattern in their soul flame, could Daph do the same? He would give it a try. Abel once again moved the dark gold energy from the crystal angel statue and transferred the roar spell pattern to Daph just like the long weapon. Enchantment, however. When Abel wanted to inject the barbarian energy into it, Daph's soul began to vibrate. It seemed like the pattern was too heavy for Daph's soul to sustain. It kept shaking, almost like it was about to fall apart. Abel did not expecting this. He gave Daph a bottle of full recovery potion, and a purple light flashed. However, the roar spell pattern soon began to damage Daph's soul once again. Abel knew he was in trouble. No matter how many full recovery potion he used, he just couldn't stop the damage and solidify the roar spell pattern in Daph's soul. He reached his power of the will forward and examined the changes in the pattern. He was trying to swallow the energy in Daph's soul. Although the full recovery potion was slowing down the process, it was still not strong enough to counteract it. It was not a solution. Since soul energy was what the pattern wanted, then let's give it some soul energy. Suddenly, Abel took out a bottle of soul potion and directly poured it down Daph's mouth with a telekinesis. When it entered, it immediately turned on to a special energy in its soul. However, this time it did not level it up its soul. Instead, it was immediately swallowed up by the roar spell pattern. Afterwards, the spell pattern hardened a little. It was effective, so Abel took out another bottle. Until the fifth bottle, the roar spell pattern was full, and it was solidified in a vicious golden glow in Daph's soul. Abel let out a breath of relief. He succeeded. However, he didn't know what he did had altered the law of this world. The reason spiritual beasts could do spells naturally was because they all had spell patterns in their soul. However, that was from thousands of years of evolution, and it did not come without sacrifice. The energy it demanded could take the life of a normal beast instantly. But no matter what, Abel succeeded in his experiment once again. From then on, Beeman could unleash a barbarian roar instantly. If the soul potions were not limited to summons, Abel too would want to solidify a spell pattern in his soul. This way he no longer had to draw them each time he cast a spell. Would be even faster than igniting a spell through the skill tree in his Horadric cube. Doff do a roar, Abel yelled. Roared. Doff roared, and a golden glow shot out from its body towards all directions like a beam of energy. Red glowing circle emerged below Abel and Frankenstein, and he sensed his defense increasing. After 20 seconds, the feeling vanished with the glow. For that moment, the roar almost doubled Frankenstein's defense and his own defense. Although it was not that useful for him as a long-distance attacker, it would be amazing for his other summons. By the time he maxed out the level of the roar, it would be able to increase their defense for 290% and last for 210 seconds. However, the time was up. It was morning in the central continent, and it was time for him to join the big druid social gathering. Abel never joined an official gathering with druids at his rank, so it was quite excited about how it would turn out. Doff returned to the monster ring, and he left the dark world with Frankenstein. He did not leave the battle fort with it. Instead, he teleported from the main building's big teleportation circle and arrived at Bay Law City's palace. Of course, he did not forget to let his followers, Druid Gunter and Druid Polly, know about it. It was a good opportunity for them to see more stuff. A big druid gather rarely had any audience. The gathering took place in the palace's garden. So Druid Polly and Druid Gunter was already waiting for Abel in the palace. Due to their connection with Abel, those two followers were extremely well known amongst the elves and the palace. They didn't even need a guide around the palace, as they directly led Abel to the garden where the gathering took place. It was a side garden Abel never seen before. He was immediately attracted by the scenery. Everything around was carefully designed. Every plan was shining in their own unique beauty, giving out an oddly calming feeling with a hint of delicacy. There were many plants he couldn't even recognize, which made him felt a little embarrassed as a druid. There was a little man-made lake with a pavilion in the center of the garden. The pavilion was made with white jade with countless delicate engravings. It was glowing in luxury. There were already 15 big druids standing within the pavilion, but they all had one thing in common. They were all male elf. Abel knew 6 of them from the battle. Maybe the other big druids in the kingdom was busy doing their guarding missions. Abel never saw the other 9 big druids, but then it soon made sense to him when he remembered Bay Law City was not the only elf city. Master Bennett. Big Druid Lendo immediately bowed when he saw Abel. The other big druids followed. No matter if they knew Abel or not, they all stood up and bowed. Abel quickly bowed back. After all, big druids were the true power of the elves. Big Druid Lendo also saw the scenery inside. This gathering was unlike any gathering in the past. For the first time, the big druids all arrived on time according to their schedule. You could just tell from this how much they respected a dragon druid, who was also a master potion maker like Abel. Everyone since Master Bennett had arrived. Let the gathering begin. Big Druid Lendo smiled and said. He was the one who organized this gathering through the palace. It was the best way, and it could be monitored by the palace. This way, the palace could provide the resource and place for the gathering, while making sure a decent amount of attendees, due to the number of big druids serving them. Let's go by the tradition, exchange resources first, Big Druid Lendo continued. All the big druids turned to Abel, but after seeing that Abel had nothing to say, a big druid stood up. Let me start. What I have here is the location of a group of failed gray bears. I want to exchange it with a move and a flash scroll. He lowered his voice. Abel didn't know what a group of failed gray bears signified. To him, the stronger the better. Master Bennett, a failed gray bear is easier to summon. Although they were unnecessary to us big druids, our family still needed them, so it's a fair price. Big Druid Lendo explained quietly, seeing the confused look on Abel's face. Abel nodded. Also, move and a flash scrolls are always the most in-demand thing in every gathering. Big Druid Lendo continued. This made sense to Abel since wizards were the rulers of this world, and what made them so powerful was the move and a flash. So you could just imagine how in demand their scrolls were. There were not many wizards in the central continent, so there were not many scrolls. Since each scroll required large amounts of resources and large amounts of time and energy from a wizard, even the Wizard Union did not have enough, let alone giving them to the druids. Still, big druids could get their hands on those lifesavers through different ways, and exchange through gatherings was one of them. Abel shook his head. He had a bunch of move in a flash scroll, but failed gray bears were basically useless to him. Even his followers would have their eyes on a failed gray bear. But still, it was at that moment a big druid stood up and took out a move in a flash scroll. He threw it forward and received a lambskin parchment for return. The exchange was complete. That's the Judson family's big druid Josephus. His family trades with the humans a lot, so he always has a lot of things to trade in gatherings. Big druid Lendo introduced to Abel. Many more interesting things followed. Spiritual beasts, rare ingredients, information. But they were all useless to Abel. Master Bennett, do you have anything to trade? Big druid Lendo saw that Abel was quiet during all this time and asked with causal smile. Therefore Abel stood up and bowed. Everyone, I am looking for something very specific for my assistant law-defying wizard Frankenstein. I want a fire wizard's inherited object. All the big druids were stunned. A fire wizard's inherited object was probably the most valuable thing in the world. The least valuable inherited object was a rock from the lightning ground, but if you are not a wizard gifted in lightning spells, you are probably not going to get anything out of it. The big druids gazed towards Frankenstein at the back with admiration. How was it like to be an assistant as a law-defying wizard? Master Bennett, what you want is a little too valuable. I'm wondering what you are willing to offer. The big druids exchanged gaze and big druid Josephus stood up. I'm a master potion maker. I can offer a 60 years longevity potion, or a youth-reviving potion, or a youth-maintaining beauty potion, or personally heal an injured person. Abel lowered his voice. His words sent a sparkle to the druid's eyes. Each one of those offers was enough to touch a big druid's heart, especially that 60 years longevity potion. However, Abel was not expecting any of those big druids to have a fire wizard's object. What he wanted was to just make his demand public. Since those big druids had many connections, his demand would eventually make its way out. Master Bennett, the Judson family will try our best to help you find a fire wizard inherited object. Big druid Josephus bowed again. The other big druids also suddenly understand Abel's intentions. He wanted to find a fire wizard inherited object through their connection. Master Bennett, the palace can help you contact the Wizard Union to see if they have any fire wizard inherited object. If they do, the palace will definitely also try our best. Big druid Lendo also stood up and bowed. In the past, Abel would hesitate before taking out a golden longevity potion, since it could cause a riot, but since he became a dragon big druid, he had enough power to protect himself. On top of that, Frankenstein was an ice law-defying wizard, and Doff was a powerful beeman with a flashing ability. People would think twice before messing with him. The most important thing was that he was looked after by the goddess and signed an equal contract with the Tree of Life. His status was untouchable within the elves. Even though the palace knew Abel had a potion like that, they could only trade with him equally, unlike in the past, where they would just need to invite him to the palace and negotiate. Cough cough, big druid Lendo saw the trading stopped, so he coughed, and all the druids went quiet. He then continued, everyone, now let's exchange training wisdom so we can grow together. This was the most anticipated part of the gathering. Since there were 15 big druids, exchanging training wisdom could help them develop much faster. Druid Polly stood behind Abel, shaking with excitement. Although she was a rank 20 druid, she still needed to take care of her family. She did not sell herself to any big family, so she never really had too many training resources and guidance. Even after she became Abel's follower, she did not have too much experience in leveling up. Hearing the wisdom of big druids was a rare opportunity. They often always had a serious look on their face since they were much more useful than an elite druid, which was why a social gathering like this was necessary. The only one on the spot who didn't seem to care was Abel and Frankenstein. Frankenstein was a law-defying wizard, so druid training meant nothing to him, and Abel's druid identity was only a mask for his wizard identity. Although the dragon transformation had become his most powerful skill, his main profession was still wizardry. Big druid Lendo took the lead and shared some knowledge about transformation. He was one of the rare druids skilled in transformation, and his wisdom was only given officially, not through tricks of the system. Afterward, another big druid stood up and began talking about summoning and elemental attack skills in detail. Those big druids were paying close attention, as this was how they learned to improve. Master Bennett, the evil kingdom's invasion has changed the elves and the big druids. In the past, these training wisdom exchanges barely scratched the surface. This gathering is one was the most insightful ones, Big Druid Lendo whispered. Of course, since Big Druid Lendo did not hold back on their wisdom, the other big druids followed. That battle changed the fate of the elves. It was a battle even the goddess of the moon had to show herself. The elves were struck by reality, even for the arrogant big druids. Therefore, the big druids had to help each other grow as much as possible to deal with the future crisis. Maybe those big druids all had a similar idea, so all of them brought a few followers with them to this gathering. If they were lucky, perhaps they could cultivate a new big druid for the elves. They all knew the evil kingdom had their eyes on the tree of life. It was only a matter of time until they returned, and the elves needed to drastically strengthen themselves until that day. The elves gathered a druid military, even though they hated war. It was a revolution. A revolution for normal druids to push their fighting power to the next level. Abel immediately understood something. Even if elite druids had teachers or guidance, it might not be suitable for them. For example, Big Druid Lendo's followers might be more suitable learning elements, but they were forced to learn transformation, which drastically limited their potential of becoming a big druid. This wisdom exchange could open their eyes up to all kinds of different schools, so they could choose more wisely. Druid Polly had a strange feeling. It was like her level up was about to arrive. Although it felt a little elusive, this thought was swirling inside her head. At first she thought it was just an illusion, but immediately after a big druid finished his wisdom for elements, she felt enlightened from her heart. "Master Bennett, I think I'm about to level up," she said to Abel desperately. She knew it was an embarrassment to speak up in these events, but she just had to leave and start to train immediately if she wanted her level up to be successful. At that moment, Abel was also listening closely to the big druid's explanation. After all, his knowledge of druids was not even on the level of Druid Polly. All he got was a druid guide from the Holy Continent. Maybe Lorraine's mother, Grand Duke Edwina, did not expect him to become a big druid as well. When he heard Druid Polly's request, he was stunned, but in the best way possible. Having his followers level up was something worth celebrating. However, he soon realized how difficult it was to level up without a good environment. The best place was the Tree of Life Valley with its endless force of nature. "Big Druid Lendo, everyone. Polly is about to level up, so I'll go with her first. I don't have any wisdom to share, but I'll leave some light healing potion and mana potions for you all as a gift." Abel interrupted in embarrassment and bowed. Afterward, he handed a portal bag to Big Druid Lendo and grabbed Druid Polly by the hand. Frankenstein stepped forward and flashed away with them. Only half of the big druids shared their wisdom, and a level 20 druid was enlightened. All the other druid followers by the side were filled with admiration. They were all picked by a big druid after all. Still, it was not a surprise that Druid Polly had leveled up. As Abel's status grew, her training resource also improved. Especially, she could exchange many things with the light healing potions Abel gave her every month. Even the hardest to obtain resources could be obtained easily to her. She had been ranked 20 for a long time, and she was in her top condition. What Druid Polly lacked was just an opportunity, and this gathering had given it to her. Big Druid Lendo opened the portal bag. It was a normal size 1 square meter portal bag, but 150 light healing potions and 150 mana potions were within. Master Bennett really is a lavish guy. Big Druid Lendo knew how expensive those potions were, due to their rarity. Normally, even big druids were only going to get a few bottles as lifesavers. Big Druid Lendo was one of the few druids who actually used light healing potions in battles. Fighting a mad knight while drinking that potion was something he would never forget. Frankenstein flashed Abel and Druid Polly to the palace's Tree of Life's teleportation circle, and Abel ignited it with his power of the will. When his identity was confirmed, the three of them vanished in a flash. They soon appeared in the Tree of Life's valley entrance. Abel greeted the two guarding big druids. But he did not have time to say too much as Frankenstein directly flashed them into the valley. It had barely taken a minute from the time Druid Polly told Abel that she was about to level to the time they arrived at the Tree of Life Valley, so you could just imagine how scary a law-defying wizard could move. Abel let Druid Polly down, and she sat on the grass under the Tree of Life. A stand of level-up energy arose. Since Druid Polly was contracted with Abel, Abel had faith in her, and he knew how important a level-up was. Druid Polly began to examine the law of natural force. She derived her knowledge from the fire and wind elements, and utilized it as the basis for her level up. Although Abel was a big druid, he was forcefully leveled up by the Tree of Life, so he couldn't assist Druid Polly in any way. Leveling up through transforming into a giant dragon was someone only Abel could do after all. Still, Abel could support Druid Polly by giving her the best resources, such as bringing her to the Tree of Life Valley, which only he had the status to do so. Abel waited, and time slowly passed. The level-up energy within Druid Polly had reached its peak, but her chance of leveling up was decreasing. The lack of guidance was beginning to show its toll. Druid Polly's knowledge was still insufficient when it came to creating the law of fire and wind. Abel sensed what Druid Polly was going through from the soul contract, and he knew she was about to fail. Even though he had potions that could help Druid Polly recover from the injuries caused by this level-up attempt, it would still be much harder for her next level up. Abel ignited the Soul Speaker ability and connected his power of the will with the Tree of Life. "The Tree of Life, can you help Druid Polly level up?" he asked. He signed an equal contract with it, which meant he couldn't command the Tree of Life to do anything. And the same went for the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life replied with a straightforward answer. It could help, but it needed 10 top-level green mana gems. It was a fair trade, and the Tree of Life was just playing by the rules since Abel had a demand. Although 10 top-level gems were nothing to Abel, and he would even pay 100 top-level gems if he could help Druid Polly level up, 10 top-level gems were enough to satisfy the Tree of Life. But still, this was only something Abel had the power to do. The Tree of Life would not even communicate with any, being that it deemed as insignificant, let alone trade with them. Abel smiled and took out 10 top-level green gems and placed them on the ground. A root then reached out and dragged the gems down. Afterward, a green natural force was reflected on the Tree of Life's leaves onto Druid Polly, engulfing her. These changes attracted the two guarding big druids. They jumped on their mad wolf and entered the valley from the hidden entrance. They were immediately stunned. Druid Polly was wrapped in a green glow, and her body slowly levitated off the ground with a sea of natural forces gushing into her, along with some fire and wind guidance. Even the Tree of Life knew very little about fire and wind. It was more than enough for Druid Polly to unlock the law of fire and wind. Druid Polly's recently decreasing level-up energy shot up once again. She was entering the final stage of level up. When the last strand of level-up energy entered her body, clear big druid energy emerged. The Tree of Life suddenly stopped its leaves, and the green glow around Druid Polly vanished as she fell towards the ground. Abel did not lend a hand. He did not believe a big druid would get herself hurt from falling. He was right. Druid Polly was suddenly carried by wind and gently landed. She was still in a haze when her feet touched the ground. She had only fully regained herself from the level up after 5 minutes. She opened her eyes and looked at Abel with excitement. "Master Bennett, I'm a big druid." She couldn't believe herself. Abel couldn't help but shake his head. To be frank, with an attitude like this, it was unlikely that she would become a big druid if the Tree of Life did not lend a hand. "Polly, you are now a big druid. Congratulations." Abel smiled and enforced his words with some power of the will to calm Druid Polly down. "Master Bennett, thank you." Druid Polly revived herself and bowed. She was the only one who knew what happened. She already sensed that her level up would fail not long after she began. Just when she was about to give up, a sea of life force gushed into her, and she quickly understood the law of fire and wind. This external force immediately destroyed her troubles, and the level up soon became smooth. She was helped by the Tree of Life after all. There was no way she would fail after that. "You are my follower," Abe smiled. To be honest, if Druid Polly wasn't becoming a big druid, Abel would not sacrifice 10 top-level gems for an elf. Master Bennett, did you ask the Tree of Life to help your followers level up? Even the guarding big druids saw it with their own eyes. They were still in disbelief. They guarded the Tree of Life for many years, and they were extremely sensitive to any changes that were happening to it. They never saw the Tree of Life done something like that, even though he knew Abel's relationship with the Tree of Life. If the Tree of Life could help Druid Polly become a big druid, it meant that they might be able to help more druids level up. This was a much bigger deal than Druid Polly herself. It would be life-changing to the elves. The elves didn't like war, but they had resources that make every race envious. If the goddess of the moon didn't protect them, they might be in bad condition. Their number of big druids was their biggest weakness. Also, big druids would not win in a fight with law-defying wizards, which reduced the elves' top-level power even further. Since the evil kingdom had their eyes on the Tree of Life, another invasion was just a matter of time. The elves had to strengthen themselves. Yes, I've done a fair trade with the Tree of Life, so it helped me to level up my followers. Abel did not lie. An idea suddenly struck the two guarding druids. If they wanted their dream to come true, they needed Master Bennett. Abel was the only one who could connect with the Tree of Life, but he was beyond their control. All they could do was to report to the temple and let the temple take care of it. Afterward, the two guarding big druids then turned to Druid Polly. Big Druid Polly, congratulations. Thank you. It was hard for Druid Polly to hold back her excitement as she bowed. Polly, you are now a big druid, but you still don't know any top-level spells. Have you studied the Gray Bear summoning pattern? Abel smiled. Yes, I did. She was ranked 20 for many years, and he has been preparing for top-level spells long ago. Okay, here's a present. Open up your soul and begin drawing the Gray Bear summon pattern. Abel continued. His request to enter the soul of a big druid was extremely unreasonable to any other big druid, but Druid Polly was a follower of Abel recognized by the goddess of the moon. They were basically in one. Yes, Master Bennett. Druid Polly didn't know what Abel was about to give her, but she still did as he said. She opened up her soul, and Abel entered with his power of the will. He gained his experience from Doff the Beeman, so he was confident that he could help Druid Polly save some time and gain a more powerful lifesaver. Druid Polly drew the Gray Bear summon pattern, and her soul arrived at a strange dimensional. She knew it was the summoning world, and many gray bears were waiting for her. However, she was not confident in her ability to summon them. She was not specialized in that, so without at least tens of years of training, she couldn't get a gray bear to submit. However, she soon realized a strand of power of the will had entered with her to this world. Polly, quickly find a target. I can't stay here for long. Abel's voice emerged from her soul. Abel realized what he was doing was draining a lot of natural force. It could take up a bottle of full recovery potion per minute. Druid Polly knew time was valuable, so she quickly began to search the gray bears. She soon discovered a group of strong ones located in the best area. As far as she knew, summoning strong gray bears was rarely successful, so she wanted to change a spot in search of some weaker ones. Polly, just pick out the strongest one from the group in front of you. Abel's voice emerged again. When he entered this world passively through a contract, he could only move along with Druid Polly's soul. Druid Polly hesitated a little, but she knew Master Bennett would not trick her. Even if she failed and got herself injured, Master Bennett would have potions to help her. Hopelessness immediately faded, and her soul lowered towards the strongest gray bear. The gray bears noticed her, and their 4 meters tall leader roared towards the sky. They were the rulers of this world. They were living their best lives, so none of them wanted to be a druid's beast and have their life and death dictated by another. Druid Polly's soul began to shake. But just when she was hesitating, Abel's power of the will began to show its viciousness. Scary dragon energy shot out and slammed those gray bears down. Although those gray bears were enchanted, they were still helpless against a dragon's energy. Quick, make the leader your beast, Abel quickly added. This world might soon realize he was an intruder after using dragon energy and reject him, so he couldn't stay for long. Druid Polly sent a contract to that gray bear leader, and the expected happened. That strongest gray bear accepted it almost without a single hesitation. When the contract was signed, Abel's power of the will was directly wiped out by a wave. Druid Polly thought something must have happened to Master Bennet, so she quickly withdrew her soul from the summoning world. When the scenery of the Tree of Life Valley appeared in her eyes again, that strong gray bear also emerged beside her. However, she did not examine it. Instead, she immediately turned to her Master Bennet. Luckily, Abel had his stopped early on. He only gave out a strand of power of the will. If he had given out more, he might have gotten more damaged. Still, he was not looking good. He was drenched in sweat, and his soul was injured. Suddenly, a purple glow emerged from his body. It was the full recovery potion, and he was returned to his top condition. "Master Bennet, are you okay? It was my fault you got hurt," Druid Polly said in desperation. "It's nothing, I've already recovered," Abel smiled. Although it might seem like a big risk, he was very confident in his actions. Looking at that gray bear, he had saved tens of years of training for Druid Polly. Gray bears were the strongest defense of a big druid, and most of them could only get a weak one. The two guarding big druids were stunned once again. How could a newly leveled up big druid immediately summon such a powerful thing? But of course, they also didn't know it was Abel himself who could summon a gray bear king, to be specific. It was almost like their whole world of knowledge was shattered. They exchanged glances and jumped back on their mad wolf without saying a word. "Polly, help me look into some druid guides in the Royal Library. Gunter might need it in the future as well." Abel saw that he was okay and said. It seemed like he had underestimated the importance of druid guides. Druid Polly almost failed her level up because of it. If he let Druid Polly head to the library early through his unlimited access, she might have an easier time. She was his follower. He had total right to do so. Druid Polly's level up only impacted his status by a tiny amount. In other words, an extra big druid under his power did not make much difference. Both the royals and the big druids held immense respect for him. He was now a powerful house in the elves. When the news of Abel leveling up an elite druid through the Tree of Life began to spread, all the druids went insane, especially the ones stuck in rank 20. Their insanity drove them to try and connect with Master Bennet by all means necessary. No matter if they were from the royals or the nobles, they all wanted to become Master Bennet's followers. They were willing to sacrifice everything. But the only one they could see was Druid Gunter. They couldn't even see big Druid Polly, who was in a retreat practicing top-level spells. Master Bennet was no longer the new master potion maker he was in the past. He unanimously agreed by the Central Continent as the best potion maker, as well as a dragon druid with an equal contract with the Tree of Life. Not mentioning the favor of the goddess, so wanting to become his follower was an extremely difficult task. Druid Gunter greeted the visiting rank of 20 druids. He couldn't help but sighed how lucky he was. As long as he didn't die, his road to big druids would be smooth. The big druid social gathering Abel joined was also very useful. The fire wizard's inherited object he requested for his wizard assistant Frankenstein also began to spread among the powerful forces of the Central Continent. "Master, the Flaming Valley's law-defying wizard Joshua wants to see you." Steward Meyer was the only elf who could connect with Abel through the telecommunication circle. Abel had built his house just like a magic tower, but since a giant mana gathering circle would affect the environment, and a mana environment was useless to a druid anyway, he used top-level gems in every single magic circle. Steward Meyer, invite him in. "I'll be there in a moment." Abel has been practicing spells in the dark world at night and making potions in his alchemy room during the day. His schedule was so packed he almost didn't have time to see anyone. Of course, he would make an exemption for a force of his rank, but not those crazy druids. Frankenstein flashed Abel to the lounge where Wizard Joshua was already waiting for him. The prestigious Master Bennet, greetings law-defying Wizard Frankenstein. Wizard Joshua quickly stood up and bowed to Abel and Frankenstein. "Law-defying Wizard Joshua, please have a seat." Abel smiled and bowed back. Of course, Frankenstein would not reply to Wizard Joshua, and Wizard Joshua was not expecting much. He knew how mysterious Frankenstein was in the front line. The rumors of him killing a few mad knights in an instant were well known within the Wizard Union. "Master Bennet, I heard Wizard Frankenstein is looking for some fire wizard inherited object. The Flaming Valley has thousands of years of inheritance. If Wizard Frankenstein doesn't mind, he can go training in the Flaming Valley's inherited grounds. Wizard Joshua sat down and got to the point. His attitude was very nice. He did not even mention what he wanted from Abel. Wizard Joshua, is there only one inherited object in the Flaming Valley? Can't you give it out? Abel wanted a fire wizard's inherited object not only for Frankenstein, but for himself and his family in the Holy Continent as well. Frankenstein could train in the Flaming Valley, but was he going to keep asking other fire wizards in the future when he wanted to train again? Also, he was a big druid. He needed Frankenstein to help him move in a flash. If Frankenstein was training by himself, he wouldn't be able to support him. The best way was still getting a fire inherited object for himself, just like that ice bed from the ice wizards. Could help his family cultivate many ice law-defying wizards. Master Bennett, maybe you don't know, fire wizards' inherited objects can't be moved around. As far as I know, all fire inherited objects function in a fire state within the ground fire. Once they left the ground fire, they go out. Wizard Joshua explained helplessly. Is that so? Abel frowned. He was not expecting a fire-inherited object to be the flames in the ground fire. As long as they stay underground, they will never go out. Normal ground fire, on the other hand, will go out. You will know it when you see it. Wizard Joshua continued to explain in detail. Can I see a video of it? A thought suddenly struck Abel. Professions of their rank could not only transfer sound through the power of the will, but pictures, words, and even video as well. Although it couldn't be a long video, a 10-second one should be fine for their rank. Wizard Joshua stuck out a finger and Abel followed. When they touched, their power of the will was connected. Abel soon received a video of a flame flickering underground with a distinct energy. Isn't that the eternal inferno ground fire? He thought to himself. What Wizard Joshua sent him looked very familiar to the inferno flames of the dark world. Wizard Joshua, thanks for your help. If I need it, I'll definitely pay you a visit in the Flaming Valley. No need to think, and he immediately thanked Wizard Joshua. No matter what, Wizard Joshua was the first one to offer him a fire-inherited object. This alone was enough to get gratitude from Abel. Master Bennett, no problem. As soon as you decide, come find me any time, Wizard Joshua said with a smile. He, too, was very happy about this interaction, because he finally formed a good relationship with Master Bennett. Opening the fire wizard's inheritance up to Frankenstein would only cost them a little time at most. Wizard Joshua, here are 10 bottles of mana potion. Please take it as a comprehension for the information you gave me. Abel took out the potions and said humbly. Although Wizard Joshua didn't know how important the video he gave Abel was, Abel wouldn't want to owe Wizard Joshua a favor because of that, so he decided to take out 10 mana potions. Wizard Joshua gazed at the 10 bottles of blue color potions in excitement. He only heard of the mana potion since they were all brought up by the Wizard Union. He picked up the potions with excitement and about to show his gratitude, but then he noticed the big smile on Master Bennett's face. He couldn't help but pause for a moment. Does that mean Master Bennett just repaid his favor he owed him? But it was too late. He already took the potions. He was too excited since potions with the ability to regenerate were unheard of in the past. It could be a lifesaver in the most crucial moment for a wizard. It was a game changer. Wizard Joshua was still stuck between excitement and regret when he was leaving Master Bennett's place. He was so confused, he almost couldn't even walk straight. Frankenstein, let's head back to the fort. Abel sent Wizard Joshua off and said to Frankenstein. Frankenstein flashed Abel back to the invisible battle fort in the sky. Afterward, they immediately arrived at the Dark World's Rouge encampment through the portal. Finding the eternal flames of the Inferno was easy. It was almost everywhere in the Dark World. It was just that Abel never knew they were fire-inherited objects. Of course, he first needed confirmation, even though he was confident in his senses. The eternal flames of the Dark World were different from the ones in the Central Continent. The ones in the Central Continent could only stay among other ground fires, but the one in the Dark World was supported by some strange energy. There were many flames in hell, so they must be very knowledgeable in fire to make something that could burn for eternity. Abel and Frankenstein arrived at the Pandemonium Fortress and found some eternal flames in a furnace at the hall. They walked towards it, and Abel surrounded the flame with his power of the will to begin his analysis. Since he studied the ice bed and the black color rock from the lightning ground, he soon discovered the fire magic pattern from the eternal flame. It was what allowed those beautiful flames to burn for eternity. It was their source of energy and seemed like it had a self-replenishing ability. He was certain this was a flame-inherited object. What he wanted was by his side all along. It was still daytime, and the crystal angel statue on Abel's forehead still needed to absorb the preaching energy, so Abel decided to bring the eternal flame back to the central continent. He was not planning to use the eternal flame in the central continent anyway. If he wanted fire guidance in the dark world, he could easily find another one. Pandemonium Fortress alone had more than 5 eternal flames. Taking one with him shouldn't be a problem. However, holding fire with his hands was not really possible, and the fire in the furnace was way too big. Still, Abel put it in his personal storage box with a flick. His personal storage box could freeze time. It was the best way to preserve the flame. When he returned to his battle fort in the central continent, he connected with the commander spirit and sent it a picture of a metal furnace. Soon, a metal furnace, exactly like the one he imagined, formed in the hall of the fort. He then let the eternal flame out of his personal storage box and placed it in the furnace. However, this flame that lasted for tens of thousands of years began to flicker and soon grew weak. It's the mana environment. Abel face-palmed himself. After all, that was the biggest difference between the dark world and the continent. He immediately took out a set of medium-sized mana gathering circles and quickly installed it next to the furnace. Of course, a top-level gem was a must, and the almost unnoticeable mana around the atmosphere gathered around the circle. The weakened flame slowly regained its life as though it returned to the dark wood. Just like that, an object with the power to affect a fire wizard was being used as a furnace fire in Abel's lounge. With the fire-inherited object obtained, he could soon establish the law of fire. However, normally a wizard still needed a complete fire wizard guide, one that included a fire law defying wizard's knowledge. Knowledge was different from objects. It was the result of a wizard school's long years of dedication and experience. It could dramatically reduce a future wizard's error and speed up his level-up process. Therefore, even if Abel's identity was different, he would not ask the Flaming Valley's wizard Joshua about it. Since Abel and Frankenstein were both law-defying wizards already, he didn't need a guide to draw out a fire law-defying wizard pattern. Fire wizards' inherited knowledge could come in handy. But he was not desperate for it. He needed to wait for his opportunity to obtain an asset of a wizard school like this. After a few more days, many wizard schools tried to connect with Abel. Even Wizard Hal from the Lightning Clan offered to wipe out a small fire wizard school for him and ceased all their resources. Abel might agree with this idea in the past, but after he saw the power of the Holy Kingdom, he knew how valuable every force in the central continent was. But of course, if an organization decided to mess with him, he definitely wouldn't hold back. When Abel and Frankenstein were studying the eternal flames together, Stuart Meyer's voice emerged, "Master, the Judson family's big druid Joseph wants to see you." The Judson family. Abel scratched his head. He suddenly remembered it was the big druid he met in the gathering who acted very seriously. Stuart Meyer invite him to the lounge. Abel lowered his voice. He was a little confused. He already declared that he no longer needed a fire-inherited object since he only needed one portion. This caused all the fire wizards to stop their moves. Lending an inherited object was different from selling it. An inherited object was the core of wizard cultivating within a school, so after Abel declared that he already found one, the wizards stopped trying to contact him. Big Druid Joseph happily waited with his body shivering from time to time. It was a rarity for a big druid to show his emotions, so you could just imagine how excited he was. After all, an elf was not immortal. Even their lifespan was much longer than humans or orcs. The reason for his excitement was the 60 years longevity potion. He never heard of anything like it, but he knew the #1 master potion maker in the continent would not lie. Big Druid Joseph was the most powerful druid of the Judson family, and he did not have much longer to live. Although he could return to the love of the goddess, his family might be attacked without him. Therefore, he needed to live a little longer and cultivate another generation of big druids. When it came to helping druids level or increasing lifespan, there was no one better than Master Bennett. The prestigious Master Bennett, I'm sorry to interrupt you. He quickly bowed when he saw Abel appear. Big Druid Joseph, welcome. Abel bowed back with a smile. The servant stepped up to pour them a glass of juice, and they took a seat. Frankenstein stood by a side behind Abel. Master Bennett, I'm here today because I have news for you. Big Druid Joseph spoke up without even touching his glass when he saw Abel was quiet. What news? Abel stopped his drink. The Judson family have been trading with a rank 20 wizard, and he was interested in trading with you. Big Druid Joseph continued. What does he have? Abel followed. With his current status, he would not see a rank 20 wizard unless someone introduced to him. It was a fact. His name is Wizard Brem, and he is the leader of the Flowing Fire Castle. It has 2,000 years of history, and they had a few fire laws defying wizards in the past. But they all faded along with him. Wizard Brem is approaching the end of his life, so he wants to offer the fire-inherited object as well as all the knowledge within the Flowing Fire Castle for a bottle of longevity potion from you. Big Druid Joseph lowered his voice. Big Druid Joseph, please wait. Abel couldn't help but interrupt. He took out his potion maker badge and directly connected with the Wizard Union system. With his status of glory in the Wizard Union, he had the permission to access some not too important information and report. The Flowing Fire Castle was a small fire wizard organization in the third-line battlefield. Wizard Brem had less than 50 years to live. For an elite wizard, this 50 years was basically the verge of death. There was only a rank 16 wizard beside him. They might not even be able to protect their knowledge once he died, which was why they asked Abel for help. Big Druid Joseph, that's some good information. What's your request? Abel smiled and put away his potion maker badge. The prestigious Master Bennett. I want to become your follower, and my family will be at your service. Big Druid Joseph stood up and did a deep bow to Abel. Big Druid Joseph, what are you doing? Please stand up. Abel quickly helped Big Druid Joseph up. The prestigious Master Bennett, as you can see, my life force is fading, and I don't have much longer to live. I am the only big druid in my family, so I want you to continue my life for just a little longer so I can cultivate another big druid. If I fail, I hope you can still protect my family. Big Druid Joseph did not hide his intention. Abel scanned Big Druid Joseph's body. He was a rank 21 big druid, and he has been stuck at this rank for a long time. Still, rank 21 was extremely powerful. His life force was like a candle burning on its last bit of wax. Big Druid Joseph, are you sure? Abel lowered his voice. Although Abel had Druid Polly and Druid Gunter as followers, there was not much they could do. This might be the case even after Druid Polly became a big druid. However, this big Druid Joseph was different. He had one of the most powerful families in the elves who commonly traded with the humans and different empires. Their information and access to resources could come handy. Master Bennett, I will pledge my life to you, and the Goddess of Moon can testify. Big Druid Joseph got on his knee and lowered his voice. Afterward, the familiar energy of God emerged from afar, and a dark gold glow emerged on the body of Big Druid Joseph. That energy of God tuned into a contract connecting the two of them. All Abel needed to do was to accept it. Big Druid Joseph, I accept your loyalty. The Goddess of Moon can testify. Abel placed his hand on the glow and read out the details of the contract. A contract then emerged in Abel's soul, and Big Druid Joseph successfully became his follower. According to the contract, Abel could not force Big Druid Joseph to do anything against his will, but he could force him to do anything within his ability. Also, if Abel died, Big Druid Joseph would die with him. After the contract was established, Big Druid Joseph had become one with Abel, sharing the same glory and benefits. Master Bennett, I will forever be in your command, and I will give you my all. Big Druid Joseph deepened his respect and said in the most humble tone, there is no need to rush. I'll give you two choices. The first is a longevity potion. With your current body, I can increase your lifespan for 160 years. Abel spoke up. Big Druid Joseph's face was filled with excitement. He made the right choice. Master Bennett's ability really was beyond what he showed to the public. Master Bennett, what about the second choice? He asked again with excitement. The second choice is that I can try and ask the Tree of Life to turn you into a rank 22 big druid. Abel smiled. Master Bennett, I'll choose the second, Big Druid Joseph said with confidence before Abel even finished his words. Although the first choice was great, he couldn't guarantee himself that he could become a rank 22 druid at that time. He has been stuck at rank 21 for too long, and he already lost his confidence. The second choice was a ray of hope. Although Abel said he would only try, he trusted the Tree of Life since it helped Druid Polly leveled up. As long as he could become rank 22, his lifespan would automatically increase, and he would regain his opportunity to keep progressing. He was not stupid, so of course, he would choose the second choice. Big Druid Joseph, follow me. Abel nodded to Frankenstein and turned to Big Druid Joseph. Frankenstein placed his hand on Abel and Big Druid Joseph's shoulder. Soon, they appeared at short-distance teleportation with a flash. They took a transit in the giant teleportation circle under his main building and arrived at the Tree of Life Valley. Greeting Master Bennett, the two guardian druids showed themselves and greeted Abel. Big Druids, thanks for your work. I want to enter the valley. Abel bowed. Master Bennett, please. The big druids stuck out their hands. Their respect for Abel kept increasing. At first, they only paid extra attention to him, but by that point, they just couldn't greet him personally. When they entered the valley, the Tree of Life immediately sensed Abel's presence. It was happy to see this contractor with the ability to provide it with pure energy. Abel's top-level green gem was combined through the Horadric cube, so it was purer than anything. The Tree of Life lost too much energy from the battle, but since it was just trying to save itself, it did not ask for comprehension. Last time, Abel wanted the Tree of Life to help him level up his followers, and the 10 top-level green gems he gave him were far superior to anything it had gotten. Therefore, has been looking forward to making another trade with Abel. The Life Tree wanted green top-level gemstones. Abel just noticed that after the fair trade he had last time. Of course, he didn't know about that before, but it was becoming more evident now. As he took 2 steps forward, he placed his hand on the bark and activated his Soul Speaker's ability. Abel made his intentions. I've come to trade today, Tree of Life. This big druid has already fulfilled the requirement for promotion. Please help him as he's not been making much progress at all. Joseph, the big druid, was standing right in the range of the tree. All the information on him was being scanned at this very moment. Needless to say, the Tree of Life understood all there was about him. Quickly sent out a message to offer him a chance for promotion in exchange for 5 green top-level gemstones. Abel smiled at this. He couldn't read the mind of this particular, but now he knew that it had a very big demand for green top-level gemstones. He could come here anytime to trade, and there wouldn't be a problem of him being rejected. Abel turned his head around. Ready yourself, Druid Joseph. Having said that, he reached out for 5 green top-level gemstones at the bottom of the tree. Very quickly, Root reached out to take 5 gemstones to the underground. From then on, green light emitted and shot right into Druid Joseph. Very quickly, Druid Joseph's facial expression relaxed as he laid unconsciously underneath the tree. Knowledge regarding the force of nature started forming in his mind, and while they were still vague, he seemed to have understood everything there was now that he was here, bathed in the light that was putting him in control. He had been stuck at rank 21 for too long. He almost gave up on making any further progress, but now, like a student receiving guidance from his teacher, he started to get the hang of what he needed to do. As precious as the energy inside the Tree of Life was, he needed to first start learning about how to save it wisely. Like Druid Polly, for instance, she needed quite some for her own training, so it's no wonder how much energy Joseph would need to make his progress. Very quickly, a promotion started rising out of him, causing a chain reaction that he's been waiting for more than what he could remember. This same promotion Kai started injecting life force inside his body. His body was quickly filled with vitality energy that eliminated everything old about him. Abel was starting to understand why Druid Joseph was promoted to rank 22 now. 5 top-level gemstones were not that much, but the Tree of Life could still gain a whole heap of energy from its inside, which indicated that the cost for this promotion was just not as high as he expected. Still, it was quite shocking for the 2 big druids to realize how quickly it was for this 1-rank promotion. From this, they pretty much knew that Master Bennett knew exactly how to use the Tree of Life to the benefits of the druids. 21 was usually the level that big druids remained stuck at. The whole reason that there hadn't been one legendary druid had to do with genetic factors. The elves were not known to have a high population density, whereas the humans had enough in numbers to make up for the extremely low proportion of law-defying wizards. It also had to do with the resourcefulness of those two races as well. For the elves, as long as they could keep a stable number of big druids of at least 25 in rankings, it'd be much more likely for there to be a legendary druid every once in a while. And when that happened, the safety of the entire race would pretty much be secured. With all that in mind, the two big druids looked enthusiastically towards Druid Joseph, then to the Tree of Life, and finally towards Abel. They were guarding the Tree of Life, and they knew how precious it was. That being said, Master Bennett was the only one who held the keys to actually make it do work. If it wasn't for him, Druid Joseph would have never had this rebirth. Druid Joseph stood respectfully towards the tree. "You have my utmost gratitude." But the Tree of Life didn't respond in any way. What happened was a trade, and now that the trade was finished, this elf in front of it had no longer anything to do with it. Druid Joseph turned towards Abel. "Thank you so much for the help, Master Bennett." Abel smiled and spoke. "You are my follower now, Druid Joseph, and it is only right for me to do what I can to help. From here, if you keep up your good work, you should receive the same amount of monthly tribute as Polly." Having said that, Abel threw a portal bag right towards Druid Joseph. Druid Joseph was ranked 25 now, and there was probably a lot of time for him to do things. He was most likely to receive his tribute immediately, so he would probably just get to training very quickly. Anyways, Abel was already giving him 5 strength potions, 20 light recovery potions, and 20 mana potions. It should be more than enough to help him get by. If there was something Druid Joseph would like to say, it'd be that he was very surprised that the potions he got were, supposedly, a mere monthly payment for Master Bennett's followers. If he were to sell all these potions to the black market, they would actually just cost more than tributes sold at the palace, the strength potion, especially. Anyone could tell that it was more effective than the light recovery potion, and that's already something that was sold out a while ago. No wonder Druid Polly became a big druid in just a few months. Abel spoke again. "Anyways, if you need other types of potion, make sure to register for the light recovery potion. Same for the mana potion. Just contact me through the spirits in my residence." As plentiful as these potions seem, all it took for him was 2 successful brews. He really had more than enough to just give them away. Druid Joseph bowed once more. "Thank you so much, Master Bennett." Abel spoke to him again. "Also, if you can, please go negotiate with Wizard Brem on my behalf. I need a complete set of the fire element wizard heritage. I don't need the items, but I must do all I can to get my hands on their system of techniques." Abel just implied that he already had the fire element wizard heritage items. Druid Joseph wasn't going to point that out, but he sure was impressed by how ridiculously resourceful the man in front of him was. By the way, it wasn't like Abel needed to hide anything from him. They were already master and servant under the oath of Moon Goddess. Nothing was to be kept confidential between them. Druid Joseph bowed. "Rest assured, Master Bennett. I'll make sure to take care of this for you." Abel threw a bottle of the golden life-prolonging potion to Druid Joseph. "Here. Trade this with Wizard Brem if you need to." Druid Joseph put the potion carefully away. He knew how precious the potion was, as it could only be found from the ancient ruins. Collecting all the necessary ingredients from the store would make anyone go bankrupt, and it wasn't like the main material was for sale anyways. That being said, it was definitely a very shocking thing to hear that Master Bennett had a potion that, apparently, could extend a person's life by 60 years. On the second day of returning to his own residence, Abel heard the news of how Druid Joseph just became Master Bennett's 3rd follower. Not only that, this new follower apparently became rank 22 big druid in the Tree of Life Valley. The words got out a lot quicker than he would think, but this was record-breaking progress even by the standards of one of the most affluent races. The Potion Master Union was of a much higher status now, needless to say. They were originally thought of as this unconventional group that wasn't very often recognized. Still now, they were known to be the main suppliers of the resources that enhanced the fighting capabilities of all occupation holders. Now, even the big druids had to be very humble if they wanted something from them. On just the third day, Druid Joseph headed back as he was granted permission to access inside Abel's current residence. He was now allowed to be inside the steel fort. Druid Joseph bowed immediately as he went in. "I've already completely the deal with Wizard Brem." That was surprisingly fast, given how this was the very first mission that was assigned to him. He really pulled himself off for this one. Again, it would make sense. He wanted to earn the trust of the best potion master on the continent and the fact that he wanted to work to earn the opportunity to extend his lifespan. The deal went very smoothly. While the fire element wizard heritage was not supposed to be moved to a spot other than its original locations, it was agreed that they would keep it inside the flowing fire castle. The ownership would still be to Master Bennett, but it was agreed that it would open for all to use. For the flowing fire castle heritage, Wizard Brem swore that he was going to give it away. He was giving away the original piece, but they also ensured that they would keep a replica to ensure that they could pass down knowledge to their successors. Back to Abel, he just received a portal bag that was about 10 cubic meters in volume. Inside were many books meant for all kinds of readers, ranging from apprentice wizards to law-defying wizards. Wizard Brem handed over an entire library's collection. Of course, they were all knowledge related to fire element wizardry. It was much less than what the Icewind clan had to offer. But if it was up to Abel, he would take paperback copies over data stored inside spirits at any time. It was just so much more convenient to flip over the pages than to ask for content through keywords. "This is good, you know, Joseph, I actually really like it." As weak as the content might relatively be, this was a complete guide that could do well to serve as a reference. Druid Joseph had nothing to be worried about. His first mission was a success. Abel enjoyed what he brought, and the fact that he was calling him by first name proved that they were now closer to one another. Druid Joseph handed an accountant book over to Abel. "Have a look, please. Here are all the financial records that I got from the Judson family." Abel just smiled. "Just hand it to Mayor. I don't think I'll have the time to look over this." In truth, money just wasn't that relevant to Abel now. He was at the front line, where the most important resources on this earth were just sitting there for him to take. To put it metaphorically, it just made no sense to look for a tree if he was inside a forest. Druid Joseph quickly replied, "Yes, Master Bennett." Abel looked towards the sky and smiled, "Right. Also, it'd be really good if you can stay to have a meal. I don't think you've seen Polly and Gunter yet." Lunch proceeded at the dining room. There were two groups of chefs that were inside this residence. The regular group was meant to serve the servants, while the royal chefs were supposed to prepare for the place's owners. After signing their magical bond, the royal chefs were well trained to create the new dishes Abel taught them directly. Right now, apart from the new cuisines they've made for Lorraine every day, they were also responsible for serving Abel, Abel's followers, Butler Mayor, and Luca, the chariot driver. Now that Druid Joseph was here as a newcomer, they had to prepare for one more. Abel was sitting in the host seat, while three of his followers sat beside him according to their rankings. Druid Joseph was sitting at the rightmost position. Polly was sitting in the leftmost position, while Gunter was sitting at the last seat. Abel held his juice and smiled. "Polly, Gunter, this is Druid Joseph, my third follower. Since I'll be busy on most days, make sure you all do what you can to help each other out." Actually, this wasn't the first time the three have seen each other. The fact that a formal introduction took place just showed that Druid Joseph was truly recognized as a member of Abel's circle. Anyways, the dishes were served. Abel didn't bother explaining about the rabbit essence. The taste of these dishes was far more superior to what's available on the central continent. None of them needed any explaining to know about that. The smell almost caught Druid Joseph off guard. It made Polly and Gunter smile. He just reminded them of the first time they had the same food. It was even more true when Druid Joseph took his first bite. The look on his face was almost like all the food he had before was garbage. Druid Joseph came from a family of merchants. That being said, just tasting the food made him realize how puny the wealth he spoke about was. Abel could make an infinite amount of profit if he was selling these dishes to the public. By the way, he didn't know it himself, but these dishes were sold elsewhere on the Holy Continent. Abel had no interest in that, however. He was already making more wealth than he could care about doing restaurant businesses. Once they were all done, the four of them came to the resting room to have some beverages. They all had coffee. while Abel still had a cup of juice in hand. Abel was very satisfied with his new helpers. There's something I'd like you all to do today. Instead of using the Wizard Union's trading system, Abel could just rely on his 3 new followers. That, or the exchange organization of the Big Druid. Druid Joseph would be especially for that. The Judson family had all the channels to send the news he wanted out. Druid Joseph spoke immediately. "Please tell us, Master Bennett." There was a certain pressure coming out of Druid Joseph as he was saying this. Polly and Gunter became much more focused because of it. They felt like they needed to show their worth. Abel spoke. "I need a new set of armor for Doff, the Beeman giant beast. Ideally, it'd be very helpful if you can send an announcement to anyone out there that's available. I want to trade a new armor set that's better than the one Doff's wearing now." This was something that Abel wanted to do for a while. He originally planned to build the set himself, but basic materials were not going to cut it. He could only get the better materials from the dwarves, but there was no way to connect the dwarves with his current identity as Master Bennett. It just wouldn't make sense if he was just out to buy a large number of expensive materials either. Also needed the blueprint for the armor, so with all that in mind, he might as well just get the ones that were already excavated out of the ancient ruins. The ancient ones used to domesticate powerful beasts to help them in battle, so he was certain that there was something that Doff could fit in. So the new mission for the 3 followers was to find Doff a new armor. He thought it was okay if they couldn't do it, but they thought that they must do everything in their power to get it done. They felt like they had to do everything to be worthy of their title as Master Bennett's followers. Druid Joseph bowed and said, "I'll spread the news out everywhere I go." Polly and Gunter didn't say anything, but they were already thinking of ways to help out. The research spirit suddenly spoke out. "St. Lorraine is here, Master." Druid Polly stood up immediately after hearing that. "We'll be off now then, Master Bennett." And they left quite promptly. Abel couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he saw how confused Druid Joseph was. After seeing them off, he teleported himself to the underground room to meet Lorraine. Abel asked warmly, "You sneaked out, didn't you?" They had been doing this for a while. Lorraine used to talk to Abel through the large-sized teleportation circle after it was installed. Not just that, she would often sneak past the guards just so she could see him in person. Not this time, though. Lorraine shook her head, sneaking out. "No, look, Druid Lucia is with me this time." Druid Lucia came forward and bowed. "Greetings, Master Bennett." Abel returned a bow. "Thank you for all the service you're providing, Druid Lucia." Druid Lucia smiled without saying anything. She was careful about being respectful to him because as he was becoming more prominent, especially after signing a contract of equality to the Tree of Life, he was pretty much on the same level as the great saint herself. Only the upper members of the temple knew about this, but those capable of speaking to the Tree of Life were pretty much the equivalent of those who could have a direct conversation with the moon goddess. With that in mind, silence was pretty much the best move for her. Lorraine was very understanding of what's going on. "No need to follow me here, Druid Lucia. I'll be safe from here." "Yes, Saint." Of course, it was safe here. There were 2 big druids and Wizard Frankenstein, leaving no space for any sort of intruders. Abel was a dragon druid himself. That, and with Beeman giant beast here, this was pretty much an entire army squad. The only reason Lorraine came with a bodyguard was pretty much just for the formality. With that, Abel invited her over to rest, while he and Lorraine headed over the battle fort, Iron Castle. "Look at my white snow, Abel." Lorraine was very excited to show Abel something as soon as they headed inside the hallroom. She was calling out White Snow, who by this time was already a top-level spiritual beast. Needless to say, this was not an easy thing to happen. Even the spirit potions wouldn't be capable of making this kind of progress in such a short period of time. No, it didn't seem like Lorraine could do this with her own abilities, but Abel decided to praise her for it. "That's very nicely done." The temple did sort of use the divine powers to help with the promotions, but Lorraine replied with a slightly flustered look, "I helped all right. I did help with this promotion." White Snow sort of agreed to that with a chirp. Abel smiled and tapped White Snow with his hand. "It's the right decision to have White Snow with you. It'd be a waste of its ability if I had it with me the whole time." About that, Lorraine went forward to lean over Abel and White Snow. "Yes, we're pretty good friends now." Abel became more relaxed from what he was hearing. In that case, Lorraine, how about I get you a new friend? If you are in any sort of danger in the future, I'll introduce you to a new friend. After saying that, he connected his power of the will to the battle fort. He then granted permission to access Lorraine. Jean spoke quickly, Master Lorraine. Jean is here to listen to your orders. Lorraine knew what research spirits were. The spirit called Jean, from her understanding, must be the second spirit here. She was a bit uncertain though. Jean, you are a spirit. Jean's voice came over again. Yes, my name is Jean, the battle fort spirit. A battle fort? Lorraine turned to Abel. Abel smiled and replied, it's an ancient war machine. It can fly to high altitude and hide itself in camouflage. We'll be safe enough under its protection. If you are in any sort of danger, just seek out Jean. Someone who often did explorations inside the dark world, Abel knew that he couldn't stay inside the residential areas. He needed an extra guarantee to know that Lorraine was safe even if she was inside the temple. As far as he was concerned, this battle fort was the safest protection he could provide. He didn't think that anyone could really break through a barrier backed up with several thousand magic stones, and even if there were, someone would still have to bypass an outside defensive layer that consisted of special metals. With all that in mind, the battle fort itself didn't actually possess any sort of aggressive capabilities. It was meant to excel at hiding itself in midair. Lorraine was a saint now, and it should be enough to make sure she wasn't threatened by anything. Abel needed it to stay that way. He must make sure he was doing everything he could to protect his only relative on the central continent. Lorraine seemed kind of bewildered. I didn't know this castle could fly. Invisibility mode when you go up, Jean, Abel ordered, then turned to smile at Lorraine. I'll bring you to platform upstairs. The view is great there. After saying that, he wrapped his power of the will around Lorraine. Now that he was here, he didn't need to hide his identity any further. He was free to use his instantaneous movement however he wished. He immediately put Lorraine and himself away from the hall room and reappeared at a balcony at the steel fort. They were leaving White Cloud alone, and even though it was chirping anxiously, they decided that the view was more important. They were on the platform. As seldom as people came to visit here, there weren't any chairs or desks placed to be used. It was just a platform with gates to surround itself. They could see the views around quite smoothly. Yes, especially when the battle fort was slowly rising over Bay Law City and the outskirts. That and the forest that was further away. Lorraine was very enthusiastic. It really flew, Abel. It was truly a happy thing to be here like this. Being a saint meant that she had to suppress her playful nature a lot of the time. Now that she was with Abel, she became much more relaxed than she'd normally be. That being said, she definitely felt a lot happier now that she saw the view like this. Abel smiled and explained, this fort isn't actually flying, let me tell you. It's really just floating around the air. Lorraine quickly turned her head around. We call White Cloud here. I'm starting to miss her. Abel nodded, sure, you can both play around here. After saying that, he connected his power of the will to White Cloud through the soul chain. White Cloud came in just a minute. One large shadow passed through the barrier and dropped on the platform. Lorraine came forward and spoke to White Cloud. Have you missed me, White Cloud? White Cloud responded by nudging its head against her. It was free to fly around without being attacked by the security system, but it wanted to stay here right now. It might go around if it got bored, but it would always come back fairly quickly with the instantaneous movement ability. Lorraine caressed White Cloud's head and said, Can I take White Cloud for a flight, Abel? The last time she took a flight on White Cloud with Abel, it was with the other big druids at the temple. She was also feeling fatigued at the time, so she didn't really make the most out of the experience. Abel smiled and replied, sure. Lorraine requested as she tapped Abel's body with her finger and returned to your original form. I don't like the way you appear now. I want to see the real you. In half a second, Abel changed himself into his human form. His elven clothing couldn't fit his muscular human body, so there was a split moment where he was naked before getting into a new outfit. Lorraine saw it, and her hands covered her eyes very quickly, but she saw everything already. Abel didn't think that this was going to happen. This was the first time he had to worry about showing himself during transformation. Let's go, White Cloud still waiting. While dragging Lorraine as she was still blushing, they appeared outside at the same position at Bangkok City. It was the same position and the same two people. When White Cloud rushed towards the sky, Lorraine let out an excited cry that made her forget about how embarrassed she was. To be honest, white snow might be available at all times, but riding on White Cloud for the flight was just so much more comfortable and fun. Also, with Abel protecting her at all times, she could now really enjoy what flying in midair was like. Druid Lucia watched them, by the way. She looked towards the sky and saw immediately the two people that were there. She spoke in a somewhat envious manner. Seems like Lady Saint's really enjoying her company. By this point, everyone's got an idea of how well Master Bennett was treating Lorraine. It wasn't just the food that was provided to her every day. She would also share the food with her servants and bodyguards, which made it an extremely honorable and privileged thing to serve beside her. The best part must be the skin-washing water and conditioner she was using. While the other elves would have to try to rush to the front of the line for them, Lorraine would always have a spare portion coming in before she finished using the original set. The elves did already devote themselves to serving the moon goddess, but they would always look at Lorraine and admire how far Master Bennett was willing to go for her. It was the other way around, too. Lorraine went as far as to make a direct request from the moon goddess as soon as Abel was in trouble at the Valley of Tree of Life. Druid Lucia sighed and smiled. They are so perfect for each other, aren't they? Abel was starting to relax more now. He was smiling with Lorraine to enjoy the time they were having. He didn't find any part of this flight surprising, but he did feel a strong connection that was growing stronger when he was laughing and enjoying the company of his beloved one. After about 1 hour, when Lorraine got tired, they returned to the battle fort platform and went back to the inside of the battlefront. Lorraine suddenly realized something when they returned. Oh, wait, I've almost forgotten why I came here today. Abel kind of knew in the first place, but he just wanted Lorraine to have fun for the day. Abel smiled. Nothing is secret between us, Lorraine. It's okay if you have something you want to talk about. Lorraine said, it's about the elders. They wanted me to ask if you can help with promoting the big druids. There are a lot of them at the temple, and they really struggle with making progress. She then winked for a bit. You don't have to help if it's much, of course. Abel couldn't help but smile at that remark. He knew that there were big druids out there who wanted to promote the Tree of Life. He didn't know that the temple druids were the first ones, though, and it was actually quite surprising that they would seek Lorraine first and not directly to him. It seemed like everyone on the central continent knew what was happening between them. Abel smiled and said, I can give 2 vacant spots for the temple. As for the other big druids, Lorraine, they'd have to wait until you become an official saint. A safe move, given that Lorraine had not received any real authority yet. It wasn't wise to turn down the offer completely. But he didn't think that they should exert too much influence over the elves, either. Not when Lorraine's status was not quite secured yet. Thank you, Abel, Lorraine said, grateful, in spite of not having a clue of the complexity that Abel was thinking. Abel then spoke to Joan, set a table and 2 chairs for us. Very quickly, 3 objects stretched up from the ground. The big one became a plain-looking table, while the 2 small ones looked like tall chairs that were lumping up. The designs were according to Abel's imagination. Given how unique they looked, Lorraine became very curious to see what they were like. Abel took out 2 crystal cups from Valia's ring. After pouring some juice in them, he began chatting with Lorraine about what happened to her recently at the temple. Lorraine was very keen to talk. The smile she had on her face seemed like she wanted to tell him everything that had happened. Abel was very keen to listen too. He liked listening to Lorraine talk like this. Not the complicated things at the temple, though. He preferred Lorraine to think about those after she reached adulthood. Lorraine suddenly realized when it's dawn, it's late. Oh no, I didn't notice the time. Druid Lucia must have been waiting for me. Abel smiled in response. About that, I don't think she's going to be in a rush. The same cannot be said for the elders, but Druid Lucia knew how precious this time between them was. Whatever the case, there was probably going to be a lot of arguing about who was going to receive the 2 vacant spots for promotion. He wasn't going to bother too much, though. As far as he was concerned, what he was offering to the temple was going to help Lorraine live a more comfortable life inside the temple. Lorraine seemed to want to stay, though. But I have another lesson tonight. I need to get back before it's dark. Abel nudged her hair for a bit with his fingers. I guess, sure. Make sure you come here when you have the time. I'll be available during daytime. Oh sure, got it. Lorraine nodded, her face blushing slightly. She was very satisfied with this dating spot of theirs. Abel could show himself in his human form, and it's not like she had to think too much about her status as the saint. It was just like back on the Holy Continent. They were enjoying their time together to have fun. That was all there was to it. As the saying went, happy times often fell short. Since he had to see Lorraine off to Druid Lucia, Abel reverted back to his elven form and said goodbye to them at the large-sized teleportation circle. Just as he was thinking that it was going to be a while before he could see Lorraine again, in the morning of the very next day, the research spirit notified him that she and Druid Lucia were already waiting for him in the guest meeting room. He said to himself while teleporting there, "The temple elders are always in such a rush, aren't they?" So, Lorraine told the elders about the 2 vacant spots when she returned to the temple yesterday. She told them exactly what Abel told her about. Once she became an official saint, Master Bennett would be ready to help out big druids who wished to promote. What Abel didn't expect was how absolutely satisfied they were with the news. They all thought that such a good offer would not come without a cost. They took no time to bargain for more. In just one night, they decided the people they wanted to bring. The 2 were here now. One was Druid Lucia, and the other was an older female who seemed to have reached the end of her life. As fast as the bid druids came to their decision, one would imagine that the debate yesterday was quite heated. Everyone wanted to live longer, but only those with the right conditions became candidates for this limited opportunity. Druid Lucia became one because of her close ties with Lorraine and Abel. For the other druid, she got it because she needed it the most. She was the oldest among them all, and she had no time to wait. No, there were no male elves inside the temple to compete. The temple was a location reserved for the female druids. Apart from those like Polly, the temple was where all the female druids to head to. The good thing about that was that the goddess would personally drop her blessing once every few decades, which actually made them more likely to have a higher rank than their male counterparts. The rate was about 20% if the goddess was to help them herself. Unlike the Tree of Life, the goddess would take a bit more time since she was dropping the blessings through indirect contact. This was kind of why the elders were still very ambitious to hear about promotion. Lorraine introduced the druid beside her. She is Druid Beulah. Please help her out, all right. She's been really good to me as my history mentor. Druid Beulah seemed really eager to extend her lifespan. Excuse me. Honorable Master Bennett, but please help this old woman out. Abel smiled and bowed. I won't back down a promise from Lorraine, not when it's about her teacher. Druid Beulah stood up and spoke humbly. Honorable Master Bennett, I've heard that you're looking for an armor piece for the Beeman giant beast. The great moon goddess has something that might interest you. Here, the elders had me bring it to you as a gift. Not surprising, given how all 3 of Abel's followers went to spread out the news. In just 2 days, the whole central continent knew about his wish to get a new armor set. Most people knew, but having a 10-meter-tall high-quality piece was not an easy job. He did expect the goddess temple to have something that might satisfy him, but he wasn't really expecting that they'd give away something that might have well belonged to the ancient times. And it wasn't just something from an excavation site, either. As a fierce competitor to the dwarves in resourcefulness, the elves would often inherit historical items from their direct ancestors. If the goddess needed to, they could turn their gears into military resources at any given. This meant that most things they possessed were already much better than what most men would have. So right now, what Druid Beulah was handing over was a portal bag of 40 cubic meters. That's about the best of its kind. As Abel looked inside, he could see a giant armor set, a helmet, a bodysuit, wore shoes and gloves. It was really enough to cover up the entire body. And he couldn't help but to speak out, "This is a divine item." Druid Beulah explained, "This is something the great moon goddess forged herself, Honorable Master Bennett. It can withstand any attack below legendary rank. If there is any damage, it can do is to regenerate the broken parts by absorbing nature energy." Abel knew most legendary items had the ability to repair themselves. The ingredients that were used were very much in connection with the energy expended. This meant that divine energy was often what's used to make these items, as well as what's used while utilizing them. The Titan armor Johnson had was a great example of that. If there was enough lightning element, the damaged armor would often regenerate itself. This was why most legendary items could be dated back to the oldest of times. The power they harnessed made it extremely difficult for them to be destroyed in any shape or form. Instead of bringing the diving armor out, Abel put the portal bag away immediately. He didn't think that the temple was going to put it away for him. It wasn't because he was stingy, really, but he'd rather not miss out on the opportunity to get himself a good quality portal bag. The temple did offer just the armor, but the bag was often featured as an extra gift, so he just saw it like that without asking too much. Yes, it would make sense if it was that, especially since he was the potential husband of the saint. Abel smiled and bowed to Druid Belua. "Thank me for the elder, Druid Beulah. This is a great armor set you have here." He knew the cost already, but honestly, he could just go help the big druids with promotion if Lorraine just asked for it. Lorraine closed in. "Are you sure you can promote Druid Beulah, Abel?" As soft as her voice was, it couldn't escape the ears of the two druids present. They didn't think that Master Bennett would lie to Lorraine, but they became quite concerned when the question was asked. Abel said confidently, "Don't worry about it. Let's go to the Valley of the Tree of Life for this." Lorraine smiled and spoke, "Sure, that's great." Abel turned and commanded Frankenstein, "Bring us to the teleportation circle, Frankenstein." After saying that, Frankenstein wrapped its power of the will around the four of them and activated the instantaneous movement. Very quickly, they appeared right on top of the large-sized teleportation circle located in the basement. Once Abel activated the large-sized teleportation circle, they all disappeared and reappeared at the entrance spot of the Valley of the Tree of Life. The two big druids bowed humbly as they appeared. "Greetings, Honorable Master Bennett, Lady Saint, Wizard Frankenstein, and the big druids. We welcome you all to the valley." Abel was very polite. "I'm so sorry to interrupt your training. Please, it's a small gift from me to make up for that." As Abel brought them into the valley, the two big druids leading the way had smiles all over the way as they looked towards the 5 mana potions inside. They were very pleased with what they got, and because of that, they took no time at all to come to the bark of the Tree of Life. When they arrived, Abel immediately switched on his Soul Speaker's ability and placed his hand on the tree bark. A response from the Tree of Life quickly came. "The two big druids need to promote. Do you agree to the trade?" Abel was a bit confused by that notification. The promotion price seemed to have gone up. He quickly inquired about the tree and was told that the two big druids were already ranked 22 and not 21. In any case, he was always ready to offer more green top-level gemstones if needed. The two big druids looked at each other. Maybe that's why we're missing this deal with the tree. And yes, Abel was showing these stones to them on purpose. He wanted to know how expensive this favor of theirs was. Abel turned to remind them, "Please ready yourselves, Druid Lucia, Druid Beulah." Knowing that this was a crucial time for them, the two big druids sat on the ground and immediately entered meditation. The Tree of Life was just like the one helping Druid Josephus out. All it took was 2 green light beams from the tree to end this all. That was not to say that the beam was all that was needed. The real promotion would begin after the light faded away. Very quickly, a promotion kai rose from their bodies. For the druids, there was nowhere better for training than beneath the Tree of Life. They immediately went to train there to replenish the force of nature that they lacked. As for the tree, it wasn't just going to let them absorb all the energy out. The most it would give was the amount needed for a total of 1 level of promotion. As for the energy inside the green light, that was nature energy needed for the Tree of Life. The amount was high enough to guarantee a promotion to occur without fail, but not much beyond that. The two big druids were surprised when they sensed the energy. Is this it? A way to promote big druids on a massive scale. Going from rank 22 to 23 was a huge breakthrough for any occupation holder. This was especially true for the druids. Being in rank 23 would make them the strongest of their league. Anything after that, say, at 24 or 25, was just something extremely rare. Anyone who was attempting that would just shut themselves off completely in pursuit of trying to become legendary druids. Still, as slim as the chances seemed, many thought that it was worth the try. The opportunity of becoming top elites was just very tempting. It was no exception for Druid Beulah. She spent the majority of her life trying to make a further push, and once her eyes opened again, it was like she was elevated with a new sense of hope. "It's so good to live." That's the first thing she said. She went to smell the Tree of Life and the herbs under it. She was trying to feel the presence that she had long forgotten. After that, without saying anything, she walked beside Abel and gave a 90-degree bow. It was the most she could do to express her gratitude. Abel smiled and returned a bow. "Congratulations, Druid Beulah." Lorraine seemed quite surprised. "You've become younger, Druid Beulah." That was very true. Druid Beulah was clearly close to her natural death. But now she looked like a human in her 60s. The contrast was enough to make everyone look twice, and as someone who's been with her for so long, it was especially true for Lorraine. Druid Beulah gave another bow to Lorraine. "I have you think as well, Your Majesty." Druid Lucia stood up very quickly. It was very hard for her not to hide away her enthusiasm. Something echoed inside her, made her eyes glitter with admiration when she saw how new Druid Beulah looked. But first she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much for the help, Master Bennett." "No need for being too polite," Abel said, then turned to point at their surroundings. "Very well, now that the promotion is complete, we should leave this place. Actually, would you all mind if I take some herbs first?" After they agreed, Frankenstein brought Abel, Lorraine, and the two big druids walked out. Soon after that, the two big druids guarding the tree immediately walked inside the valley and went to the front of the tree. A big druid placed 20 green top-level gemstones in front of the tree. "Oh, great tree of life. I beg you, help me with my promotion at the expense of these gemstones." The other big druid watched with him and hoped for a reply. They've been guarding the tree this whole time, and they've watched as Master Bennett initiated the promotion 3 times. They even did a power of the will scan of the whole process. They knew that green top-level gemstones were necessary for the procedure, but since they couldn't find the perfectly pure ones Master Bennett had, they decided to make up for the lack of quality with more quantity, hence the 20 in total. The Tree of Life, to their disappointment, didn't make any reaction whatsoever. It was not interested in the 20 gemstones that were on the ground. The reason it traded with Abel was only because of their treaty of equality. The Tree of Life was a proud being. It was not going to pay attention to beings that it did not acknowledge. Ugh, the big druid let out a long sigh, knowing that his assumption turned out to be correct. He just felt like trying, though. They've been here for years, and they thought that the most serious consequence they were going to get for trying was just a warning from the tree itself. That was true in a sense, but from the tree's perspective, the quality of what he was offering was nothing more than a slightly rotten fruit. It had its uses, but it wasn't really going to win any sense of liking. The big druid turned to speak to the big druid beside him. "I guess we can only ask Master Bennett now." As high as their ranks might be, the two druids became very concerned immediately. They had nothing they had that could gain Master Bennett's interest. There was nothing they could trade for his help. This time, especially, Master Bennett was very blatant in the way he displayed the total cost for promotion. It was already hard enough to mine even 100 top-level gemstone pieces from a large-sized mine, and forget about the pure ones he was showing them. They've never even seen them anywhere else before. The two big druids looked at each other and spoke. "Should we just report this? We'll have the palace and Master Bennett to talk about this." Having sent Lorraine over, the first thing Abel did was to contact his 3 followers. He went on to tell them that he was going away for shutdown training, and in that period of time, he was not going to do anything on his own. By using shutdown training as an excuse, he was hoping that he could enter the dark world. He never really started on clearing out the great plateau outside of the demon gathering fort, but he did make quite some use of his time creating potions and making further progress learning his spells. So far, he's never had to place any of his work in the Wizard Union's trading system. Instead, he just passed through the large-sized teleportation circle and distributed the potion evenly to the Wizard Union, the Lightning Clan, and the Elven Palace. This meant that his follower could just apply the potions to the research spirit without asking him in person. That was just what spirits were for. It made things so much easier for the person when he didn't have to regularly process all the chores himself. Still, that didn't really stop the elves from going to see him after he declared to have a shutdown. He didn't see any one of them, but the rumors of what he did to help the two big druids just spread too quickly. To handle this situation, he shut down the steel fort in advance and hid a place that only his close ones could find. As for now, he just had no more use to seeing anyone. He's practiced all his spells already, and he needed to start doing cleanup at the great plateau outside of the fort. Before that, of course, he still had to do his modification work with the treant armor he just got. Speaking of the Treant armor, he thought about modifying it as soon as he first laid his eyes on it. All the equipment on the central continent was considered to be regular inside the Dark World. That was true even for the legendary ones. The Horadric Cube identified this armor as white-quality equipment when he did an examination. The armor possessed the ability to heal wounds with stored life force energy, but that was almost useless for, say, the Beeman giant beast. His druid spirit could just supply a full recovery potion if it was severely hurt in any way, so this bonus effect just seemed redundant in any case. From Abel's perspective, the Treant armor was probably something that the moon goddess made in her early years. It mustn't be something she thought seriously of, though. The ingredients and the power they harnessed might seem impressive, but nothing seemed to be too difficult in the way that the piece was created. That being said, this was a good piece that deserved to be modified in some way. Having thought through a rough pan, Abel placed the Treant armor on the ground. He took a Horadric mallet from the blacksmith shop rack, and the hole punching effect just happened to be available after resting for 31 days. He grabbed it with his hand, placed the crystal angel statue inside of his pineal gland, and slowly drew dark golden energy into the hammer. He began to gain a much further understanding of what he should do because of this. Right now, his craftsmanship had increased to the point that he could rely just on the dark golden energy. Punch holes the way he wanted to. Because of that, simply raising the hammer itself was enough for him to make very precise strikes at the armor piece. By communicating with his power of the will, he very quickly opened 3 holes on the Treant armor. Following that, golden sparks began to shoot out when he dropped the hammer onto that giant piece. It was worrying, to say the least. This was his very first time using the Horadric mallet like this. He suspected that his angelic statue did contain divine energy, and used this divine energy to do its biddings. Still, he had no idea what the success rate would be when he was trying a method this unconventional. He didn't know what strange things could happen because of what he was trying. Still, he followed his instincts, so he punched out 3 holes very quickly. So far, so good, he spoke to himself. He felt confident as he just found the key to boosting Doff's ability. He was ready to turn his armor set into rune signs such that he could do more intricate combinations with them. As for the missing ones, he could just synthesize them with his Horadric cube. Rune Myth. 3% chance of casting a rank 1 howl when hit. 10% chance of casting a rank 1 sap upon hitting an enemy. +2 barbarian skill level. +300 defense against long range. +10 life generation speed. Attacker received hit to 14. Requirement 15%. Out of all these things, what Doff needed the most would have to be the +2 barbarian skill set. On the central continent, rank 20 spell was the max level, and if one wanted to enhance the prowess of spell skills, the only way of doing so was to make an indirect enhancement with something of higher level. With the rune of inspection and the help of the meditation light ring, this was not going to be something difficult. For the rune of myth, it could just improve his barbarian skill level. If there was anything that he was especially satisfied with, it'd have to be the fact that he could increase the barbarian skills with only cheap runes. He just needed 15 hell, 11 am, and 4 neph. He would have gone mad if he had to look for ingredients to make just 1 extra advanced rune. He didn't have another 21 pull to take out, and making it by synthesizing an astronomical number of 10 thul was just too much for him. If it was crafting a 15 hell with 240. 310 thul, however, he could still find that number somewhat acceptable. He sighed and started drawing the 10 thul. For the remaining time, he continued to collect blue howling rabbit crystal cores from the oak tree, synthesize, and use enough crystal cores to achieve the dark golden quality. He drew and finally got enough 10 thul to use for the following few days. Eventually, he got the 3 runes he wanted. The 15 hell, the 11 am, and the 4 neph. Truth be told, the process of crafting the myth rune wasn't all that hard. With 15 hell, 11 man, and 4 neph ready, all that was needed to do next was insert the 3 runes inside the slots. Abel did that, and soon, the texts and armors started emitting a dark golden light. The Treant armor was transforming into the rune at a very rapid pace. Of course, there was still a legendary piece inside. It was meant so that it could be used to repair any damage if natural force energy was inserted. Abel reached his hand forward to generate a black hole in the space in front of him. Following that, the Beeman giant beast, Doff, came out of the portal and appeared right in front of him. Its eyes already locked onto the treant armor he placed on the ground. Inside the portal ring, both Johnson and Jason had their own armor set, and that kind of got it jealous. It knew that its master prepared this for it, and it was very eager to try it on right away. "Would you just stop looking? Doff, it's yours, just get it on." Abel didn't feel comfortable being looked at this way. No, especially not when it was from a guy 5 times his size. Doff got very excited because of it. As it went forward, it got the treant armor on one by one. Abel laughed and spoke. "I didn't crafted your hat into a rune yet. Wait until my Horadric malice regains its effect, Arlight." That was just the first step, actually. Following that, Abel still needed to prepare 2 more giant swords for Doff. Not for combat, but 2 spirit blades for enhancing Doff's barbarian skills to boost his screaming and other buff techniques. When Doff received them, it got them on very quickly, along with the treant armor. Once that was done, a green light was automatically activated to readjust the size of all the parts. Great, great. Abel looked in satisfaction at the new piece he got for Doff. This was something from the moon goddess herself, and he'd really like to praise her for her sense of aesthetic. Functionality aside, this armor piece would perhaps be one of the most good-looking pieces out of all the ones out there. Needless to say, Doff liked this new piece very much as well. Before, it used its flesh to fight against the enemy's weapons, but now it was different. The armor was not very resistant against elemental attacks, but the fact that it could increase life point by 10 was enough to make it worthwhile. "Let's go fight now, shall we?" After bringing Doff to the demon gathering fort, Abel passed through the alley outside and entered into a great plateau. While that was what the name suggested, it wasn't actually like a plateau. The hell creatures had trampled all the plants on the surface, leaving nothing but ground as hard as a rock. Not just that, the surroundings were dead quiet with no signs of life. All the visible colors were dark. Even without being hunted by any creatures here, spending too much time here would make anyone lose their sense of hope. Abel could feel that something was different too. Compared to the 3 territories before, this location was actually much, much scarier. Immediately he got Frankenstein, Flying Flame, Johnson, Jason, the Grey Bear, Spiritual Guardian Knight, and the Spiritual Guardian Wizard out. For the last 2 mentioned, given the number of buffs he was wearing, he could now increase the total capacity count to 11. This was pretty much an army he was summoned here. That being said, there was still quite a discrepancy between their fighting strengths. If Abel had to pick, the spell he wanted the most would be from the Holy Crusader class. He needed that to optimize the fight capabilities of these creatures. Still, since he couldn't ask for everything at this moment in time, he started calling them to march forward on the Great Plateau. Just like he predicted, before they reached even 10 meters, 30 Vortex Lords showed up and immediately howled as they rushed right over towards them. To counter their horns, strong melee attacks, blades, and wings, Abel reacted by unleashing his chain lightning spell. All his other summoned creatures started fighting as well. Given the speed at which the spells were cast, his lightning chain became the first to hit and immobilized the creatures right then and there. There, 2 streaks of the lightning chain. They didn't achieve the amount of damage he was thinking. It was almost like these Vortex Lords was stronger than any of the hell creatures he's fought before. Anyways, it was the Spiritual Guardian Knights that came to fight them next. Because of the flashing ability, the Elven Spiritual Guardian Knights were already in a close encounter with the Vortex Lords. As the rune of steel slashed at the Vortex Lord, Abel could see that even its skin could not be scratched. Only the 50% tier activation effect took place, and the Vortex Lord took no time spitting out a flame which, even with the high fire resistance of the gears that the Spiritual Guardian Knight was wearing, still stripped away a 1/5 of his life points. Very quickly, Johnson, Jason, Flying Flame, Frankenstein, and Doff joined the battle. With their joint offense, one of these Vortex Lords went down fairly quickly. In the midst of the battle, purple flashes of light continued to rise out of the summoned creatures. It was the light used to generate the fully recovery Vitality Potion. That being said, Abel was not happy in the least once he cleared this wave off. The strength of the hell creatures here had already far exceeded his expectations. He had thought that it would be easy to sweep clean this place, but that didn't seem like the case until the real fight began, just like what happened then. Even Flying Flame didn't manage to inflict any burning effect. The Vortex Lord seemed to possess some sort of ability to neutralize fire attacks. Luckily, he had thought in advance to back up with lightning, fire, and freezing. Very quickly, hollow shadows started flying out of the dead vortex lords and flew towards the Horadric. Cube on Abel's right arm. Following that, all of them started to dry up into mummies. Abel didn't manage to find any reward from their corpses even after doing a scan. However, while he scanned a tree on the side, he could see that one of the corpses was wobbling on a burnt tree. He could hear its soul wailing in pain with his power of the will. It was probably the humans that used to live here. The hell creatures would torment them by tying their souls to inanimate objects, simply for the sake of appreciating the horrible scenery of it. Abel's body disappeared as he teleported right next to the burnt tree. With the spirit sword in his hand, he cut off the rope tying the corpses together, dropping the 4 human corpses trapped to the ground. 4 translucent souls rose out of them very quickly. They bowed to him and disappeared soon after. That's when Abel felt a close kinship to the land he was standing on. Even if it was just for a bit, this sense of intimacy was definitely sent from the ground itself. From what it looked like, the underworld must have done much more damage to this location than any of the other places he was in. The most he was used to seeing were designated rooms, piled up in corpses and blood, but here, everything was burnt to charcoal. That made him look towards the horizon. Everywhere he could see, he saw hundreds of burnt barks with dead bodies tied to them. This was a cursed land with cursed dead men. The hell creatures did all they could to defile this place, and he must do everything in his power to return the peace that used to exist here. Only then would the souls trapped here be able to regain their liberty. Following that, he began to meet a group of cursed knights and cursed spellcasters. As the names implied, the former relied on melee attacks, while the latter specialized in distanced attacks that could lock onto their target. After observing his surroundings, he realized that no forgotten knight could reach him at an extremely long distance. He felt relieved because of that. He wouldn't want to suck up a terrible spell like the attack reabsorbing. In Abel's team, there was plenty of close-range summoned creatures. The ideal solution was to clear them all with long-range spells, of course, but he didn't forget that the job would be easier if he had a better understanding of the hell creatures. He got better at it the further he went. Most of the creatures couldn't really withstand his spell attacks. He just needed to make sure that he switched to an alternative if they were immune to one element. This made the task require a little more precision, but it didn't really eliminate the difficulty in any case. Fortunately, there was no hell creature here that was immune to freezing elements. Abel and Frankenstein's wizard spells would be useless if that was the case. Because of this, they only spent 2 months on the dead great plateau that was outside. Apart from the human souls he saved, there weren't really any other rewards he was getting. He sort of expected this to happen, though. Given that there had not been anything alive here for the past 10,000 years, he didn't think that there was really anything read for him to collect. Even if there existed some underground infrastructure, the mechanisms for opening them would have been eroded for sure. Unless they were dark golden items, of course. That, or some weapons or gears that the hell creatures had on themselves. Abel wasn't going far to look for them. He's had enough of spending his time in a miserable, evil, dark place like this one. His mental state was quite exhausted already, and in truth, it's only been 3 days since he left the central continent. Immediately after clearing through the hell creatures beside him, he first used a town teleportal tome to head back to the demon gathering fort. After that, he used a waypoint to head to the rogues' encampment. He felt a lot more at ease after that. Being in an environment he was familiar with made him feel a lot less tired than before. Being able to breathe the fresh air here made him feel like he had regained a sense of control of this place. Right now, Bernie Goff was standing right in the middle of the super-sized teleportation circle. He just received an invitation from the dwarves of the central continent for a learning session. He wasn't sure why he was chosen, but he decided to accept since his father seemed to care a lot for it. He even had to get in his best clothes for this. He also traveled away from the Holy Continent on a super-sized teleportation circle, and he did it without anyone with him. That was strange, given how much energy the transportation cost when it was just him. After consuming the potion for increasing stamina, he activated the magic defensive items he had before leaving. Once he woke up from the fatigue resulting from the traveling, he realized that he was sitting in a new place with vomit all over his fancy clothes. He did not expect this travel to be so painful. "You must be Bernie Goff, little guy." A voice came over as he tried to wipe the vomit away. He raised his head to see that a dwarven wizard was already standing right next to him. Bernie hurried to bow. "Honorable Sir Wizard, my name is Bernie Goff." Wizard Hutton smiled at the humbleness. "My name is Hutton. My tribe sent me here since this is your first time on the central continent." Wizard Hutton's wide grin sort of startled Bernie. He was also quite confused, in a way. He did remember one thing. Before he left the Holy Continent, his father did tell him to not offend any law-defying wizard if he happened to be on the central continent. Here was one law-defying wizard standing right in front of him. His legs were already shaking, since he had just barely recovered from his travel. Bernie bowed again. "Respectable Wizard Hutton, please, you don't have to come all the way here to do that." Bernie knew he was a nobody right now. He was a regular dwarf with no occupation whatsoever. Here on the central continent, he considered himself a talented merchant, but he wasn't so narcissistic as to think that the dwarves here were welcoming him because of that. Honestly, he thought that there were plenty of better merchants other than him, but it should be his connection to Emperor Abel that won him an opportunity to learn how business and trade were made here. Wizard Hutton suddenly opened his eyes and stared. "Don't worry, Bernie, I'm welcoming you wholeheartedly. You know, I actually had to, well, let's just say, let the other wizards leave when they tried to take this mission from me." Bernie was even more anxious now. Sure. "Anyways, let's leave this place first, shall we?" Not wanting to stay too long at the super-sized teleportation circle, Wizard Hutton grabbed onto Bernie and teleported right towards a giant city that was on top of a tall mountain. When they arrived, Bernie could see that they were in a city made entirely out of brown stones. From afar, they could see that every building here together looked like a giant furnace that was erected between the sky and the earth. He could see that the super-sized teleportation circle they originally was just a few miles away from the city. That got him feeling worse now. He did not feel comfortable at all after being teleported for such a long distance. That was until he realized what he was looking at. "The Iron Furnace Fort," he called out. This was the holy city of the dwarves, where the royal dwarves of the central continent built their palaces at. "Exactly the Iron Furnace Fort," Wizard Hutton said, then activated his instantaneous movement to the middle of the city, followed by more of Bernie's screaming. They entered into a beautiful yard that was right inside of the fort. Bernie struggled to leave his grasp as they arrived, and the first thing he did was to vomit out even more excessive spew to get rid of the travel sickness. Wizard Hutton shook his head in disappointment. "Drink this, Bernie. Come on, I've never seen a dwarf with a worse stamina than you." Bernie took a bottle of potion Wizard Hutton threw at him. He thought that it'd be something good, given that the person handing it over was a law-defying wizard. He didn't hesitate to drink the thing, and when he did, he could feel immediately that his body was recharging energy extraordinarily quickly. "Thank you so much, Wizard Hutton." Feeling so much better the next moment, Bernie quickly stood up and quickly gave a bow. Wizard Hutton pointed towards the yard. "This will be where you live now, Bernie. Also, here are 5 servants that are going to help you." The 5 dwarven servants bowed. "Greetings, Master Bernie. Greetings, Master Hutton." Bernie did not know what to say. All 5 of these servants were extraordinary beauties of the dwarves. Just by looking at the yard and all the statues inside, he could tell how lavish this whole building was. This was the Iron Furnace Fort, after all. It wouldn't be strange that there was an overly abundant amount of things here. Wizard Hutton was very upfront. "You want to go inside. If you are unsatisfied with something, don't hesitate to tell me about it." Without saying much, Bernie followed Wizard Hutton to the front entrance of the yard. This was where the hall room was. All the decorations were the best of their kind. He was not going to miss out on any valuable objects that he saw. From rough estimation, he could tell that everything here had at least several centuries of history behind them. Bernie was a bit hesitant. "So is this where I live, Wizard Hutton?" Wizard Hutton nodded and spoke. "Of course it is. You must be tired, aren't you? I'll see you in 2 days after you've rested well here." Bernie was not comfortable with that. Can you just not leave, Wizard Hutton? I won't feel right if you don't explain what I'm here for." Wizard Hutton did feel like spilling it out right away, but the young dwarf in front of him had every reason to demand so. Wizard Hutton spoke. "Well, if you're planning on spending a few days enjoying yourself first, sure. I'll show you the intel we have right now." Having said that, Wizard Hutton took out some parchment papers from his portal bag. He placed them on the table and waited for Bernie to finish looking at them himself. "Just sit, don't rush to read it." Bernie sat down and began looking. As his eyes followed the content, his eyes started becoming larger and larger. The parchment paper was about Master Bennet and his mysterious entrance into the central continent. Since he was already the top potion master here, he became the very center of attention. He had a law-defying wizard as his servant, a beaming giant beast that could take down several law-defying wizards at once, and the attention of the moon goddess so that he could form treaties with the Tree of Life itself. It was more than that. The tree men he summoned had killed a total of 5,000 holy crusaders. After transforming into his dragon form, he killed 4 fanatic knights before they could resist for even 10 minutes. On top of that, he was the lover of Saint herself and had close ties with the Lightning clan. All in all, a lot happened in just a few months. All the details were on this very piece. Ernie didn't think that it was the same person that he recognized. He never thought that Abel could become a big druid because he thought of him as Wizard Abel. He only realized how wrong he was until he saw the name Lorraine. At the same time, he was starting to understand why the dwarves had him all the way over here. They wanted confirmation. They wanted to know what his relationship was with Master Bennet. Bernie asked, "Is this about Master Bennet, Wizard Hutton?" Wizard Hutton was not hiding much. "I won't lie to you about it, Bernie. We had you here because you were known to have a close friendship with Master Bennet on the Holy Continent." Bernie asked, "Well, what can I do?" Wizard Hutton wasn't sure what to say, so Master Bennet just had 2 super potions on the market. Even the law-defying wizards would benefit from drinking them because that's just how strong the effects were. The dwarves of the central continent tried to get our hands on them, but it was no easy job for us to reach Master Bennet. We've already sent a few of our messengers, but he's not even giving us the chance to see him. Earlier, when the light recovery potion was first sold on the market, the dwarven wizards weren't the earliest to receive the news. They were late. When the Wizard Union had all the products in their own hands, the dwarven law-defying wizards became very frustrated. They had no real ways of getting their hands on the thing. The Wizard Union would only distribute a selected proportion for those who fought on the front lines, while other law-defying wizards had to buy the remainder with large amounts of points, and there was only so much they could earn monthly. Now that Master Bennet was here, the dwarves just couldn't hold themselves anymore. The 2 potions he was selling were just too much of a necessity for them. So they did everything they could to investigate him. They realized that Master Bennet was someone from the Holy Continent. He's been working with the dwarves on multiple occasions while he was there. More surprisingly, he was seen to be more of an alchemist than a potion master at the time. With that learned, they decided they would invite his friend and give him the best treatment they had to offer, and that's a place to live right inside the Iron Furnace Fort. "The clan has invited you over to make contact with Master Bennet. We want you to have the remaining amount for the 2 potions. From our understanding, Master Bennet has been someone who is very focused on his personal relationships. He's made extra effort to ensure that he's being impartial in the way he's traded with the elves and the Lightning Wizard clan." Abel was back in the rogues' encampment. Again, he used the energy inside his crystal angel statue and opened the slot he placed onto his treant armor. He then used the pieces he took off to craft another steel armor, which gave him the advantage of increasing his spell by 1 level. It was a shame, though. His favorite rune was actually the Dilaram, but he just didn't have the time and resources to craft the necessary components like 20 lem, 24 ist, and 16 lo. He could make only with what he already had to create a knowledge helmet, because it wasn't that hard to obtain the needed runes for 9 ort and 12 sol. Aside from that, the spirit sword and spirit shield he handed to Doff. He had to wait for information from the central continent first. He needed to first see where he could obtain an ancient sword and shield set ready to use. If he couldn't find any, then he would decide to forward the forge himself. He wanted to use fine steel if he had to, but he didn't think that they would last much at all if Doff was to use them. With that in mind, he decided to just have it wear the knowledge helmet first. It was non-stop fighting for the next 2 rough months. He was starting to actually feel exhausted even as a law-defying wizard. The hell creatures he fought against weren't doing that well, so it seemed. He could still rely on his summoned creatures for the time being after all. He had to be careful when he entered the underground, however. Without Doff, Johnson, Jason, and Flying Flame, the fight until then would only be more and more difficult. As soon as he went out of the Dark World, he went back to the battle fort and received news from the research spirit. He was receiving a bunch of messages from those of noble status over the past 3 days. It was from Queen Luisa and other big druids he's fought alongside before. All the elves wanted to see him in person, but he had no intention of helping with their promotion. He didn't want to take things too far before making sure that the Tree of Life could regain the energy required. He needed to make sure that there was a minimum required amount because Lorraine had plenty of big druids on her side who needed help. Whatever, he was still in shutdown, so there wasn't really a need for him to pay any attention to this news. Research Spirit, hey. He called as he realized the time. Have the kitchen make some lunch for me. Through the sound-transmitting circle, the research spirit ordered Butler Mayor to have the lunch ready. When it was done, the tray was sent directly towards the battle fort by the spirit. It was an excessively complicated process, but since he's been doing the same to deliver Lorraine's meal every day, it became something that everyone was accustomed to. The battle was over after 2 months. Abel thought about relaxing more today. He was not a robot. Before, he used to rest during the day and fight at night. The continuous fighting recently, though, had taken more energy from him than he expected. He's actually fought more times than most occupation holders he's come across with despite his very young age. He needed replenishment faster, and he wasn't going to save energy to not have the food delivered faster to him by a short-distance teleportation circle. Since he had his own large-sized teleportation circle, he used his connection with the Lightning Clan to send fresh ingredients from the human empires from time to time. These included quality beef, lamb, and all sorts of fish. He received enough food to make new cuisine ideas with his 2 elven chefs. Actually, he could just have his juice and steak while instructing them to find something else to cook. The research spirit sent the news when he was eating. Master, it's from Butler Mayor. He's saying that a dwarf came claiming to be your old friend. A dwarven old friend. That was strange, given the current identity he held. He didn't think that his old friend would notify him like this. Actually, he was on the central continent. What business did his dwarven friend have with him here? Abel dropped his knife and fork. Ask for the name. All right. The research spirit responded quickly. The name is Bernie Goff. Abel stood up very quickly. What, Bernie? Why is he on the central continent? After saying this, he immediately teleported himself right in the middle of the short-distance teleportation circle. After that, he went straight inside the short-distance teleportation circle that was inside the master's building. Bernie, Abel laughed as he saw Bernie in person. Bernie seemed a little anxious, though. Abel was a much more prestigious man than when he was back on the Holy Continent. He was an advanced wizard and an emperor before, but now he was a law-defying wizard, capable of sweeping through any subcontinent he wanted to. Luckily, Abel was still treating him the same way as ever, which had him a lot more at ease. Bernie laughed and went for Bo, Master Bennett. Abel went to get him. No need for that, all right. Just call me Bennett and stick with that. Bernie was happy to see that everything was the same. I like that. Hey, I heard about you as soon as I arrived at this place. Butler Mayor was just right next to them as he heard this. He could tell that Bernie was, really, Master's friend. It was a close one at that. So he just bowed and backed away. Abel was quite confused. So why are you on the central continent, Bernie? He knew how difficult it was to head to another continent. Bernie was just an ordinary dwarf. Without his family's wealth, it'd be hard to imagine that he had enough wizard points to afford the ridiculous transportation fee. Bernie was looking kind of sour. Who else but you, right? I don't know how the dwarves here found out about our relationship, but they sort of had their way. Next thing I know, they dragged me here to see you. Abel laughed, right, huh? Of course, they're not going to ask me in person. So they invited you over. Bernie went on to something else. It wasn't an easy job getting to talk to you, from what I've heard. My clans tried plenty of times on their own, but you never really responded. Abel tried to be honest. I was busy. Bernie decided to be upfront. You know what, Bennett? Let's be open between friends, okay? Can you make extra portions of the 2 potions for us? Abel liked that, surprisingly. Sure, of course. I can't turn you down when you say it like that, can I? Abel was sort of waiting for this request. He would sell to anyone. But the dwarves had a long-lasting relationship with him since the early years. He wasn't going to turn away from an old friend. Bernie was confident to hear that. Good. Have Wizard Hutton talk to you about the specifics then. Make sure you ask enough for payment. The dwarves here are much richer than back where we came from. You can get any materials you want from them. Wait, Wizard Hutton got you here? Abel asked, then laughed out loudly. That's rich, isn't it? You had a law-defying wizard escorting you here. Bernie looked down on the ground. Well, who's going to pay any attention to me if it wasn't for you? Abel went for another question. So what happened to my empire, by the way? Bernie replied, it's all normal in the kingdom of St. Ellis. Right now, the other two empires were forced to undergo an alliance, but even that wasn't not enough to go against the power press that your state possesses. If you didn't ban your soldiers from declaring a war on your neighbors, you would have owned the Holy Continent by now. Abel shook his head at the remark. That still doesn't sound very stable to me. St. Ellis seems to be under trifle, no matter what power it possesses. Abel wasn't just postponing his conquest because he was lazy. He felt like enemies were a necessity for developing, so he made sure to let the other empires exist so that the kingdom of St. Ellis would always have an incentive for improvement. However, from that perspective, the state he ruled seemed to have become too strong for its own good. If things remained the same, the development of St. Ellis might just become stagnant because there weren't any competent competitors in place. Bernie said everything he had to offer. You want to let Wizard Hutton here first. He's been really good to me, you know. Abel became serious by that comment. Before we go let him in, though, let me get one thing straight. The only dwarf I'm trading with is you. If you aren't satisfied with the dwarves on the central continent, just talk straight to me about it. Bernie was a regular dwarf. He wasn't even an ordinary occupation holder, so it was easy to think that he would do well in a place like the central continent. He wasn't going to back away from being aware of that, of course. Bernie understood what Abel meant by that. I appreciate that, Bennett, I really do. It's all good, friend. Abel swung his hands and pointed to the outside. Butler Mayor, can you have Wizard Hutton in now? Very quickly, Butler Mayor had Wizard Hutton right in. Wizard Hutton seemed to have a very humble look on his face. Wizard Hutton immediately went. Honorable Master Bennett, I, the Dwarven Wizard Hutton, welcomes you on behalf of my kind and my clan. Abel stood up and returned the favor. Greetings, Wizard Hutton. Sorry for letting you wait outside. I got overly excited to see my good friend here. Bernie interrupted. It's all settled now, Wizard Hutton. He's agreed to provide enough for the 2 potions. You have to discuss the specifics with him later. Wizard Hutton blinked for a bit. It's good. Honestly, the reason that Bernie came to the central continent was only to test the dwarves. He's heard a lot about how much Master Bennett appreciated his personal ties, so he decided to try going for his friend. He just didn't expect the outcome to be this successful, since he was actually very worried that he would offend Master Bennett like this. Abel quickly spoke to Butler Mayor. Have the chef prepare lunch, Butler Mayor. You had new chefs here, Master Bennett. Bernie's eyes quickly brightened when he heard that. He's been feeling awful ever since he couldn't pay visits to Harry Castle. Abel laughed. Yeah, just come eat when you feel like it. Call Mayor if I'm not here. Knowing that Abel meant by that statement, Butler Mayor quickly went away to let the two have their private time. Wizard Hutton was starting to understand as well. The friendship between Master Bennett and Bernie went further beyond that. Bernie tried to be subtle about it, but it wasn't really something that could be hidden. Abel stood up and made an inviting gesture. Wizard Hutton, Bernie, let's go over to the restaurant. As for the potion portion, how about we do 50 each for the light recovery potion and the mana potion? The question was targeted right towards Wizard Hutton, really. Abel framed the question so that it seemed like he was asking both people, but everyone knew that Bernie had no real authority in this conversation. I thank you on behalf of all dwarves, Master Bennett. Wizard Hutton seemed extremely satisfied with Master Bennett's suggestions. The number Abel's offering was far from what the Wizard Union had in stock, but he wasn't planning on supplying everyone on the central continent. It was an easy deal that got him what he was content with. Let's talk about it as we go, Abel replied, then brought the 2 dwarves towards the restaurant. Wizard Hutton was very quick about asking, about the monthly supply, Master Bennett, what is your preferred means of receiving payment? That was quick, given how they literally just sat down at the table. The dwarves here seemed like doing business very quickly. They were participating in the fight on the front line, but in truth, most of the stuff they were doing was just construction and not much to do with combat. They were thinking about getting this deal done quickly, and in truth, they already got something ready to trade with Master Bennett. It was the light stone. It was not the rarest thing there was on the central continent, but since Master Bennett was only trading his potions for this, it made the value of this mineral go up exponentially in just a few months. Right now, the light stone was nowhere found to be available for purchase because all the big wizard organizations had put them in stock. For those who owned them privately, every time there was a conflict with the nation of evil, they would have to trade the points back first and foremost. To put it simply, the light stone's sole purpose was for trading with Master Bennett. It was the same even for the dwarves, and they were starting to run out in just a few months. Wizard Hutton was embarrassed about it, obviously. He didn't want to make himself too clear, but he trusted that Master Bennett understood what he was talking about. The dwarves wanted to trade the potions with something other than light stones. Abel laughed to show his understanding. I'm not asking for a lot, Wizard Hutton. Still, I need to make sure that it is just my trusted friend Bernie who's acting as the middleman. This is my condition for all my trade with the dwarves. On top of that, yes, you can trade your monthly potions with some other materials. What materials might they be, Master Bennett? Wizard Hutton rushed and asked. Know the potion materials, right? If it is, you wouldn't have to ask us for it. If Wizard Hutton had to guess, it'd have to be the alchemy materials. For the sky ships. As for the specifics on negotiating, I'll have to let my followers talk about it. Abel smiled, then thought about something else. Also, can I ask the dwarves to make something else for me? I need a sword and shield that the giants used to wield in the ancient times. It seems like a fitting role for the dwarves, as they always like to brag about being the descendants of the giants. Abel assumed that they would have a lot of equipment from the ancient giants, and he wasn't asking for a lot. He just wanted something of the right size and durability. Wizard Hutton smiled in confidence. Yes, of course. How about I have a set just for you, Master Bennett? Abel smiled and bowed. That's very generous of you, Wizard Hutton. You all done talking so we can get something to eat? Bernie interrupted. He's been waiting for a while. He's not an occupation holder like any of the people in front of him. He needed more to eat than what's available for breakfast. He needed more of those fine dishes Abel was making. He needed more of that goodness that would make people start a war for them. Abel turned to Butler Mayor and nodded, ready to serve. Butler. Very quickly, a few half-elves came and served dishes to them. Bernie was staring at the food with fires in his eyes, and Wizard Hutton was kind of confused about it. It wasn't until he actually smelled the food that he realized what was happening. No fine wine, Master Bennett, Bernie said in disappointment as he realized. Right about that, Abel replied. Red wine only. We don't have your favorite rum, sorry. Abel came to the central continent when the holy continent was suffering from mass starvation. He left all the rum he had back there after turning them into the Grandmaster's wine. He had to make sure that there was still enough supply to trade with the dwarves before he left. After he came to the central continent, he had been too busy to interact with the dwarves. It was why he didn't bother making more of this wine. A shame, Bernie shook his head. Abel smiled at Mayor. Have 2 good cups for them, Mayor. Hey, use these for the time being, all right. I'll make more after I'm done recovering from my shutdown training. Bernie seemed to complain even more. What? Fine. You know, I was going to bring my own. But the elders just didn't let me. Understandable, given how Abel was still the sole supplier of the Grandmaster's wine. Before, Bernie was free to drink as much as he wanted, but ever since Abel left, the dwarven elders became very concerned with how much they could store. Still, Bernie could enjoy his very fine cuisine here. Wizard Hutton was shocked just with his first bite. He could literally feel himself becoming more intelligent with this food he was eating. He was a fire element wizard, and 1 bite was enough for him to gain a whole new level of understanding of his element. It was actually the equivalent of my days of his training. He did not know what to make out of it. It was all because Bernie was here, by the way. Abel was using pure rabbit essence, and that was actually something that was rarely done for his restaurant business on the Holy Continent. He didn't need to keep these things secret now, given how powerful and influential he had become after a few months. He didn't have to worry about people preying on him for his food, so he was starting to feel comfortable treating potential business partners with it. Bernie praised as he sipped on the wine. This is some good red wine, Master Bennett. It's very comfortable to have this. Abel replied with a wink, "Great tasting skills you have, Bernie." Wizard Hutton was still recovering from his shock. He only realized that there was wine after hearing what the other two were talking about. He took a sip of his glass, and very quickly, a hot stream slowed inside him and started fixing him little by little. He could feel every detail of what this splendid liquid was doing to his system. From what he could observe, even the most minute injuries that he got from all his training, practicing, and diet were being fixed. It was the first time he's ever had something this fine. With that, one impression popped up in his mind. "Master Bennett, you are literally a gold mine." Yes, just that. The man in front of him was literally a fountain of wealth. Back to Bernie. He would still say something random when he was eating, but he retained his table manners and tried not to go to the sensitive topics. Once the meal was finished, they went to the resting room and had servants serving juice to them. Abel asked, "What's your plan after coming to the central continent, Bernie?" Bernie was just a regular dwarf here, with no real influence. It was ridiculously good for him that he had close ties with Abel, but it was hard to see that he would get anything other than money from his distant relatives who lived here. Bernie seemed to not know as well. "I want to be a wizard, Master Bennett, but I'll have to give up if I find out I don't have the talent for it." Without his family's support, Bernie couldn't even run a business here. He couldn't even sell his weapons because the central continent was always so occupied with threats from the nation of God to have internal conflicts. He couldn't sell knight equipment because it was just illegal to become a knight. He had no connections. It wasn't just like he could blend in with the other dwarves to do business. Hierarchy seemed to be a lot more important here, and that really left him with not much choice. Abel was quite surprised with what he heard. "So you want to be a wizard? I thought you're always about, trade and coins and all that." Bernie didn't reply directly. "Well, actually, Master Bennett, do you have any potion here that can grant me wizard skills? Like, if I'm not talented enough, it can make me talented enough." Abel let out a dry laugh. "What do you mean? No, we don't have potions for that. Everyone would have been a wizard if that existed." That being said, it wasn't like he had no ways of helping Bernie. He's never really considered this possibility, actually. If he could find a way to help people become wizards, he might just do that to his family as soon as he went back to the Holy Continent. Abel looked up. What can ordinary people do to become potential wizards? Research spirit. And no, he didn't need to hide the fact that he owned a spirit. The research spirit replied, "There are 3 ways of doing it, Master. One is repetitive exposure. You put that person into an environment of high mana concentration. Once his body can no longer tolerate it, you take them out and treat them with potions. Repeat for 20 to 30 years, and the likelihood to develop wizardry potential will increase." Abel turned to Bernie. "Well, why not? Don't worry about the potions, Bernie, it's all from me." Bernie shook his head immediately. "What? No, I'm not going with that ever. That's physical torture for decades." The research spirit continued to speak. "The second method is with the blood of the spirit. Those who survive after consuming it will guarantee to possess wizardry potential." Abel laughed again. "This does the job too. Hey, I have the blood as well. You want to try it out, Bernie?" This was another joke, of course. The blood of the spirit was not for the meek. Bernie was not going to survive unless he had at least the body of a head commander knight. By the way, this was the first time Abel heard that the blood was capable of doing something like this. He still had 20-something drops right now. He was using some of it on head knight commanders when he was still back on the Holy Continent. Oh, he wasn't aware of the side effect even if they took place. Bernie shook his head again. "Nice try, but no, what are you thinking?" The research spirit interrupted. "The third method is through the elixir of life. With 200 grams, it will be enough to cleanse an ordinary person's body so that the occupation holder's potential can be cultivated." Abel was finally starting to sound serious. "What about this one, Bernie?" Bernie replied, "But I thought the elixir of life is very precious." Wizard Hutton suddenly spoke. "Yes, it's one of the rarest resources the elves are holding. There are only a few that can be collected each year. But my family does put it on sale. Bernie, you still remember that I'm an elf." Abel blinked, then proceeded to reach out for his Valkyrie's ring. In a split second, he got out an empty bottle and had 200 grams of the elixir inside. He threw the bottle to Bernie. "Right here, just have it now." The elixir of life was not very hard to come by for Abel. He did get a huge portion from Wizard Malon and some from the Tree of Life as a present. Also, now that he's got the full recovery potion, he had all the opportunities he needed to keep the remaining one in stock. Wizard Hutton stared at the bottle as soon as Abel took it out. He had no idea how Master Bennet could get more of it than the dwarves could. He had guessed that it was from personal connections, but he was still very confused with that assumption. The wizards only connected with other wizards, so what good would they be to trading these potions with an elf like Bennet? Bernie seemed quite hesitant. No side effects, right, Master Bennet? I'm not going to get diarrhea from this, right? Wizard Hutton spat out his juice immediately. He didn't think that anything could be said in response to something as exquisite as the living essence of the Tree of Life. Abel was kind of offended. You want to give it back to me, Bernie? Bernie was still unsure, but once he saw the look of shock on Wizard Hutton's face, he decided to open the lid and had all of the liquid inside his body. This is actually pretty good, Bernie called out, feeling a strange sweetness that was flowing inside his body. Actually, it didn't take long for him to feel that something was wrong with his stomach. Abel tried not to laugh. Mayor, get Bernie to the bathroom. Butler Mayor nodded. Yes, master. Go, Butler, I can't hold it for too long, Bernie yelled. Sweat was all over his face and brown stains started appearing on his body. Of course, Butler Mayor wanted to go faster. He didn't want Bernie to make a fool of himself inside the hall room. Wizard Hutton let out a long sigh. You're very good to your friend, Master Bennet. Not knowing how young Abel actually was, Wizard Hutton was actually very impressed with how good he was at making friends. He was already about 1,000 years old now. Oh, it was kind of refreshing to see a lively interaction like just then. Abel took out a golden quality potion and placed it on the table. This, Wizard Hutton, is a longevity potion. This will be what I'm offering in exchange for the ancient sword and shield. Almost all of the law-defying wizards had faced problems of running out of years. It was one of the reasons it was harder for them to promote than advanced wizards. That was true even for a dwarven wizard like Hutton. Even with all the resources, the dwarves hoarded all the time was not enough to make sure that he could promote before he reached the end of his lifespan. And no, he was not planning to turn himself into an android like Wizard Malon. That's just too painful and inefficient. Needless to say, seeing the potion on the table got Wizard Hutton very anxious. Wizard Hutton tried not to freak out. What might you be after, Master Bennet? Abel mentioned a trade, but Wizard Hutton did say in advance that the weapons would just presents. There's got to be something else that's implied here. Abel revealed a smile. It's simple. I don't want Bernie to face any trouble on the central continent. It'd be extremely helpful if there is a dwarven law-defying wizard to protect his safety. Wizard Hutton took the potion away and bowed. Rest assured, no dwarves will ever harm Bernie in any way. If Bernie happens to possess talent to become a wizard, I'll even take him as a direct disciple. Wizard Hutton knew that the potion could last for 60 years. As far as he knew, this was the best potion of its kind that's seen on the central continent. Abel went for another request. Make sure you have enough supply for his training then. I can take a portion out of my monthly production if you need it. Wizard Hutton refused. No, I have enough for that. Master Bennet, thank you, but if I'm taking Bernie as my disciple, it'll be entirely my responsibility to take care of him. Abel laughed at that remark. Really, good to hear that. Wizard Hutton changed the topic. So are you trying to craft a skyship, Master Bennet? Abel was quite honest about it. A few actually, it's for the elves. Wizard Hutton advised him. You'll need more than the alchemists for a job like that then. You'll also need a lot of master blacksmiths to attend. If you happen to purchase the parts, the dwarves do offer them. You can just craft the main circle if you decide to go that. Abel nodded and smiled. Great advice, Wizard Hutton. Here, I'll let my follower Joseph do the negotiation later. Wizard Hutton decided to press on. On that note, Master Bennet, would you be up for crafting some main circles for us dwarves? Again, we'll be open to trade them with the ingredients that you need. Ever since Baylaw City was attacked by the nation of God, the entire central continent had not been in good condition at all. This was because the elves had been, for the majority of history, been living in harmony away from the nation of God and the third row of the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, they would have never been involved in any conflict, but in truth, if it weren't for the rise of Master Bennet, they would have been in a much more devastating state by now. The same could be said for dwarves. Their iron furnace fort was also quite far away from the hotspots. Given the recent turmoil of what happened to the elves, they became panicked to think that the same thing might just happen to them. This was where the topic of the sky ships would enter. The sky ships were, technically, the natural predators to the Holy Crusaders. They were a solid form of retaliation if the Holy Crusaders decided to launch a large-scale conflict. One problem remained, and it was just as what Wizard Hutton was trying to address. Even the best forgers the dwarves had to offer were not capable of crafting the main circles. Master Bennett was known to be able of this craft, and he's been doing this for the dwarves when he was back on the Holy Continent. As far as Wizard Hutton was concerned, Master Bennett was the only one he could turn to for the job. Abel thought of the same thing, actually. From what he had observed, he thought that he was the only one who could help to retaliate against the next wave of attack from the nation of God. By scanning through the message relayed from the crystal angelic statue, Abel noticed that the nation of God had not yet given up on the Tree of Life. It was possible that the next attack would come very quickly, and maybe, he thought, the next wave would just be more aggressive than the previous one. He needed preparations, and he thought that the sky ships were quite crucial. Still, he had his skepticisms. Abel smiled. I'd be happy to cooperate on that. But again, you'll need to talk to Joseph for the specifics. Abel knew that he was going to miss something if he just went ahead to talk about it. He was not a good businessman, so he just took care of the general directions and let Joseph do the rest. It was a model that was already proven to work since Joseph did come from a family of a prominent elven family business. The two chattered a bit more before Bernie went back. Once Bernie went back to them, they could see that he was in new clothes. Bernie seemed kind of pale, but his skin was emitting a strange shine that actually made him look quite energetic. More importantly, Abel was already starting to sense the presence of his power of the will. Abel was actually surprised. I didn't know the elixir can do this. Clearly, he was not aware that this was one of the things the elixir of life could do. He was even starting to think that he should get extras from the Tree of Life. He could just distribute them to his family if he could get enough. That's when he thought about his oak tree back at the rogues' encampment, but that one seemed to be too premature for doing this. On a side note, the elves had ownership over all the elixir of life produced from the Tree of Life. They were the ones in charge of all the distribution and trade, so from Abel's perspective, it would make a massive difference if he could get the oak tree to produce it just for himself. Bernie's arrival had lifted Abel's mood by miles. He had too many secrets, so he rarely had any friends. When he thought he was alone, he found out his girlfriend and best friend were both on the central continent. It seemed like he wasn't that lonely after all. Bernie was recognized as a disciple by law-defying Wizard Hutton. Abel was very happy for him, and Bernie had a head start compared to him back in the days. Although Bernie was not young, quickly leveling up under his resources shouldn't be a problem. Most importantly, if Bernie didn't become a wizard, he wouldn't be able to live beyond a few hundred years, even though that was far longer than normal humans. In the following days, Abel went into retreat again. He would not change his retreat plans even with Bernie around. He dwelled in the grassland outside of the Dark World's Pandemonium Castle, ruthlessly killing hell creatures. At that moment, a giant fortress made with thick stones stood tall on the Battlecry Plateau thousands of miles from him. It was a vicious place with a vicious atmosphere where only some slim, long grass could grow. Normal sheep and cattle were nowhere to be found unless they were a special type of yak or stone sheep. The only water source was the melted snow from the peak, which would only trickle down during summer. If you want water in other seasons, you had to head up the peak and get it yourself. There was only one ruler in a harsh plateau like this, the barbarians. That giant fortress was the work of barbarians. It was their most important city, with 1/3 of their population living inside. The only material within it was rocks, not even concrete. It was simple, but it clearly reflected the brutal attitude of barbarians. The most important thing within that fortress was a barbarian's god of war temple. However, it seemed like their god of war had vanished long ago, leaving behind only a giant totem pole with the glory of God. This totem pole was worshipped by all barbarians as it was their god of war. You could say this entire city was built around this 15 meters tall poliomyelitis, and the temple guarded it. The totem pole would unleash a glow of God every 5 years. The barbarians shined upon by the glow would become a professional barbarian. Therefore, every year countless young barbarians were sent to the battle-cry city to get baptized by the glow of God. This year was the year. There was still a month before the glow was unleashed, but many barbarians were already on their way. In a hidden cave within a valley 10 miles from the battle-cry city, 2 human magic circle makers set up a giant magic circle. By their side was an enticed barbarian. He was no ordinary barbarian, and you could just tell by looking at his clothes. "My lord, I will soon return the battle-cry city to your grace," he mumbled with a look of faith. He gazed towards the magic circle with excitement. It was almost complete. If Abel was not in the dark world, his crystal angel statue would be able to hear this prayer. Yes, this barbarian was not the follower of their god of war, but the demons from beyond. His name was Eddie, the young master of the Hooter family. The Hutton family had a secret. It was that they always traded with a mysterious organization. Famine was very common in a harsh environment like Battle-Cry City. Then it had only gotten worse in recent years. Since other places in the central continent had it prepared, they were not affected too much. However, the survival of barbarians in the Battle-Cry Plateau had become a problem. Although the Wizard Union tried to help, they could only save the families with powerful professional barbarians. For a family who had not cultivated a powerful barbarian like the Hooter family, they did not get any support. It was at that time his family sent Eddie to trade some food with a mysterious organization. Eddie was not a professional barbarian. The glow of God 2 times blessed him, but it still didn't ignite any barbarian talent within him. Therefore he thought the god of war must have given up on him. How come so many barbarians became professional barbarians, while a noble like him remained a normal barbarian? The member of that mysterious organization also knew something off about Eddie. This mysterious organization was the Holy Kingdom's investigation department, and they remained a source of propaganda in the central continent. Since the Holy Kingdom was at war with the central continent, their investigation department has been growing in secret. This unnoticeable Hooter family was one of their many targets. After the Holy Kingdom passed down the order, the investigation department had made a full move in the Hooter family. The attack on the Tree of Life was also the work of their investigation department. With their propaganda, they could easily allure a normal person into serving them. When the investigation department first traded with the Hooter family, they realized Eddie was not a professional barbarian, but a normal one. They knew their opportunity had arrived. Even if the Holy Kingdom was scary, it was not easy to brainwash a professional. They had a strong power of the will, which was only strengthened by their training. Moving their soul would not be easy. Therefore, the Holy Kingdom would only target normal people with their propaganda. Eddie was perfect. It was at that moment, a white light flashed on the giant teleportation circle, but it was not enough to ignite it. The defense wall of doomsday between the central continent and the Holy Kingdom fully separated the teleportation force, even though it was built of countless valuable resources and enchantments. If they wanted to teleport successfully, they must first break the defense of the wall. At that moment, a long-cloaked deity in the temple clicked his scepter, and a golden beam shot out from the guardian wings towards the giant teleportation circle. "My lord, please allow me to bring back your holy object." The deity stabilized his mood and prayed. The golden glow engulfed the white teleportation circle, filling every pattern with gold. With the energy of God as support, they could go through the wall of doomsday even with a tiny bit of signal. But of course, this did not go without risk. A legendary knight could enter the central continent this way unless their energy was hidden by more energy of God. It would directly cause a war between the legendaries. However, considering the number of legendaries in this world, running into one in the Battle-Cry Plateau was unlikely. Therefore, only 5,000 holy knights and 10 mad knights were enough to wipe out the Battle-Cry city. We are connected. The mad knights go first, and the holy knights enter in a formation of 100. Mad Knight Mead lowered his voice. 9 mad knights speeded into the circle, and their bodies vanished in a flash of gold light. The holy knights then followed. They all kept quiet, almost like they were war machines. Just like that, groups of holy knights were emerging with a flash in a cave outside of Battle-Cry City. The first to step out was the 9 Mad Knights. They didn't even bat an eye on the human magic circle makers, as though they were non-existent. Those being brainwashed were not even professionals. As real warriors of God, the weak were nothing to them. The 9 Mad Knights each took out a pre-made barrier magic circle and quickly set it up. Around the valley, the cave could not hold 5,000 knights, so they gathered around the valley. Unlike the attack on the elves, there was not a single thing in their way. The last person to go was Mad Knight Mead. When he stepped out of the magic circle, he gazed at Eddie. "Good job, the Lord will be happy," he said with a smirk. "My lord, it is my honor to give everything to you." Eddie dropped to his knees and mumbled as though he was blessed by the Almighty. "I know you loathe the evil god of war. Today I will use the blood of barbarians to wash this evil city." "You did your part. Good job," Mad Knight Mead laughed. "What about the Hooter family?" Although Eddie was brainwashed, he still cared deeply about his family. "Did you say you will give everything to the Lord?" The Hooter family returns to his arms. Mad Knight Mead looked at him one last time and speeded out the cave. Suddenly, Eddie felt a sharp pain in his chest, but soon he forgot about it and began praying. With the Lord by his side, his family didn't seem that important after all. God's warrior, before you is the city of evil. We must take back everything they have. Today I will lead you and charge in. Glory to the Lord. Mad Knight Mead yelled at the 5,000 armored holy knights. Glory to the Lord. The 5,000 holy knights and the 9 Mad Knights roared back. The barrier circle blocked their voices. Pure white holy energy blasted out from their bodies. Mad Knight Mead took out a golden crystal and gently placed it on the ground. The crystal blast opened, sending a golden shockwave outwards. "Warriors of God, we have 2 hours to wipe this evil city. Charge!" He lowered his voice and waved his hand. They were only 10 miles away. For holy 5,000 charging holy knights with the support of auras, they would be arriving at Battlecry City like an arrow. 2 barbarians guarding the city gate were casually chatting with each other. It was the year of the Holy Light. In a month, the most important day of the barbarians would arrive. "Your son is old enough to join the Holy Light shining, right? Is he coming this year?" a barbarian asked. "Of course. I even asked the captain to organize my son in one of the front rows. The more holy light you get, the more likely you will become a professional," the other barbarian replied. "I'm so happy for you. It's too bad I have a daughter," the first barbarian sighed. "Don't worry, my son will marry your daughter once he successfully becomes a professional," the other barbarian laughed. "What's that?" As they were laughing, one of the barbarians pointed to the raging dust in the distance. "Evil knights, alert the city." An armored barbarian saw the glowing aura and yelled in horror. The 2 barbarians stuck their hands in their pocket and took out a signal bomb to alert this defenseless city. However, just when they were about to press the trigger, a scary suppression force emerged. Even from miles away, the knights' formation could lock down the movements of those barbarians. "Brother, alert!" One barbarian's eyes became bloodshot as he turned to his fellow before his entire body began to shake. No, the other barbarian knew what his fellow was about to do, so he couldn't help but yell. His body kept shaking, and his heart rate speeded up. His eyes grew crimson red, and blood began to drip out from his skin and soon gushed into his mouth, nose, ears. "Ah!" he roared as his body expanded. His clothes blast open. Madness was the special ability of barbarians, a suicidal move. However, for a slight moment, they could disregard everything. That barbarian blocked in front of the other barbarian. He was only an intermediate barbarian. Even in the face of 5,000 holy knights and 10 mad knights, he stood in front of his comrades. Blood danced around his body. The energy he had been gathering since his youth was unleashed at an instant. It was not like other spells. It was a primal source of energy. He knew he was hopeless against so many knights, so sacrificing himself would buy his comrades a little time. Another barbarian quickly moved to throw a signal bomb. In the sky, the signal bombed a curve and blasted into a blood-red axe. It was at that moment the barbarian stepped up and hugged the mad barbarian. His life force was drained, and his eyes were fully red. Madness was the instinct of barbarians, so he also did his final move. The blood within him told him dying in battle was the only way to go. At that moment, The 5,000 holy knights were about to make contact with the two barbarians. Mad Knight-Mage gently waved his sword, and a white beam sent the head of those two barbarians flying. "Ants," he said coldly. He then turned his gaze towards the open city gate. He felt his heart lift. As long as they could enter the city, everything would be up for grabs. The city was helpless. Suddenly, the headless bodies of the two barbarians blasted outward. Although this destruction was not a strong one, a few drops of blood landed on Mad Knight-Mage. "Destroy the city," Mad Knight-Mage roared when he saw his pure white armor being contaminated. Their mission was to bring that thick totem pole back to their kingdom, to honor their god. They didn't need to capture any prisoners, since that would only drain more energy from the teleportation circle. That thing was draining the energy of God, after all. If they hadn't failed their mission with the elves, Mad Knight-Mage would not act this crazy. This was his only chance of redeeming himself, and he could sense that every knight was laughing at him. Therefore, he was furious when he saw the blood of some intermediate barbarians landing on his armor. It was a huge embarrassment to these new troops he was leading. After they penetrated the gate, the 5,000 knights divided themselves into 10 teams, with a Mad Knight leading each team. Meanwhile, a clear horn sound emerged. On a tower far away, a ground of barbarians began to throw flying axes towards the knights. However, breaking the defense of 500 knights and a Mad Knight was not that simple. Mad Knight-Mage's team led and surrounded the area with the holy freeze. All the frightened barbarian civilians along the way immediately turned into ice blocks. Soon, the shock wave of the holy freeze arrived and blasted them into pieces, sending blood flying everywhere. The scene was chilling. Those normal barbarians, young or old, male or female, helplessly dropped dead in the face of the holy freeze aura. No, a professional barbarian was frozen immediately, as he saw his wife and children turned into ice blocks beside him. He roared, and his madness brought his body out of the ice block. His eyes were blood red, and his body was dripped with his furious blood. For a moment, he felt invincible. He gathered all of his power of the will into one strike. His target was his closest elite knight. When the knight saw what happened, he smiled. He was laughing at the barbarian's arrogance as he unleashed a sacrifice combo strike. An intermediate barbarian against 500 holy knights. The result was clear. The barbarian almost couldn't see the move of the sword, and he was almost chopped in half. However, he did not stop his axe. He was engulfed in madness. Life and death no longer mattered to him. He still had half of his body. All he could think about was to avenge his wife and children. Bang! His body viciously exploded as his axe struck towards the elite holy knight. Although the blast almost did nothing to the knights covered in aura, a knockout skill pattern emerged from the axe and landed on that elite knight. Suddenly, the knight paused. It was at that moment an arrow flew towards him and penetrated his heart. "My lord, please take me back to the Holy Kingdom." That elite knight felt his life force quickly fading away as he mumbled. His face looked very peaceful, without a trace of paranoia. Afterward, a pure white soul beam shot up. The first knight to die was an elite one. None of them was expecting that. The barbarian was not the most powerful profession. They were usually backups for other professions in the central continent. However, as a race, they would not stand getting trampled on. They were one of the most battle-thirsty races. If the Wizard Union did not suppress them, they might have invaded other races already. Barbarians were constantly at war with their environment, and all of them grew up with pain and hardship. They were all living on the edge. They needed to climb the harshest mountain to find water, head to the furthest grasslands to find food, and fight beasts and other tribes. They lived their lives in battle. If they did not have a common enemy, they would fight among themselves in order to keep their population low. After all, the god they worshipped was the god of war. With the invasion of the Holy Kingdom, they could finally fight together for their loved ones. Just like the knights, they thought of themselves as the warrior of God, and death was not a factor. If they died, they would just return to the arms of their god, to the holy land of prosperity, and leave this torturous place. Mad Knight-Mage waved his long sword and wiped out all the archers 100 meters from him. His face began to twitch. He thought everything in this city was up for grabs, but a man was lost right from the start. Although an elite holy knight was not much in the grander scheme of things, The fighting style of barbarians still sent a chill down his spine. They fought with a yearning for death. They would not hesitate to attack a holy knight, including mad knights. Not fearing death and the yearning for death were different things. The knights were not afraid of death because they knew their spirit would shine in glory and return to their god, but making a knight sacrifice himself willingly was not easy. Focus, be careful of their suicidal moves. He lowered his voice. From then on, he added a sword strike on every frozen professional barbarian, giving them no time to go into madness. The battle was a bloodbath. Barbarians glowing in crimson red would charge towards the knights with a knockout skill pattern on their axes from time to time. The knockout skill pattern could separate a knight from their formation, opening them up to the attack of those countless flying arrows. Soon, Mad Knight Mad realized one thing: they were all intermediate barbarians. The mad elite barbarians were nowhere to be seen. He looked forward. Maybe the elite forces were yet to come. The battle was reaching the climax. Perhaps the barbarians realized how powerful the holy knights were. As the knights made their way forward, angry roars emerged from time to time. A blood-red body charged out to give out their last glorious strike. Battlecry City was organized by hierarchy with the most powerful barbarians at the center. Living on the edge were the low to intermediate rank barbarians. Mad Knight-Mage charged into this city with 10 teams of holy knights, and the fact that they were already getting killed by these low-ranks barbarians was driving him insane. Professional barbarians were not the only ones living in the city, but their families as well. When Mad Knight-Mage yelled destroy, they all decided to go out in glory. Even if those barbarians could escape themselves, their families couldn't. Paired with their battle-thirsty nature and yearning for death, they had a horrifying explosive power when their families were threatened. Barbarians' madness sacrificed their lifespan for a moment of full control with blood from their body. It could drastically increase their fighting power. It was in their nature. Even with the most powerful suppression aura of the knights, those barbarians could still charge in. The Holy Freeze aura froze everything in an area, and the Holy Charge aura could numb everything in an area. Especially the Holy Freeze aura, it was the scariest move from a group of charging knights. Mad Knight-Mage gained his experience from the elves. The Holy Freeze was the best move to cause chaos and break a defense. However, the Holy Freeze aura did not work as well for the barbarians. They all turned into vicious animals. Even Mad Knight-Mage and the other 9 Mad Knights were extra careful. They could not block all the attacks. At first, dividing themselves into 10 teams was good for them. It increased their mobility, but the downside was the decrease in defense. A professional mad barbarian charged out of every house, and the holy knights felt like they had entered the so-called hell. Barbarian Galen was a rank 14 barbarian. He had a happy family with a wife, a son, and 2 daughters. Each day he would train hard, hoping to get a status one day to help his family live a better life. His son did not let him down. He was gifted with barbarian skills at the age of 15 before even being shined up by the holy light. Therefore, he wanted his son to join this holy light ceremony. Even if he was too young to become a professional barbarian, getting some rewards would be nice. At that moment, he was enjoying lunch with his family. Although the food was nothing extraordinary, it was still much better than what most barbarians had. Suddenly, that chilling horn sound emerged, followed by screams of chaos. "Hide in the room," he yelled to his wife and children. Although he didn't know what was happening, he sensed immense danger. It was a familiar feeling he felt on the verge of death. It was what saved him when he was facing his first wolf when he was 14 years old. He relied on this feeling to locate the wolf and struck an axe on its neck the moment before its teeth landed on his throat. The wolf managed to cut his chest, but in exchange he gained a talent for barbarian skills. It was the proudest moment of his life, and that familiar feeling had returned. The only difference at that moment was that he was in Battlecry City with his family. Just when he was about to roar, a frozen shockwave gushed into his house. He was stunned. As a rank 14 barbarian, he would not die immediately, but his wife and children were not as lucky. The most important things in his life had turned into blocks of ice. His life lost its meaning. He felt like a helpless child about to be killed by a wolf once again. His eyes were crimson red, and blood gushed out from his skill breaking the ice. His 2 meters tall body grew to 2.5 meters as his armor began to fall. He felt like an injured animal charging out of his house. He did not look back at his family. His feelings told him that they had already returned to the arms of the god of war. As long as he could kill an enemy with that short moment of madness, he could rejoin his family. He roared to increase his defense and concentrate all his energy in a final move. He immediately knew his enemy as he sped towards that neat formation on the street. Their pure white holy aura and armor were dead giveaways. He turned his gaze on an intermediate knight and approached him. He knew killing an elite holy knight with his current ability was impossible even if he sacrificed his life. He brutally unleashed an attack on the intermediate holy knight. Since he was charging out from a house on the side, that holy knight was caught off guard. Most importantly, due to the narrowness of the street, the knight formation was dragged out. The barbarians' buildings did not have the delicacy of the elves. They were all much more brutal than anything the elves built. They were built to sustain long years of storms, so breaking them was not easy for the knights. Barbarian Galen remembered one thing from his teacher. The best way to take down a holy knight was to remove them from their formation. Therefore, he ignited a knockout skill pattern on his axe and transferred all his energy towards the neck of that holy knight, like the day he killed his first wolf. That intermediate knight spotted a charging barbarian, so he quickly unleashed a shield strike to counteract. However, his block failed, and the axe landed on him. Instead, his shield strike landed on Barbarian Galen's body. In his state of madness, all that did was make him shake a little. Barbarian Galen's eyes and mouth dripped in blood. But he was smiling, laughing almost. A mad knight noticed Barbarian Galen struck with his sword. However, it was too late. The axe had chopped the armor of that intermediate holy knight and penetrated his heart. Barbarians grew up in battles. They knew where the source of life originated, even in their mad state. His first strike aimed at the neck, and his second on the heart. The mad knight's stick then sent his smiling head flying. He knew he would soon return to the arms of the god of war and rejoin his family. His headless body exploded, sending blood everywhere. The battle proceeded, and the city turned into a meat grinder. With each step the knights took, they would be attacked. By the time Mad Knight Mead reached the end of the street, there were already 22 pure white soul beams behind him. 22 elite holy knights died in the hands of intermediate barbarians, with almost 200 intermediate knights gone. Evil knights, we will return to the god of war when we die, and you will forever become the god of war's prisoner when you die. Your soul will be burned and tortured for eternity. The voice of an elite barbarian erupted from the sky in front of the holy knights. Afterward, a roar and the glow of a battle mode emerged. It was only until this moment the city was lining up after sacrificing countless low rank barbarians and civilians. The hierarchy structure of the Battlecry city was showing its effect. Those fearless low-rank barbarians had slowed down the holy knights and bought them enough time to form a real defense with giant structures of war machines. Mad Knight Mead scanned with his power of the will and knew they were in for something even more troubling. It seemed like they underestimated the barbarians. The knights were also affected by what the elite barbarians said. If they died, they would not be able to return to the arms of their god. Those soul beams were a clear reflection, as every soul beam who died in the front line would fly towards the Holy Kingdom. Where would the lost souls go? If that barbarian was not lying, they would become prisoners. The warriors of God, let's bring down the evil demon of war and shine upon them with our holy light. After we kill them all, we will take back what belongs to our God, Mad Knight Mead yelled. Kill them all, the knights immediately snapped out of their worries, and their spirits started burning again. Protect the temple at all cost, the elite barbarians yelled after he realized the knights' intention. The only thing that kept them living in this world of suffering was their god of war. It was their only hope. One day their god would awake from slumber and bring their race to the top of the central continent. Anyone that dared to mess with their religion and god would be dead. Charge! Mad Knight Mead waved his hand, and the 500 knight formation charged forward. They were no longer on the street. Instead, they were countless giant rocks scattering in front of them. As the leader, Mad Knight Mead directly charged towards a rock with his waving sword. The rock immediately blasted into pieces. However, there was a blood-red elite barbarian behind the rock with a double axe. His eyes flashed with certainty. He knew he was inferior compared to a mad knight, but he still threw his axe forward. Although an axe was not made for throwing and barbarians would rely on this, since an axe could no longer be retrieved once it was thrown, but their difference in strength was too drastic. All he needed was to make Mad Knight-Mage pause. Little to let him finish his roar. Since the Holy Knights were led by a Mad Knight, the Holy Freeze aura defended their formation. Unless a barbarian learned the natural resistant skill, they had to sacrifice themselves and enter a state of madness. This was the case with the elite barbarians behind the rock as well. When the axes left his hands, he unleashed a battle cry. The axes were quick due to the state of madness, but Mad Knight-Mage still blocked them easily. At that moment, a golden glow emerged on the barbarian's body and began to scatter outward. Mad Knight-Mage's defense immediately fell by 88%, and his attack fell by 44% per minute. Seeing the barbarian was defenseless after the battle cry, Mad Knight-Mage executed a revenge attack with his flashing sword. "Haha, I'll wait for you in the Holy Land." The barbarian knew he could not dodge a Mad Knight at this distance, so he immediately expanded his body and exploded in a blast the moment he made contact with the sword. Mad Knight-Mage sensed an immense force of flesh flew towards him, and he effortlessly blocked with his shield. However, the explosion caused a fog of blood, blinding Mad Knight-Mage from what was in front. Suddenly, an air-penetrating sound erupted. Mad Knight-Mage sensed a spear flying towards him with his power of the will. It was the double-handed throw, which could simultaneously make a spear appear in both hands from one's portal bag through the power of the will, while increasing the accuracy and power of the spear. The result was scary. With 20 elite barbarians on the move, Mad Knight-Mage blocked by the cloud of blood. The spears rained down. However, only a few spears were aimed at Mad Knight-Mage, since the barbarians knew it was very hard to hurt him. Even his defense was dropped by 88% from their battle cry. Instead, they aimed at the other Holy Knights. With an 88% drop in defense, their speed was reduced. Mad Knight-Mage wanted to help his team with the formation, but he hesitated due to his drop in defense. He blocked with his shield, but it was at that moment the first spear landed on his knights. Tens of Holy Knights were hit. Due to the structure of the formation, almost all of them were elite knights. One of them used a preaching aura to recover as he tore the spear out of his body. However, he soon began to twitch, and green blood gushed out of his mouth. Another Holy Knight used the Purify aura to help him cleanse the poison, but it was too late. His soul beam was already up. All of a sudden, 16 of the 20 elite knights were struck dead from poison arrows. Poison was the scariest weapon of this world. To face the Holy Kingdom, the Central Continent's Wizard Union and the priest had developed some of the most vicious poison. Since the barbarians were being attacked in the Battlecry City, of course, they would take out their most vicious poison. This little sacrifice could be bought back from the Wizard Union with credit points anyway. The result was clear. Although the knights had developed the Purify aura to counteract poison, it still took time to be effective. The evil spirit's followers, damn you, Mad Knight-Mage roared, and a Heaven Fist skill pattern emerged. Suddenly, a beam of holy light landed from the sky towards the elite barbarians. One of them was burned black immediately, and tiny beams blasted outward from his body. 5 of the elite barbarian immediately entered into a state of madness to counteract the holy light. Although their bodies were burnt, they still fearlessly blocked the holy light for their comrades as they retreated. The first round of attacks had finished. They needed to save their lives for the second round. 7 brown soul beams shoot up, signifying the death of 7 elite barbarians. However, there were 16 pure white soul beams on the knight's side, which meant the barbarians had exchanged 16 elite lights with only 7 elite barbarians. Hundreds of wizards in the investigation department of the Wizard Union analyzed the incoming data with their power of the will. The data was also sent to the analyzing spirit for analysis. Since the attack on the elves, the Wizard Union realized the insufficiency of their system. The Holy Kingdom had the ability to block teleportation circles with the energy from God. We have lost connection with the Battlecry City's teleportation circles for 10 minutes. The analyzing spirit has confirmed this, a wizard yelled. Confirmed, we lost connection with the Battlecry City, a robotic voice replied. Analyzing spirit, alert everyone about the result. The wizard immediately followed. Law-defying wizard Clemens felt his wizard badge vibrate, and he immediately connected with it. It was a report, and he quickly ignited the magic circle on his desk. When a law-defying wizard ignited a magic circle, all other law-defying wizards would receive the message. Flashes of light emerged in the hall of the Wizard Union. After a minute, all the authorities of the Wizard Union were gathered. Everyone, we have lost connection with the Battlecry City for 10 minutes. Wizard Clemens lowered his voice. Since the attack on Bay Law City, they changed their analyzing methods. They required all important cities to report their safety every few minutes. Once they had no report for 10 minutes, then something must have happened. Since they had too many targets, the Wizard Union moved many wizards to the investigation department to confirm. Every 10 minutes. Is the evil kingdom insane? That place has nothing. What do they want? Wizard Hume shook his head. The Battlecry City was the territory of the god of war who was killed in the battle between the gods. His dead body was locked up in a magic circle by the Wizard Union. It was their internal secret. Only a small handful of authorities knew about it. Despite that, the barbarians' special expansion ability drastically increased their fighting power and survival rate. Therefore, their profession was being preserved along with their religion. However, their development was always intentionally suppressed by the Wizard Union with harsh living conditions to keep their population down. The last time the evil kingdom went for the elves because of the Tree of Life, do the barbarians have anything similar? Wizard Bloom suggested. The sacred totem pole. A few wizards gasped simultaneously. The sacred totem pole was the holy object left over by the god of war. It had a special ability, but it posed no threat to the Wizard Union, so they left it to the barbarians. Let the legendaries know about it immediately and send wizards to support the Battlecry City. Wizard Clemens lowered his voice. Agreed. Agreed. The law-defying wizards nodded. In a short period of time, the Wizard Union began to gather their forces through the communication circle and the mission board. However, the nearest teleportation circle from the Battlecry City was still thousands of miles away. With this distance, even a law-defying wizard would take half a day to get there, and their power of the will would be exhausted. The Wizard Union's investigation department's scary power came in handy again. Wizard Clemens soon discovered that Master Bennett had an extremely speedy Sky Sparrow. Wizard Hal, please invite Master Bennett. We need his Sky Sparrow to support Battlecry City immediately. Wizard Clemens connected with the Lightning Clan's Wizard Hal through the communication circle. Wizard Clemens, I will try my best, Wizard Hal replied. We are in a critical condition. Please take it seriously. If the evil kingdom really is attacking the Battlecry City, the barbarian forces will fall drastically. Wizard Clemens lowered his voice. He thought for a moment and then added, Master Bennett is very powerful as well. If he can, please invite him to join us as well. The Wizard Union will pay him in light gems as comprehension. Wizard Clemens knew what Master Bennett wanted, but since he was not a member of the Wizard Union, Wizard Clemens didn't have the authority to ask him for support. However, Master Bennett was on especially good terms with the Lightning Clan, so he could only ask Wizard Hal to do him a favor. Wizard Hal disconnected with Wizard Clemens and directly teleported to Abel's place. Since they were such good friends, he had permission to do so. At that moment, they just returned after 10 days of battle in the Dark World. Master, the Lightning Clan's Wizard Hal wants to see you. The investigation spirit sent a message that made Abel wonder. At the same time, he also got many messages from his potion maker badge from many wizard organizations, including the law-defying wizards he was close to. The messages were all the same. Battlecry City was being attacked. The connection Abel built with his Master Bennett identity was finally keeping him up to date whenever something important happened. Maybe this was the reason Wizard Hal was here. Abel quickly ignited the move in a flash and arrived at the lounge. Master Bennett, the Wizard Union needs your help. Battlecry City is being attacked by the evil kingdom, but the closest teleportation is still thousands of miles away. Only your Sky Sparrows can help us get there in time. Wizard Hal knew every second count, so he immediately bowed. What's the condition of Battlecry City? Abel waved his hand and brought Wizard Hal outside. "They may be in great danger. We have lost connection with them for more than 20 minutes and we don't know if they could sustain any longer," Wizard Hal replied as he saw a sky sparrow landing from the sky. When Abel, Frankenstein, and Wizard Hal arrived at the giant teleportation circle of Loy City from Abel's place, 5 law-defying wizards were already gathered. Loy City was the closest city with a teleportation circle from Battlecry City. Since Battlecry City's condition was bad, the wizards could not directly flash there. They needed a flying mount. Although a sky sparrow's speed wasn't ideal, it was the only thing with the ability to fly such a distance. Abel had a sky sparrow in his monster bag, and summoning it would come in handy. "Master Bennett, Wizard Hal, Wizard Frankenstein, good to see you. We still need to wait for a few more law-defying wizards who accepted the mission." The Frozen Grounds wizard Chestnut stepped up and bowed. Actually, his main reason here was to form a good relationship with Abel. He asked Abel to make potions for him in the past, so they recognized each other. Then, he began to introduce the other law-defying wizards to Abel. Of course, the other law-defying wizards were familiar with Abel's name as well. A master with the ability to make potions that were effective on them was definitely #1 in the central continent. They had to show respect. "Wizard Chestnut, thank you for your kindness." Abel knew how powerful his status was, so he smiled at the law-defying wizards and bowed. As the law-defying wizards were interacting with Abel, the teleportation circle of Loy City flashed again, and 5 more law-defying wizards stepped out. Although the Wizard Union had listed the mission and notified all big wizard organizations, most law-defying wizards still had their own missions. For example, guarding their organization's resources, headquarters, and most of all, battling in the front and second line. The resources in those battlefields were much more important than Battlecry City. Therefore, not many law-defying wizards were actually free to join, especially since they would normally enter a retreat when they had free time. Abel was just the same. If he hadn't come back from the Dark World in time, Wizard Hal's efforts would amount to nothing. "Okay, we are all here, let's go. Master Bennett, please summon the Sky Sparrow," Wizard Hal said when he saw all 12 of them. Wizard Hal connected with the Wizard Union through the teleportation circle. Since the Lightning Clan were powerful and were the closest with Master Bennett, he was the leader of this mission. Every law-defying wizards on the spot had to listen to his commands. Abel let White Cloud out of his monster ring, but this time it did not land. Instead, it allowed the wizards to flash onto it. Abel couldn't move in a flash himself, but Frankenstein was by his side. "Master Bennett, here's the map. Please fly to the marked location." Wizard Hal handed a map to Abel. He scanned it and transferred it to White Cloud through the soul chain. Abel was not planning to hide White Cloud's ability. It immediately vanished from the ground and reappeared hundreds of meters from the sky in a flash. "Master Bennett, your Sky Sparrow can move in a flash." Wizard Hal's eyes widened and he gasped. Of course, he was not the only law-defying wizard with his jaw dropped. "Yeah, its name's White Cloud. It has the talent to become an elite spiritual beast." Abel wouldn't say anything about hell, so he just smiled. A mix of envy and admiration emerged within the wizards. Both Abel's Sky Sparrow and Doff, the Beeman, could move in a flash. Master Bennett was too lucky. Although the move in a flash did not have any attack ability and was only an intermediate spell, it was the most important spell. Its speed was what allowed the wizards to become the rulers of this world, even with a weak defense. This was also why each move in a flash scroll was astronomical in value. "Maybe we can give those evil knights a big surprise." Wizard Hal lowered his voice. At this speed, they could arrive in Battlecry City in no time. The barbarians must be extremely weak if they couldn't even sustain themselves until that time. Abel sat on the back of White Cloud and looked at the expression on those wizards' faces. His extraordinary senses allowed him to see that even those wizards were jealous, but there was not a single bit of bad intent. That made sense with his current status. In the second layer of Battlecry City, Mad Knight-Mage couldn't think too much. His attention was fixed on the battle. Half of his 500 knights were down, and they hadn't even reached the halfway point. Those barbarians kept entering into a state of madness for the safety of their land. If the first layer was a hustle to the knights, the second layer would give them a good beating. There was no return for Mad Knight-Mage. He knew it was not only his formation that had taken a big hit, but the other 9 formations as well. At the end of the day, he still held authority in the Holy Kingdom. He didn't expect the barbarians to be so strong. The barbarians who fought for their families and land were completely different from those on the front line. They were willing to sacrifice some resources in the front line, but for Battle Cry City, they were willing to sacrifice everything. The Holy Kingdom had underestimated their power. Although barbarians would go mad in past battles, only small amounts had done so. However, the barbarians in Battle Cry City knew they had no choice but to die with the knights when they saw the Holy Freeze aura. Battle Cry City looked like hell, with hundreds of brown and white soul beams shooting up from both sides, signifying the dead warriors. "Glory to my lord," Mad Knight-Mage yelled, and holy energy exploded from his body as he accelerated. He was sure he couldn't slow down at this rate. Their target was the temple's totem pole, not those crazy barbarians. He regretted yelling genocide outside the city. If he could go back in time, he would have definitely entered in a more low-key way. Invading at night was even better. But now all they could do was sacrifice themselves and open up a path. They were running into big trouble. They were using up too much energy. Even the recovery aura was not doing the trick. Recovery aura was a top-level aura of a Mad Knight. It utilized the souls and dead bodies of your dead enemies to generate energy. However, the barbarians knew this, so each of them would blast their body into pieces after they died. The totem pole would also absorb their souls. Just as they said, they returned to the arms of God. Although a few normal barbarian dead bodies were left. It was far not enough for Mad Knight-Mage's recovery aura to do much. Mad Knight-Mage ignited another charge forward. When he was about to encounter another rock, 3 elite barbarians jumped out from a building by the side with a speedy jump attack technique. No matter how fast Mad Knight-Mage was, he could only block 1 barbarian at a time. The 3 barbarians were all mad, and they bloody were glowing in crimson red as they fearlessly jumped towards the knight formation. Mad Knight-Mage slashed within his sword. A long white flash emerged and landed on a barbarian in mid-air. That barbarian immediately self-destructed, and his flesh exploded, acting as a cover for his 2 fellows. The other 2 barbarians successfully landed in the center of the knight formation and unleashed a battle cry. Countless knight swords swung towards the 2 barbarians. But their mission had been completed before they die. Their bodies based open, it was chaos. And the knight's defense dropped after the battle cry, but the true danger was yet to come. They lifted their shield. And 10 war machines were ready to strike outside of the range of the Holy Freeze aura. Crossbows, city arrows, and giant stone throwers were unleashed at once. They were all operated by professional barbarians. It was not something you could block easily. In a short amount of time, the special patterned arrows of the dwarfs were shoot out as giant rocks landed on the heads of the holy knights. The ones operating those machines were all low-ranks barbarians. They knew they only had 1 chance to strike. Even with their distance, a Mad Knight could reach them in a few breaths. Mad Knight-Mage wanted to take down every incoming arrow and rock, but just like the many times he felt helpless that day, there was only so much he could do. Those arrows were made for striking down professionals, and they were never used on such a scale before. If Abel saw those powerful arrows, he would start to regret not contacting the dwarfs earlier. Those arrows could break the scary defense of an elite holy knight. If it was installed onto Abel's bursting crossbows, it could give his long-forgotten war puppets a new life. The only downside of these giant arrows was their speed. A powerful profession could easily dodge it. Since the rocks trapped the knights, their movements were limited. The knights had only made it so far because of their formation. Once it was broken, they would take an even bigger hit. The arrows poured down like rain and broke their shields and penetrated their armor, finally pinning them on the street. Of course, the biggest reason why the crossbow attack succeeded was because of the battle cry of those 2 elite barbarians. Their sacrifice dropped the knights' defense by 88%, which allowed the arrows to penetrate their armor and kill them. There were a few powerful ones who managed to survive, but things did not stop there. The giant rocks had yet to come. Although the elite Holy Knights could counteract it in their top condition with the support of their formation was on the verge of breaking down. The charge had drained too much energy from them, and they were affected by the battery, so they could only helplessly lift their shields again. The rock made holes on the ground. Blood gushed out from all directions. The dead bodies of the knights were no longer recognizable, and the rocks continued to roll on the ground. Mad Knight-Mage roared. There were only around 100 knights left in his formation. They were no longer at an advantage. If this continued, they would only get worn out by the barbarians. All the rank 19 and above holy knights gather, he yelled. All 10 knight formations were badly hit as they returned to Mad Knight-Mage. After all, he was the commander of this mission. His words were the word of God. As long as the god did not give up on Mad Knight-Mage, all the knights could not disobey him. Soon, a new formation was formed around him, with 9 mad knights by his side, and 80 ranked 19 knights following. My lord, the knights need the blessing of your energy. Please help us wipe out our enemies. Mad Knight-Mage took out a golden crystal from his waist. It was given to him by the temple. As soon as he used it, he would be punished regardless of the success of their mission. However, he knew he had no choice. All he wanted was to get the sacred totem pole and retreat, but his knight formation could not achieve its full potential with so many mad barbarians. A knight formation could distribute an attack. Without it, a single mad barbarian might be able to take down a rank 21 mad knight and badly injured a more powerful one. Their mission would definitely fail if that happened, so he needed his formation. A golden flash emerged from the crystal and engulfed the knights. Glory to the Lord, charge! Mad Knight-Mage yelled when he saw the golden energy surrounded him. Another crimson-red barbarian jumped forward with a jumping attack technique, but this time it was blocked by the golden glow. He roared and self-destructed, but the golden shield barely budged. The power of my lord is not something you can move. Mad Knight-Mage charged at full speed. He swung his sword, and the giant rock in front of him blasted open effortlessly. There were many disadvantages to the barbarian profession. They didn't have many long-range attacks, and they had limited fighting techniques. Unless they entered a state of madness, there was not much they could do in battle. They might not even be able to hold down a normal knight formation. Just the holy freeze aura alone might freeze them to death. However, this was not the reason why the Wizard Union suppressed them. It was because they lacked elemental attacks, so they almost couldn't do anything to a wizard. When the knight's crystal unleashed the energy of God, the table suddenly turned. Mad Knight-Mage's formation kept charging forward. Hundreds of mad barbarians dashed forward, but they were all helpless in breaking that golden shield. Mad Knight-Mage grew desperate. The golden shield made from their god's energy was impenetrable, but it had a time limit, especially under so many vicious suicidal attacks. Since those knights no longer needed to worry about defense, they unleashed the energy aura and turned their charge to the highest level. Since the weakest knight in the formation was still rank 19, they could go much faster. The leftover knights lost their will to battle. They lost their leader, and their formation was in chaos. They were driven to insanity, on the verge of death. They began to sing and go all out with any approaching barbarian. If they didn't kill, they would be killed, and the process repeated itself. It was a barbarian city, so there were much more barbarians than knights. It was a bloody battle with both sides taking zero consideration for their lives. Barbarian Ruin lived on the other side of the city. By the time he arrived at the battlefield, the battle had already reached climax. His gaze turned towards the furthest side of the city. Around 40 holy knights held up their shields, trying to counteract the attacks of barbarians. Since there were no mad knights around, their holy freeze and holy charge aura could not kill the barbarians instantly. The barbarians no longer needed to go mad and sacrifice their lives to approach the knights. If they had a choice, even the fearless barbarians would not go mad for no reason. They knew it was just a matter of time until the leftover knights got worn out. Barbarian Ruin held up his double axe. He did not use any techniques. Instead, he boosted his body to top condition with a roar and battle mode. Imagery of the hurricane. Damaged skill which Abel taught him flashed in his mind. He did not tell his headmaster about this since he returned. Not because he didn't want to, but he had to master it first to show its true power during this time. He had been practicing the skill day and night, and he has been waiting for an opportunity to use it. Abel deeply analyzed this skill. As long as a close-range fighter was not too untalented, they should be able to do it. Barbarian Ruin spent a long time just to grasp the first step of the hurricane damaged, but he had done so successfully nevertheless. Therefore, the first thing that came into his mind when he saw those knights was not the traditional barbarian skills, but the hurricane damaged. After he increased his defense to the maximum, he charged into the Holy Freeze aura. When a holy knight was about to do a shield strike on him, he did something unlike any barbarian. That holy knight was an elite holy knight, so he was extremely familiar with any spells and skills in the central continent. What Barbarian Ruin did completely caught him by surprise. After countless years of development, the skills of every profession was set in stone. Although some extremely rare genius might put an interesting spin on a skill, creating an entirely new skill was impossible. What Barbarian Ruin did was unlike anything in a barbarian's elite skill. The Holy Knight was sure of that. With a gentle twist, Barbarian Ruin's axe landed on the shield of that elite Holy Knight. Barbarian Ruin sensed the great rebound, but he did not stop spinning. Instead, he absorbed the force and transferred it into his right axe, adding to his spinning speed. He saw the shield strike pattern flying towards him, and he knew he would be knocked out once he was hit. All of a sudden, he retracted his power of will and energy as his body kept spinning. Since only recognized barbarian skills could unleash the barbarian energy, a strange wave carried the shield strike pattern away from Barbarian Ruin. He didn't think too much as he followed through with another strike with his right axe instinctively. It landed on another Holy Knight, but this time it was clearly more powerful. That Holy Knight counteracted with a sacrifice attack, Dong. But it only made Barbarian Ruin spin faster. Two barbarians were about to attack, but they were immediately stunned by what Barbarian Ruin was doing. Although the defense of those knights dropped because of the battle cry, a single elite barbarian still couldn't go up against them. That's a top-level skill, the hurricane, a barbarian gasped. He knew Barbarian Ruin was an elite barbarian. How could he use a mad barbarian warrior skill? It doesn't really look like it. The other barbarian shook his head. They could no longer see Barbarian Ruin's body. They could only hear sounds of weapons colliding. At first, the knight still stood a chance. But after 5 to 6 strikes, Barbarian Ruins was no longer something they could withstand. Hurricane emerged around Barbarian Ruin. The knights wanted to slow him down with the Holy Freeze, but Barbarian Ruin was no longer moving with his own energy, and all elemental and patterned attacks were carried away by the wind. The real hurricane skill would not be affected by any knockout or knockback attacks as soon as it was unleashed, but Abel's hurricane, damaged, could only achieve the same once the skill was in full swing. This was because it lacked the fundamental barbarian energy. However, because of this, Barbarian Ruin had spare energy to carry those pattern attacks away. The wind around Barbarian Ruin intensified, and a hurricane formed within the 40 Holy Knights. All their attacks were diffused. He faced 40 Holy Knights by himself, but he also knew that he could carry his attacks into the hurricane, damaged, for a short time. The downside of the hurricane, damaged, was that it could only be used when there were many enemies without the ability to break your defense. Since those knights were drained and the battle cry weakened their defense and offense, it was perfect for the hurricane, damaged. Barbarian Ruin yelled. He could no longer control where the hurricane was going, so he jumped out and threw the hurricane forward. He felt his body getting numb, but all the knights were still standing. The out-of-control hurricane then blew a few Holy Knights towards the sky. They landed on the ground defenseless. With the other barbarians waiting for them, their only fate was death. The two stunned barbarians quickly stepped up and carried Barbarian Ruin away from the battlefield. They knew very well how valuable that skill was to Barbarian, so they couldn't let anything happen to Barbarian Ruin. The still-standing Holy Knights turned their gaze towards Barbarian Ruin. They also knew what the barbarians were thinking. However, just when they wanted to go for a kill, more professional barbarians charged towards them. I finally grasped the real hurricane, damaged. Barbarian Ruin was laughing stupidly as he mumbled to himself. Seeing that stupid smile, the two barbarians carrying him almost wanted to throw him on the ground if his skills weren't so powerful. Those 40 knights were just a side dish of the battle. The main dish was still Mad Knight mead. The energy of God from the crystal shield off the 100. Knight formation from all obstacles as they kept charging forward. The Battlecry City's war machines were on full attack. Although they looked brutal, they still gathered many powerful works from the dwarfs after countless years. The arrows kept going, and the barbarians kept going mad as they charged towards the Knight formation. If it wasn't for the energy of God, perhaps the only ones left standing would be the 10 Mad Knights by the time they made it through. The temple is near. I can feel the energy of the devil. Mad Knight Mead's eyes flashed with excitement as he yelled. In front of them was a giant structure with an open garden. It was the area of the nobles. Mad Knight Mead felt his heart lift. As long as they made it in the noble area, the rate of attacks would drastically decrease since barbarians were less concentrated and nobles were less willing to die than those born from the common world. Of course, this was only a generalization. There were still noble professional barbarians charging out and self-destructing in the name of glory. It was just that their attacks could no longer do much to Mad Knight Mead. Soon, Mad Knight Mead saw a temple covered in delicate engravings. It was the temple for the god of war, which was odd compared to the minimal and brutal style of the barbarians. The walls of the temple were built with blocks made out of white pebbles of all sizes. White pebbles were not the product of the Battlecry Plateau, so they had to be sent from afar. Considering the size of the temple, the work must have been back-breaking. Also, barbarians were not known for engravings. Cutting all the pebbles in the blocks and engraving the legends of the god of war on it could only be done by the most loyal followers. Mad Knight Mead couldn't help but show a bit of respect. They were invading a temple, which was basically picking a fight with a god. All a warrior of God wanted was to have glory and fight for their god. Headmaster Bree stood inside the temple with his hand on the totem pole. He roared, "Unleash the energy of God," and strange energy shot out from the totem pole. He knew what was happening outside, and he knew it was not the time to hold back. The totem pole's energy was slowly derived from the prayers of barbarians. Every couple of years, they would have enough for a spillover. This process was known as the Holy Light Shining, and it could turn all the young, gifted barbarians into professional barbarians. What Headmaster Bree was doing immediately drained all the energy from the totem pole, which meant they could no longer have a holy light shining this year. But he had no choice. If he couldn't protect the temple, there would be no more holy light for the future. The barbarians had the totem pole for thousands of years, and their research allowed them to understand how to use its energy. But of course, their understanding was only on the surface level, unlike Mad Knight Mead's crystal, which could be used according to his will. The energy from the totem pole slammed towards the knight's energy of God. As the two energy of God collided, both of them vanished. The defense of the temple was not strong, with only 8 mad barbarian warriors and 30 elite barbarians. It was far not enough to go against the 10 mad knights and hundreds of elite holy knights. However, a temple was not called a temple for no reason. If you wanted to break into one, you had to drain all its energy. Headmaster Bree roared, and a golden shockwave blasted out from the totem pole to all directions. It disregarded the walls and continued outward. Mad Knight Mead knew he could not block the golden shockwave, so he could only rely on his golden energy shield. Chaotic sparkles filled the area as golden energy from both sides quickly drained from each other. The golden shield around the Knight formation could no longer sustain a golden shockwave after so many vicious attacks. In a few shakes, it vanished into thin air. Just when Mad Knight Mead and his knights nervously held up their shields to counteract the golden shockwave, the shockwave somehow passed straight through them without any damage. How was that possible? Headmaster Bree sighed. Since they could not communicate with the god of war and their understanding was too one-dimensional, they could only use the totem pole energy to counteract one element at a time. Therefore, the golden shockwave was no longer effective to the knights, as it was already focused on the other. Golden energy. Mad warriors, I'm depending on you. Headmaster Bree sat down next to the totem pole with a weary look as he lowered his voice towards the 8 mad barbarian warriors. Headmaster Bree was not a professional barbarian. He was just an ambassador of God, a servant of God. Since the god of war disappeared, he could only serve the totem pole without the ability to do any holy tasks. If the god of war was still around, the knights would definitely not be willing to invade. As soon as the god of war showed its grace, those knights would be wiped out at an instant. "Headmaster Bree, don't worry, we won't let the temple down," a mad barbarian warrior bowed. The 8 of them were willing to die for the temple. They were not the only mad barbarian warriors. There were still some serving for the front line and the Wizard Union. Normally, with 8 mad barbarian warriors and countless professionals, the battle cry city should be very safe. No one expected the Holy Kingdom to send out such power with 10 mad knights for the totem pole. "Mad Warrior Church, I need you all to stay alive. The barbarians can't live without you." Headmaster Bree lowered his voice. As the headmaster, he understood the status of barbarians in the central continent more than any barbarian. Also, the temple had always been suspicious if the disappearance of the god of war was due to the Wizard Union. It was just that the Wizard Union was so powerful. Even the gods would not intervene, let alone the barbarians in their current state. The barbarians needed to maintain their top-level forces for the Wizard Union to see them as valuable. Once the Wizard Union stopped caring for the barbarians, they would be swallowed up by other forces. Warrior Church kept quiet and stepped out into the open with 2 giant battle axes in his hand. The totem pole was right beside him, representing the spirit of barbarians. "I wonder how long these mana gems can last." Headmaster Bree looked at the thousands of gems in the energy box. Most of them were intermediate gems with only a few top-level gems. It was all the temple had gathered after countless years. There were not many gems in the Battlecry City, so all of them were rewards for barbarians going on adventures. They were used for exchanging food and resources. After years of food shortage, the temple didn't have many gems left to sustain its defense of the city against the knights. "Send out an order command to all professionals and get them to protect the temple. We will bury those knights alive without numbers," Warrior Church commanded after he left Headmaster Bree. Since Mad Knight Mead had locked up every teleportation circle in the area with the crystal's energy of God, their system of command was disrupted. This was why most barbarians were focused on the knights and did not know that the Mad Knights had arrived at the temple. Therefore, only the small number of barbarians who saw where the Mad Knights were going knew about it. Warrior Church and the other 7 mad barbarian warriors knew they could only hold down the knights for some time. Once they were killed, the temple would be over. They needed the help of every barbarian in the city. An order command could not be rejected. Any barbarian who saw it would need to do so accordingly. 5 mad barbarian warriors nodded and formed a 5-star formation. They unleashed their energy at once and roared. It was not a spell roar, and it did not cause any damage, but their voices spread throughout the city. All the barbarians without a target immediately turned towards the temple. They knew it was an order, a command to help the temple. They desperately charged forward. All of them turned mad in an instant. The holy temple was under threat. They had to give everything they got. White Cloud kept teleporting, and Abel kept replenishing its energy with the mana potion. He did not use the automatic function of the Dark World's night smoke belt to give the potion to White Cloud. Instead, he used the traditional method to keep the Dark World a secret. This way, the law-defying wizards would not get too jealous about White Cloud's move in a flash. Normally, they could not move in a flash when they were going swamps or lakes. It was best to be extra careful in dangerous places. However, White Cloud could fly, so it basically acted like a legendary wizard. A legendary wizard could fly because of their legendary abilities, and they could truly appear out of thin air. "Master Bennett, do you think I can buy some mana potion and light healing potions from you for the following battle?" Wizard Chestnut asked as White Cloud was flashed. Most wizards who joined this mission were guardians of their organization who didn't fight in the front line often, so they did not get their share of light healing potion and mana potion. Maybe Wizard Hal was the only one with Abel's potion on him. "Everyone, since we are facing the evil kingdom, I'll give you all 10 bottles each. It should be enough." "There's no need to pay me," Abel smiled. White Cloud paused for a moment as Abel took out the potions from his portal bag for the wizards. The wizards quickly thanked Abel. Since the Wizard Union ceased production of those potions, they could no longer find them on the market. If those wizards did not have this rare opportunity of fighting with Master Bennett and someone close to Master Bennett, such as Wizard Chestnut, There was no way they could get such valuable things. The wizards put away their potions, and their worries settled. With those super potions, the following battle would no longer put them at risk. Abel continued to teleport on White Cloud. The reason he gave those potions out for free was that those wizards were his teammates. And he already had more than enough light gems. The more powerful his teammates, the less burdened he would be. My God, Wizard Hal gasped as he pointed forward. Abel looked forward. It was Battlecry City, and it was unlike anything he had ever seen. There were thousands of soul beams engulfing the area like the entire city was burning. You could tell how harsh this battle was just from this. It has only been an hour since Abel and his team were notified, and thousands of elite professionals were already killed. Half of those soul beams were white, which meant the knights did not have a great time as well. Wizard Hal, are the barbarians powerful? Abel asked. He knew how badly the elves were hit in their invasion. If the goddess of the moon did not show herself and unleashed the power of the Tree of Life, the elves stood no chance. The barbarians' status was far inferior compared to the elves in the central continent, but they've accomplished much more than the elves. This is the home of barbarians, so perhaps the professionals have gone mad. Wizard Hal was still stunned as he lowered his voice. He saw how barbarians could sacrifice themselves and enter a state of madness. When they did, they could disregard all suppression for a short period of time by unleashing all their inner energy and self-destruction at the end. It was scary. It was just that there were not many barbarian fighters, and they would only go mad at the last moment. After all, once they went mad, they would not keep their dead bodies intact. White Cloud, speed up. Abel patted White Cloud and directly led it to the city center with the most vicious energy through his power of the will. At that moment, Mad Knight Mead and the other Mad Knights were madly charging towards the temple. Although professional barbarians were getting in their way, it was far not enough to stop them. The Knight formation retracted themselves and unleashed their highest defense. Holy Freeze and Holy Change aura kept shooting out, and only the barbarians in madness could get close to them. However, the weakest knight in their formation was still rank 19. Breaking their defense was not easy. The 10 Mad Knights disregarded the barbarians coming for support. There wasn't enough of them to threaten the Mad Knights. What they were fighting with was time. Mad Knight Mead's holy energy was distributed to the defense, while the holy energy from the other Mad Knights gathered around his sword as he kept unleashing the sacrifice combo attack. Ref flames, blue ice, and sparkling flashes of lightning appeared on his sword as he heavily struck on the temple's protection shield. Headmaster Bree saw a mana gem shatter. He began to regret it. If he knew the temple would be attacked earlier, he wouldn't have traded those gems for food. The death of barbarians was nothing compared to the safety of the temple. He could no longer imagine how low the status of barbarians would fall once they lost the sacred totem pole. Each strike Mad Knight Mead made was like a cut in Headmaster Bree's heart. After countless gems were shattered, his heart turned cold. My great lord, where are you? Please save the barbarians. He felt helpless. All he could do was pray. All he wanted was the god of war to return and punish those invaders. However, it was just a dream. The only reply he got was the continuing strikes from Mad Knight Mead. Before the countless barbarians even arrived at the temple's defense could no longer sustain itself under so many vicious attacks. All the holy knights stay here. Even if you die, don't let a single barbarian enter the temple, Mad Knight Mead yelled. He knew those 80 elite holy knights would be torn to shreds by the barbarians without the help of the Mad Knights, but he needed the time. It would be enough for him to snatch the sacred pole and go. After he made his command, he stepped forward and kicked down the temple door. Bang! We will drag them to hell with us, Warrior Church roared as he looked at the 7 mad barbarian warriors. Just when an ultimate battle was about to break out, both sides felt the energy of law-defying wizards. Haha, you evil knights. Our support is here. You are all about to die, Warrior Church said in excitement. Warriors, my lord needs your sacrifice. Mad Knight Mead's face was looking cold. His target was just meters away from him. He could not fail. He was willing to give out everything he had for himself and his lord. The other Mad Knights kept quiet, but they were destined. Even if they didn't want to, they had to sacrifice themselves if that was what their god wanted. Mad Knight Mead's command was the word of God, so they could not disobey. "Glory to the Lord!" they yelled as their body began to glow in holy energy. A charge was unleashed once again as he sped towards the first barbarian warrior like a beam of light. Meanwhile, another mad knight turned back. He closed the temple door and blocked it with his body. The temple had the ability to block out the power of the will. Therefore, the wizards had to go through the front door if they wanted to come in. If they directly flashed in without scanning the area with their power of the will beforehand, they might get stuck between the walls or arrive at a place they didn't want to be in. It would be suicide. "We can't let him in," Warrior Church yelled as Mad Knight-Mage had to go through them if he wanted to proceed. His body began to spin, and a hurricane emerged around him. His battle axe turned into a blur and ruthlessly landed on the shield of Mad Knight-Mage. The 11 law-defying wizards arrived at the front of the temple in a flash from white cloud, and Frankenstein followed with Abel. Abel wouldn't risk it. He waved his hand, and Doff the Beeman jumped out of the monster ring with a roar. The 11 law-defying wizards then fully unleashed their energy, and the 80 leftover knights were immediately frozen. If the 80 rank 19 knights were only facing against 1 or 2 law-defying wizards, they might be able to withstand it with their formation. But there were 11 law-defying wizards, they stood no chance. Doff teleported above the 80 knights and struck down with its ancient rod. That thick rod did not feel sluggish on its hand. Instead, its movements were quite graceful, like a thin stick. The rod turned into a beam, and the helplessly frozen knights immediately turned into soul beams. It was the power of Doff after it learned the club technique. Its control of the ancient rod was even more precise than Abel with a stick. Although those rank 19 knights didn't need Doff to show its true power, you could still get a sense of it, since 1/5 of the knights were directly blasted into pieces. Besides Doff's mastery of the club technique, its rune word legend gave it an extra 2 points of skills, and its rune word knowledge gave it an extra 1 point of skills, which boosted its club technique to level 23. This power could bring a 138% increase in damage, a 206% increase in hit rate, and a 30% increase in instant kill rate. Therefore, you could just imagine how powerful that ancient rod was on top of its almost doubled instant kill rate. It was no wonder why those helpless knights were directly blasted into pieces. Abel looked at Frankenstein, and Frankenstein vanished from the spot. He re-emerged amongst those bloody corpses and began to pick up the light gems with telekinesis. The law-defying wizards only smiled. They knew how crazy Master Bennett was for those gems, so they would not dare fight with him. In no time, 80 fully energized light gems were put away, and Frankenstein returned to Abel's side like a good assistant. Although those light gems were supposed to be held by the barbarians since it was their territory, those wizards were there to save their lives. Also, there was not much they could do about it with their power anyway. "So wizards, the evil knights have entered the temple. Please help us," an elite barbarian stepped up and bowed. "Master Bennett, please let Doff break the door." Wizard Hal looked towards the door and said. The door was made with some special material. Breaking it with explosive spells would take a long time. Doff the Beeman's brute force might be more efficient. "Doff, enchant everyone and break the door for me," Abel turned and said. Doff vanished from the corpses and reappeared beside Abel. The ancient rod vanished from its hands as he took out a giant shield and sword. Although they didn't look too eye-catching, it was a gift from the dwarfs, which Abel turned into rune-word weapons. However, this shield and sword were not made for dwarfs to fight. It was made for enchantments. Abel had been fighting non-stop in the Dark World, but he also kept his training up. Besides the roar, Doff also mastered another school of battle enchantment. With the support of its gear, its roar and battle mode was already ranked 27, and it could increase defense by 360, mana, and health by 113. As it roared, a golden shock wave shot out, which was followed by another golden shockwave from a grunt. The wizards felt a sudden warmth in their bodies. Their defense, power, mana, and health immediately increased. The wizards knew what it was like to be enchanted by a barbarian, but getting it from a beeman was quite a surprise. No matter how strong a barbarian was, they would still be nothing compared to a beeman. The wizards and the elite barbarian who stepped up were also in the area of enchantment. He could not believe his eyes. Barbarians still existed in this world, because their roar and battle mode enchantment were exclusive to their race, just like a wizard's move in a flash. The only way for another race to get a taste of it was through a scroll. Is this beacon related to the god of war? It was the only explanation that elite barbarian could come up with. He was not totally wrong. Doff only achieved those skills with the assistance of a god. It was just that this god was too weak. He could only be called a god in those few continents of the dark world. Doff took out the ancient rod again and flashed towards the temple door. It struck down. However, the strange material the door was made out of somehow sustained itself. On the other hand, the Mad Knight on the other side was not that lucky. All the force was carried over towards his body. The 1/30 chance of instant kill was achieved. Doff's power was almost doubled with the support of the ancient rod and the 138-point increase from the club technique enchantment. So you could just imagine how scary the force was. When the Mad Knight sensed the force coming, he instinctively stepped back. If he didn't, he would be crushed into critical condition or even killed. He stepped back like an arrow, but he was still blasted away by force. The door swung open, without the Mad Knight holding it from the other side. Mad Knight-Mage looked back and saw the 10-meter beacon. His worst enemy arrived. He did not even think as he took out a move in a flash scroll for ignition. In a flash, he passed through the mad barbarian warriors and reappeared from the temple's interior. "Stay here," Mad Warrior Church yelled, but the other Mad Knights blocked him. The law-defying wizards immediately flashed in the temple and joined the fight. After all, a mad barbarian warrior stood no chance against a Mad Knight in a 1-to-1 fight. A Mad Knight always had a holy freeze aura by their side, and their flaming aura could increase their attacks. A barbarian against them would only be slowed down and slowly had their life force strip away until they dropped dead. Even if they entered into a state of madness, their speed could not match the charge and energy aura of a Mad Knight. Since Mad Knights were the invaders of the central continent, they had no time to take things slowly. When they realized the wizards were here, they just wanted to hold down the barbarians and lock the door, so Mad Knight-Mage could take the pattern totem pole and retreat. They hadn't expected the Mad Knights guarding the door to be blasted away in one attack. Their plan failed. Abel was a dragon druid, and the temple was too small for his form, so he stayed outside. Frankenstein also stayed with him, as he needed his move in a flash. Doff the Beeman could not fit in the temple, but there were 11 law-defying wizards and 8 mad barbarian warriors anyway. That should be enough to hold down the knights. Abel, Frankenstein, and Doff acted as the second line of attack. They were ready to fight once an enemy managed to escape. The wizards began casting their crazy spells. Top-level fire, ice, and lightning spells were thrown towards the Mad Knights, with the barbarian warriors keeping them occupied. Those Mad Knights had no chance of striking back at the wizards. Law-defying wizards were all experienced masters of battles. They kept changing up their tactics with defense as a priority. They needed to hold down the knights, even if that meant getting injured. "Mr. Wizards, a Mad Knight just entered the temple's center. Please stop him," Warrior Church said in desperation. All he cared about was the safety of his headmaster and the totem pole. Headmaster Bree had no fighting ability, and the totem pole had 0 defense. "Don't worry, we won't let him escape," Wizard Hal yelled. With Abel outside, he knew the knight's escape route was sealed. At that moment, Mad Knight-Mage has arrived at the center of the temple. The totem pole and Headmaster Bree were right in front of him. However, he only batted an eye towards Headmaster Bree. A powerless barbarian could not fulfill his murderous desires. Also, his aura at the moment was the energy aura to increase speed, so Headmaster Bree could live another day. Mad Knight-Mage turned to the totem pole with excitement and sensed the energy of God within. Although Headmaster Bree used a bit of it earlier through some special method, the totem pole itself was made to gather God's energy. There was still a sea of energy within, and Headmaster Bree only used a bit of it. "My lord will love this gift," Mad Knight-Mage said in excitement as he gazed up at the 15 meters tall totem pole. All the sacrifices he made today would be worth it if he could take this totem pole back. He could sense the energy within it. It was just what his god needed. He pressed his hand on the totem pole, and it entered his portal bag. His portal bag was a holy object as well, and the Holy Kingdom gave it for him to complete this mission. The 15 meters tall totem pole vanished in a flash, and Headmaster Bree began to weep in agony. It was almost like his god had given up on him. Mad Knight-Mage charged out as soon as he got to the totem pole. However, he was immediately met with a wave of blizzard attack. Mission complete, retreat. He roared and took out a move in a flash scroll. He had gathered almost every move in a flash scroll he could find for this mission. The other Mad Knights were not in good shape. Some were barely even sustaining themselves. But the barbarians fighting with them were not doing well either. If Mad Knight-Mage took a little longer, some of them might have died. Each of the knights took out a move in a flash scroll and ignited it at once. However, they only had one scroll each, unlike Mad Knight-Mage. Abel was monitoring the battle with his power of will. As soon as Mad Knight-Mage took out the scroll, he transformed into a giant dragon. With a roar, a 1,000-year-old dragon emerged outside of the temple. After transforming multiple times, Abel had gotten faster. The dragon transformation was his only way of combating the Mad Knights as a druid. He ignited the world stone's ability, and the world began to slow down. Even dragons were well known within the legends. The sudden appearance of a giant dragon still stunned many barbarians. White light flashed outside of the temple, and a holy freeze shockwave quickly followed. The barbarians, who reacted slow, immediately turned into ice. Of course, the shockwave slammed against the dragon as well, but this blue dragon was a natural master of ice elements. The shockwave couldn't do anything to it. The Mad Knights were fast, but the ice resistance, Frankenstein quickly caught up to them with a flash. Spell patterns emerged from his weapons, and frozen orbs flew out. The Mad Knights couldn't believe their eyes. A law-defying wizard was willing to approach them. Didn't he know getting close to a Mad Knight means death? The Mad Knights quickly did their sacrifice combat attack with their swords, hoping to defuse Frankenstein's spell. Since Frankenstein was casting the spell with both hands, the knights knew there was no way he could dodge. He was right. Frankenstein did not dodge. The biggest difference between him and other wizards was that he was not made out of flesh and bones. His ancient puppet body could almost counteract all physical attacks, and his rune-word armor could diffuse elemental attacks. Therefore, there was no need for him to worry about the attack of a Mad Knight. Still, Frankenstein was not invincible. If an elemental attack was beyond his tolerance, it would directly damage that vulnerable spine and brain within him. However, the elemental attack of a Mad Knight was nothing compared to a law-defying wizard. It could do nothing to him. The first strike of the sacrifice combo landed on Frankenstein's body and knocked him back. For a few steps, but his hands did not stop. 2 frozen orbs flew towards the Mad Knight. Even if the Mad Knight immediately changed to a support aura, he was still badly injured. His body immediately slowed down. As he pondered how he could escape this situation, the sky suddenly grew dark. He lifted his head and saw a giant dragon smiling at him. The giant dragon grabbed him with its claws. He struggled for his life, but it was useless. The power of giant dragons was not documented throughout the continents because they were far superior to any race in regards to strength or elemental power. The Mad Knight felt his head and body flipped over by the dragon's claws like a toy. In a gentle twist, a soul beam charged towards the head of the dragon. Abel knew he couldn't put away the dead body of that Mad Knight immediately. He needed his crystal angel statue to fully absorb the soul of this Mad Knight. He grabbed the dead body with his claw and turned his gaze to another Mad Knight. At that moment, all of them were out of the temple. After he got this powerful body, the power of the world stone's sight and data analyzing ability was on true display. Doff the Beeman and Frankenstein both found their target, and the wizards also emerged from the temple. The barbarian warriors were not in good shape. Unless they broke out in madness, they couldn't even get close to the knights. Abel's target saw a dragon charging towards him, so he quickly lifted his shield with a white glow. A shield strike was ready for ignition. With such a big target flying low, there was no way this knight could miss. However, as he viciously struck his shield towards the giant dragon, the unexpected happened. The giant dragon perfectly dodged with a gentle twitch. It seems like he just couldn't comprehend how powerful Abel's world stone was. The knight instinctively did a sacrifice combo attack and ignited the flaming aura, pushing his strikes to the limit. However, the three sacrifice combo attacks also missed. Almost like every muscle and every scale on the dragon just slipped away from his sword. Crack, the neck of this Mad Knight was also forcefully twisted back by the dragon. Since Abel wanted to keep his body intact, he was very careful with his force. If Abel broke his body, he might end up with a headless knight when he uses the resurrection on him. After all, these bodies were the reason he joined this mission. If not, he might need to risk getting killed by a legendary knight by entering the front line to get these bodies. Two perfect bodies, Abel felt joy filling him up. He never resurrected a Mad Knight, but if he was successful, his team of summons would get extra powerful support. Just the focus aura could bring his obsolete spirit guardian knights back to life. On the other hand, the preaching aura could push the spell of his spirit guardian wizards to a scary level. Therefore, a Mad Knight would be a crucial component in forming a powerful team that roams the dark world. At first, Abel just wanted some rune words, but they were not hard to get in reality. Even Abel himself could make some with the vast amounts of crystal cores from his blue howling rabbits. The only downside was that combining a top-level rune word was very time-consuming. He didn't want to waste 100 years just to make a full set of top-level rune word gear. At this moment, training was a much better choice. The soul beam of this Mad Knight also flew towards the head of the dragon. All the wizards and barbarians were deeply confused by what was happening. However, the law-defying wizards heard of Abel's special ability in the front line that caused a legendary knight to hunt him down. "Thief of God, you're stealing souls from my lord," a Mad Knight fighting with Frankenstein yelled. However, at that moment, Frankenstein approached him and landed 2 frozen orbs on his body. Afterward, he snatched the knight's sword from his hand and plunged it into his heart. The third soul beam shoots up, and Abel's having the time of his life. His crystal angel statue was almost feeling drunk after absorbing the souls of 3 Mad Knights. Soon, Doff the Beeman also heavily slammed a Mad Knight on the floor and turned him into mush. Maybe this one couldn't be resurrected. Doff knew Abel's request, but it just couldn't help it. It wanted to lower its power in the last strike, since its first 2 strikes already made the Mad Knight drop his weapons. But an instant kill of his long weapon's enchantment occurred and directly turned the knight into mush. 4 Mad Knights were down, and their soul beams were absorbed by the 1,000-years-old dragon. Mad Knight Mead was no longer planning to fight with the 5 leftover Mad Knights. "Cover me," he lowered his voice. He then took out another move in a flash scroll and vanished from the spot. At the moment, the barbarians' warriors also charged out to support the fight, with 4 Mad Knights dead in an instant. They immediately felt their heart lifted. However, it suddenly dropped again when Warrior Church saw Mad Knight Mead flashing away. "Stop that knight, he took our holy object," he roared. A few elite barbarians exploded in madness. They knew what holy object he was talking about: the patterned podium. However, Mad Knight Mead was not planning to fight them as he took out another scroll. Frankenstein Doff stopped that Mad Knight. Abel recognized Mad Knight Mead. He was the one who attacked the elves. Although he didn't know what he stole, he would not let him go. Frankenstein could also move in a flash, and Doff had the teleportation. They could catch up to Mad Knight Mead. As a giant dragon, Abel's natural speed could also go neck to neck with Mad Knight Mead's scrolls. Although he was here in the name of supporting the barbarians, his goal was clear. He needed the Mad Knight's dead bodies and souls. However, if he hunted down Mad Knight Mead by himself, he would only be able to get an extra soul. There were 5 leftover Mad Knights without scrolls right in front of him. If he was lucky, he might even be able to get an intact body from Mad Knight Mead. He quickly calculated the pros and cons. After everything Mad Knight Mead had done to the elves in his house, he had to take his revenge. If Mad Knight Mead still managed to escape from Doff and Frankenstein, there was nothing he could do. He owed nothing to the barbarians anyway. Abel turned his gaze to another Mad Knight while trying to hold back how good his soul felt after the soul beams were fully absorbed. He speeded forward and opened his mouth to spit out an ice cloud. It was quick. The knight dodged it initially with a charge, but the ice cloud was no simple spell. The ice cloud blasted open beside the knight and covered the area. The charging Mad Knight felt his body getting heavier as he slowed down. It was the perfect opportunity for Abel. unless you were more powerful than a 1,000-years-old dragon. You wouldn't stand a chance if Abel got close to you. This was the true horror of the dragon transformation. Not only did his body get stronger, but his attacks also did. Although a dragon's defense was extremely strong, taking a hit from a Mad Knight head-on was not a good idea. This was how the World Stone's sight and data analyzing ability came in handy again. As the world slowed down, he could see each move extremely clearly and calculated the best point to strike. A dragon with this precise calculation was leagues above a dragon that just knew how to fight in close range. As the knight saw the dragon coming his way again, he charged forward with the sacrifice and revenge technique for an ultimate strike. As long as he charged, even the most powerful dragon could not counteract his attacks. He was a great idea, but that giant dragon slipped away from his charge with a gentle twist, and he could no longer follow through. He was 0.1 seconds late, but the dragon already had its claws out and penetrated his armor. Even in close-range combat, Abel had time to wonder how he should deal with the dead bodies. 5 Mad Knights were killed, and the 4 leftover knights were going insane. They dashed towards all directions, hoping their charge could drag out their distance with this dragon. They knew once the dragon got close to them, death would arrive. But that was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that their souls would be absorbed, instead of returning to the arms of their god. The law-defying wizards that came to help weren't all that weak. There were also enough of them, which meant that it was possible to form a barricade around the Mad Knights. The 8 surviving Mad Barbarian warriors were also there to help. For vengeance, they did all they could do to pressure the remaining 4 Mad Knights back. Church wanted to chase after the Mad Knight that took the totem pole, but all he could see was the instantaneous movement spell scroll that was taken away. He was too slow, so the other elven law-defying wizards went for him instead. They all stopped, though, when they saw Frankenstein and the Beeman giant beast going already. That saved them all the energy they had to deal with the 4 Mad Knights. One of Wizard Hal's lightning blizzard hit the Mad Knight straight on, even as if he was trying to dodge all the spells coming to him. Even with the support of the rescue halo, the collected damage was just too much. He couldn't move too much anymore. Soon, without lasting even half a second, he was immobilized on the spot, which gave the 3 law-defying wizards enough time to launch more attacks at him. 2 advanced attack spells were cast at him, but another one of Wizard Hal's lightning outpaced them and ended this poor knight. Blood gushed out of his mouth as Wizard Hal went to the max mode by casting with both of his hands. The 2 other law-defying wizards struck with both hands as well. Very quickly, a soul light rose and went towards the direction of the giant dragon. When the other 2 law-defying wizards got their meteorites ready, the millennium-year-old dragon appeared. It clutched onto the Mad Knight's corpse before the meteors fell. The dragon spoke in a strangely loud but articulate voice. "I need this corpse. Wait for me. I'll do 10 light recovery potions for it." "Just take it, Master Bennett." Wizard Hal laughed. Honestly, he had no idea what Master Bennett was going to do with the corpses. They didn't seem to be that interested, actually. It wasn't illegal to dissect corpses on the Holy Continent, so it wasn't all that strange that a potion master would want something. If anything, they were more focused on the potions that he was willing to trade for the corpse. Abel threw them a bag of potions in his dragon form. Yes, he was giving the portal bag away as well. He didn't care how rich the Mad Knights were, because they would not be as rich as him. He had an endless supply of magic gemstones, and he could brew any potions that he wanted. Now, Wizard Hal didn't know all about that, but he got the gist of it. He was not going to back away from a free opportunity for a portal bag. Abel floated in the sky as he spectated at the 3 fights that were taking place. He was not going to interfere with any of them because he could see that all of them were about to end. Given the advantage in number and spells, the Mad Knights had literally no chance to fight back. He wasn't going to steal prizes away from the law. Defying wizards. Perhaps the barbarian Mad Warriors weren't going to bother with them as well. They just wanted to kill the Mad Knights, so they were probably not interested in gaining fighting experience. Whatever, Abel was just happy that he had an entire corpse to himself. No, 6 of them in total, and he could still vitalize them with his resurrection spell. Given the relatively unscathed state they were in, he could build himself an entire squad of Mad Knights in just a few years. Still, it was not yet safe to do that. He was a potions master and a dragon druid. But turning corpses into minions could very well still make him the enemy of the wizard. The tension between the wizard union and the nation of God was not going to take lightly. Soon, once his angelic statue absorbed the 5 knight corpses, he stored the statue in his own private storage box. The combat wasn't over yet. Apart from the 1 corpse decimated by both freezing and fire spells, and 2 chopped pieces into pieces by the barbarian mad warriors, all the corpses remained in acceptable condition. The law-defying wizards were not happy with how the barbarian mad warriors were cutting the bodies up. Not especially when they learned that they could earn 10 potions for each one. When the last soul light entered his angelic statue, Abel could feel the presence of each mad knight praying inside his statue. He could feel a heap of energy that was charging inside the statue, and he wasn't sure if it had to do with the power of these mad followers or their faith. Still, he could clearly tell that the energy generated surpassed even 1,000 ordinary followers. Anyways, since the time was up for him to end his dragon transformation, he canceled his dragon form and returned to his elven form. He came to the pile of corpses that were collected and had them all inside his private storage box. He took out 20 bottles and passed them to the law-defying wizards that were around. They were gifts for thanking these wizards for not have done excessive damage to these bodies. Warrior Church bowed to all the wizards. Wizards, please help my clan retrieve our sacred item. Wizard Hal shook his head and smiled. Master Bennett's summoned beings already went there, Church. Nevertheless, Church pleaded again. The sacred item is very important to us. Wizard Hal said to Abel, "Can you return to your sky sparrow, Master Bennett? Do that as we go and have a scan." Abel's done a dragon formation already today. Now, with 2 of his major supports gone, Wizard Hal was not confident in his safety. Abel was not going to say too much, so he just followed his instructions and called White Cloud back down. Wizard Hal then turned to Church again. Warrior Church, your attitude towards Master Bennett has been irritating. I will be straight with you. You have not shown him any gratitude, but he's brought his summoned creatures to slay 5 mad knights for you. Warrior Church was speechless. He thought that the giant dragon and the beaming giant beast belonged to the Wizard Union. He thought that it was just the Wizard Union that he was relying on, but to hear this from Wizard Hal made him realize how wrong he was. Warrior Church quickly apologized. "So sorry, Wizard Hal. Our clan will make sure to make enough payment for Master Bennett." "You think Master Bennett cares about your wealth?" Wizard Hal shook his head. "Everyone, let's go. We'll go see that last mad knight." Very quickly, the elven law-defying wizards disappeared where they were at and left Church standing by himself. Frankenstein and Doff chased right towards Mad Knight Mead. He ran for his life. Mad Knight Mead was not slowing down one bit. He was not saving any of the rare instantaneous movement spell scroll. He was passing through all the barbarians trying to block him as they went all over Battlecry City. At the same time, his sacred freezing dealt terrifying damage to all the barbarians that were in his attack range, which paved a road of death as he was moving there. The sacred freezing sort of stopped Doff from going after him, actually. The freezing would be cleared off as it was shocking its body, but that was wasting quite some time. As for Frankenstein, he wasn't afraid of the freezing spells, but his manual teleportation was just slower than the spell scrolls Knight-Mage was using. In the short run, they had no way of catching up to him, so the most they could do was make sure that they didn't fall too far behind. Finally, once they were out of the Battlecry City, Knight-Mage started running out of scrolls. The scroll was his only way of saving his life, and he's had to go through all kinds of debt to borrow them from people. Every time he used one, his heart ached, knowing how much he would earn if he was just selling it to the other occupation holders on the central continent. He had no time to worry about that, though. As soon as he went out of Battlecry City, he activated his charge and activated his Vitality Light Ring to boost his speed. He was not that fast anymore, though. Luckily, since the city's outskirts were mostly flat with no obstacles, he was confident in reaching the large-sized teleportation circle in time. It was just 10 miles from him and the valley the circle was located. He reached for the portal bag that contained his legendary item. He grieved about the number of resources he had to waste this time, but as far as he was concerned, as long as he could bring the totem back, it was going to be worth it. Very soon, Frankenstein and Doff appeared outside of Battlecry City. Mad Knight-Mage could sense Frankenstein and Doff from behind him. He didn't even have the time to turn his head around. As far as he was concerned, he just wanted to accelerate. He needed to run. Frankenstein was as silent as a ghost. Doff, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. Every time it performed another one of its teleportation abilities, it came with a deafening scream that would scare Mad Knight-Mage to go even faster. When the two were just a few hundred meters away from Mad Knight-Mage, he suddenly tapped on his portal bag that contained a legendary item. Under white light, 10 5-meter-tall golems appeared at his back and ran towards Frankenstein and Doff. Being the natural fighter that it was, Doff began to fight them as soon as it laid its eyes on the target. The ancient pillar in its hand slammed towards the golems. Frankenstein only went after Mad Knight-Mage as his master told him to. In just 2 seconds, Doff smashed all 10 of the golems into a bunch of trash metal. As impressive as that was, Mad Knight-Mage was already far away. Frankenstein was quite close to Mad Knight-Mage, but all of his attacks seemed to be slow. All of his spells were ice elements, and even his fastest technique, the freezing ceiling sphere, was nowhere fast enough to catch Mad Knight-Mage as he was trying to make a run for it. As for Mad Knight-Mage, he wasn't even thinking about hitting back, no matter the distance between them. As far as he was concerned, there had to be some trap waiting for him if Frankenstein allowed him to strike with his knight's long sword. No, all that mattered right now was to get the totem pole away as quickly as possible. Doff screamed and rushed forward once more. Mad Knight-Mage was actually more scared of Doff than Frankenstein. Frankenstein was definitely going to win against him in a fight, but he could almost run every time if he wanted to. Doff was different. One hit was enough to kill him, so he needed to keep their distance. So again, he took the portal bag and unleashed another 10 golems. Doff fell for it again. Without any direct instructions from Abel, it was driven by its battle instinct to take down these golems once again. While Doff was being held still by the 10 golems, Mad Knight-Mage switched his Vitality Light Ring to Sacred Shock Spiritual Kai Light Ring. The Spiritual Kai Light Ring was a spiritual Kai ring containing the element of lightning. As resistant as Frankenstein was towards it, his body was immobilized for an entire second when he was hit. Mad Knight-Mage became a lot slower when the ring disappeared, but the fact that Frankenstein was immobilized actually increased their distance. Still, Frankenstein possessed the wisdom of an experienced law-defying wizard. It was not easy for him to go down so easily with just one hit. Realizing that he was falling behind, he chased again by unleashing another instantaneous movement. He also decided to switch his method. When the sacred shock vanished away, his body immediately disappeared right next to Mad Knight-Mage. That's when the Frost Newborn Star was unleashed. At the same time, another instantaneous movement rune was ready in his other hand. An ice elemental shock wave swept across Mad Knight-Mage's body. Following that, Frankenstein disappeared and left the attack range of the sacred shock. Mad Knight-Mage switched his spiritual Kai Light Ring to purification mode. It purified the freezing effect of the newborn star, and again, the two were back at a game of cat and mouse. If it was any other law-defying wizard casting this Frost Newborn Star, Mad Knight-Mage would still go at the same pace as he had always been. Frankenstein was different. His newborn star had a total level of 27. Combined with a level 11 command freezing, it could be said that the effect was pretty much just as strong as a level 24 law-defying wizard. Because of this, Mad Knight-Mage immediately retaliated with his sacred shock attack. Instead, he activated his Vitality Spiritual Light Ring and turned the charge ability to the max. He wanted to outpace Frankenstein, given that he thought that he was confident in dodging almost all of Frankenstein's attacks. Frankenstein's scream came in closer. Mad Knight-Mage threw another 10 golems. This time, however, he was not feeling pleasant about it at all. All the golems he threw were the best that he got from the dwarves. Apart from assisting in combat, they helped him with all sorts of other things. That being said, it really pained him that he wasted them in mere seconds just for stalling Doff for another few seconds. By this time, they were only 5 miles before the cavern, with the large teleportation circle was. Since Doff was fighting the golems once more, he could feel that it was really possible to run out of this place. Abel was just about to sense what was happening over here. He was disappointed to see that Doff kept falling for the same trick all over again. Abel spoke directly to the soul chain. Don't worry about the golems, Doff. Your objective is that Mad Knight. Having heard that, Doff immediately gave up on the puppets and charged towards Mad Knight-Mage. This was pretty much the moment that Abel realized that there was a huge difference between a human-type summoned creature and a summoned creature based on the form of a beast. Even if Frankenstein was not as strong as Doff in terms of intelligence, he was simply so much better at making all kinds of complicated choices. From what it looked like, Abel thought that he should resurrect fewer beast-type corpses in the future. It's not like he could find many that could satisfy his standards, but for the last few years, his priority was Mad Knights. Actually, given that there were 7 fresh corpses right inside his personal storage box, it seemed to him that this was good timing to resurrect more minions. After hearing another roar from the beaming giant beast, it didn't take Mad Knight-Mage even 1 second to reach for another 10 of his golems. However, this time, it appeared to him that Doff was not falling for the same trick after all. He was skeptical about it, though, so he quickly threw out another 10 and had them behind him. Damn, Mad Knight-Mage cursed in his mind, meanwhile revealing the Blizzard spell scroll in his hand. Now, the Blizzard spell scroll wasn't meant to do a lot of damage at all. It wasn't even supposed to deal damage to advanced wizards, but obviously, Mad Knight-Mage was looking for a way to slow down the ones that were chasing after him. One wasn't going to do much, but he had about several tens of them inside his portal bag, containing all sorts of them. In this instance, Mad Knight-Mage became a wizard with all sorts of spells being activated in his hand. Blizzard, Firewall, Fireball, Blazing Path, Ice-Tip Pillar. He was casting everything that he could at Frankenstein and Doff. These spells weren't powerful on their own, but they did do their job in slowing down Frankenstein and Doff in a short period of time. No, Mad Knight-Mage was not going to switch his spiritual Kai light ring anymore. He was doing everything that he could to gain a little more distance away from death. It's there, he screamed, his eyes locked onto the hill that was in front of him. He could see a seclusion circle in front of him. It wasn't a specialist circle, but there were a total of 10 top-level magic stones inside the energy slot. It should be more than enough to give him a chance to get himself out of this place completely. After throwing all the remaining spell scrolls, Mad Knight-Mage rushed right into the seclusion circle and disappeared. It made Doff and Frankenstein's minds go completely blank. Very quickly, Frankenstein became the first to recover. The ice-sealing spheres in his hands were immediately activated and flew right forward. Doff could see the ice bullets flying at him, and when he saw the barrier that was activated in his sight, he realized that the enemy was trying to form a barricade to protect himself. Raising the ancient pillar in his hand, Doff went for a heavy slam towards the barrier. 1, 2, 3. After 2 heavy strikes, a critical hit was landed to shatter the seclusion circle. When the barrier was gone, they could see a cavern in front of them. During this time, Mad Knight-Mage was activating the large-sized teleportation circle with his power of the will. He was sending a signal to the nation of God to wait for a reply. He had never been this agitated before. It was only so long before he waited, but today felt like the longest day he's ever lived. The sounds outside made his heart pound extraordinarily fast. It took him a while to receive the response that he was waiting for. He prayed faithfully, "My Lord, I can finally return." When the runes underneath him were filled with energy, he could feel his entire body contained with dimensional forces. During this time, Frankenstein was inside the cavern, whereas Doff was screaming as it was frustrated at how small the cave was for it to enter. Mad Knight-Mage looked towards Frankenstein and snarled, "See you then. I'll make sure to kill you the next time we meet." Frankenstein wasn't really listening though. Without Abel's commands, he was just acting out of his instinct to fight. Without thinking much, he followed his judgments and attacked Mad Knight-Mage before the large-sized teleportation circle was activated. This was when the large-sized teleportation circle had not yet entered into protection mode. A basic telekinesis rune was generated on Frankenstein's hand. It wasn't meant to do any real damage, but it was more than enough to disrupt the large-sized teleportation circle before it was loaded. No, Mad Knight-Mage didn't bother dodge when he saw the rune appear. He figured that the only thing that could hurt him was a legendary-level wizard if he was under protection. With that being said, he allowed the telekinesis to hit him as his defensive spell disappeared. This allowed Frankenstein to drag him out of the teleportation circle, but Mad Knight-Mage was not so weak that he would just be dragged out of the circle. What happened instead was that all his items were gone. All his armor, the legendary portal bag, all the clothes, and even the boots, shield, and sword were stripped off him all at once. While Frankenstein was piling the items in front of him, Mead's body was being warped around by the dimension force around him. The large-sized teleportation circle was already in operation, so he didn't have a choice even if he was planning on leaving. Mead cursed before he vanished. "I curse you, coward, you didn't even have the guts to show your face." Frankenstein was planning on putting all the stuff on the ground into the portal bag. When he realized that the bag containing the legendary item couldn't fit in, he had it on his waist. Abel was watching from white clouds back. He looked at the large-sized teleportation circle with his soul chain. He knew that Mead was still on his way, struggling to escape. He shook his head. "Frankenstein, take the magic gemstones off." The white light flashing out of his hand, Frankenstein followed the order and took out the gemstones from the energy slot. The large-sized teleportation circle stopped moving after all the stones were taken off. As the light on the circle disappeared, the whole circle had pretty much lost its function. Abel's next order was to have Frankenstein stay at the same spot. There was a distance of 10 miles in between, so whether it was him or those law-defying wizards, they would have plenty of time to arrive in a very short time. With Doff there, the large road mark became the destination of all the law-defying wizards. Abel was a bit slow, but he managed to catch up to them after jumping down from White Cloud. Wizard Hal spoke first. "The Mad Knight's gone." Abel wasn't surprised. That one had a lot of protective items on him. He seems to be very resourceful, even by the standards of the nation of evil. Wizard Hal laughed out loudly. "Yes, yes. We do have a lot of rewards, though." Apart from Abel, these were all members of the Wizard Union. As for a Mad Knight that robbed the sacred item of the barbarians, they honestly didn't care that much. The order they got was to reinforce Battlecry City, and now that most of the sacred knights and Mad Knights were killed, going after the only one that was spared just didn't seem all that important to them. No, especially when the number of Mad Knights who had died in this battle was the greatest in the last several centuries. The nation of God was rushing too much. After the elven race, they didn't give themselves much time to rest before they commenced another large-scale war. In fact, it was the fact that the elven race was attacked that got the Wizard Union the sense of alertness to respond so well despite how quickly the Mad Knights attacked. Abel had a lot to do with it, of course. His Sky Sparrow was the one that helped to call for reinforcement in time. Also, now that they were outside the temple, Abel and his summoned creatures managed to kill several Mad Knights and make everything so much easier for the Wizard Union. It was why the 11 law-defying wizards all thought that he was the one that helped them with this victory. One law-defying wizard smiled and asked, "I think you should take the teleportation circle, Master Bennett. You technically earned it yourself, and I don't mind dismantling it here for you." Abel was very happy to hear that. That would great Wizard Hussey. Wizard Hussey here was a circle master, an elite one, actually. He was one of the many law-defying wizards that used their spare time to develop skills other than wizardry. This turned out to be especially well for Wizard Hussey, because he was actually more resourceful than most to gain the supplies required. This gave him a lot more opportunities to hone his skills. During this very moment, Wizard Hussey used his telekinesis to dismantle the parts of the circle. It was the reason wizards worked better than others in terms of working with circles. Their power of the will could reach for the parts that others couldn't with their hands. In just a few seconds, everything was dismantled to be put into just one portal bag. Wizard Hussey brought the bag to Abel. "Here, Master Bennett." Abel responded with an invitation. "Feel free to visit my residence at the Potion Master Guild whenever." That made everyone else pretty jealous. A direction invitation was pretty much the same as a recognition to become friends. There was no telling what their relationship would blossom into, but given how things were now, there was a door wide open for Wizard Hussey to make a good first impression. Wizard Hussey couldn't hide his excitement. "I'll be sure to, Master Bennett. I'll definitely be there." For the food, actually, no, just joking. "No. Actually, I've heard that your chefs make some great dishes, don't they?" That was no rumor at this point. Those law-defying wizards had all the information on Master Bennett. It was no secret how good the food was at almost all of his residents. Church rushed into the cavern suddenly. "Where's the sacred item of our clan?" Wizard Hal pointed towards where the teleportation circle originally was. "We were late, Church. The Mad Knight had it on when he was returning to the nation of evil." Church turned to Abel. "I thought you were the one who went first, Master Bennett. How did you let the knight go?" Wizard Hal was greatly offended. "Watch your tone, Warrior Church. Master Bennett has done far better than any other wizards here combined. You have no right speaking to a helping elf like this." It wasn't just Hal this time. All the other law-defying wizards looked quite angry as well. Those law-defying wizards saw many corpses of steel puppet on their way here. They also noticed the marks of all kinds of spells being cast, which indicated that the chase after Mead was not easy. "Bring me out of here, Frankenstein," Abel said without responding to Church. "I'll be off from here, wizards. I'll see you all some other time." The law-defying wizards could all see how mad Abel was. Abel went to spend a bunch of potions for them, but the barbarian didn't appreciate it and even started to scorn him. "Goodbye, Master Bennett." Not knowing what to do, the law-defying wizards just bowed and let Frankenstein and Abel disappear. "I didn't mean this, Master Bennett, I was just..." Just when Church was about to explain to Abel, Abel was already out of the cavern. He was left alone to be gazed at by the other law-defying wizards. He now knew that he had offended someone that he shouldn't. He didn't know what to do to make up for it, too. He was busy training inside the temple most of the time. He didn't really know how famous Master Bennett was on the central continent. It really had to do with how fast Abel was becoming a prominent figure on the central continent. There was still not enough time for a lot of the influential figures to know about his name. Warrior Church did what he could to run out of the cavern. Still, he could see that Master Bennett was already on White Cloud's back. To be honest, Abel wasn't all that angry. He was just done with his job. There really wasn't much else to do, except waiting for an apology. That was not something he's really keen on. He got an entire large-sized teleportation circle, and if there was anything he regretted, it'd just be that he should have activated his giant dragon transformation earlier. Otherwise, the souls of the 80 advanced sacred knights would have belonged to his statues. Abel shook his head. "Enough this time, I guess." Just after saying, he saw a portal bag that was on Frankenstein's waist. "Where's this bag from, Frankenstein?" What Frankenstein told him through the soul chain was quite incredible. "You looted that Mad Knight." Abel's thought about looting enemies with the telekinesis spell. But he's never considered stripping away all the belongings of a living Mad Knight. The difference in difficulty was just too high. The next thing he knew, Frankenstein threw a portal bag and a bunch of clothes on White Cloud's back. Abel could see a whole set of armor. Of course, he also saw the gloves and clothes. There were even undergarments. Frankenstein literally stripped Mead naked. By the way, just then, Mead was fully naked when he went out of the teleportation circle in the nation of God. He was being watched by the tens of sacred knights and Mad Knights that were waiting for him. All he had was a knight's shield to cover his private parts. One Mad Knight thought about asking about the totem, but he knew that was out of the question. Mead was embarrassed at first, but then he had this grim look on his face as he realized that he would be an embarrassment for the next few centuries. "Ugh!" He screamed and unleashed all the energy inside of him. He activated his charge and switched on his Vitality Spiritual Kai light ring. He didn't ask for extra clothing from anyone else as he just got out as quickly as possible. His head was filled with thoughts about the weirded look of his comrades. He failed the mission miserably, and more miserably, all the stuff he gained over the years was robbed of him. He lost control. He charged out of the barrier generated by the Guardian Wings and went straight for the Howling Castle. He just wanted to find a law-defying wizard that he could die together with. He picked Howling Castle because that's the closest spot he could do this. A patrolling law-defying wizard scrambled. Has that Mad Knight gone mad? At the same time, more law-defying wizards rushed over to see Mead without anything on him. They didn't know why he was in the state that he was. But they were not allowing any sacred knight from the nation of God to close in as far as they were concerned. While the other law-defying wizards were preparing their spell, Mead was intercepted when there was still a 1-mile distance between him and Howling Castle. It was a defensive circle that got him. Soon later, a strong purifying spiritual light rose out, signaling that the intruder was returning to his maker. Abel threw away all the knight's clothes off of White Cloud. He didn't have the slightest intention of touching what a mad knight wore. He wasn't like Frankenstein. He never thought about stripping things off someone's living body with telekinesis. It was something quite fine, though. He honestly liked the golden quality armor. He didn't care about the traits it possessed. All he did was throw the armor into his ring. Something happened when he tried, though. The power of the will was intercepted by a divine force when he placed the armor in. It's a legendary item. He had a lot of divine items on him, already from the families he knew or attacked. Still, he would make an effort to study all he could. He was starting to observe this piece. From its design, he could tell that it was the work of this world. Still, he wasn't sure where Knight-Mage got it from. Out of the several ones from the nation of God, apart from the sword and shield, he knew that most of them were either inside the temple or collected from battle. Once retrieved, a modification process would take place such that the item would not so much be affected by the original spirit. That was where the problem was. As powerful as divine items were, any spirit could take it back if it felt like to. For example, the transformation necklace Abel had. Being able to master using and just using it were two very different things. There was a time that his disguise was immediately blown out by someone much stronger. After he had permission from the moon goddess, only then did the transformation start working out for him. As of now, the necklace was well hidden inside his body at all times, and unless he was facing a spirit of the same level, virtually no one could see through whatever form he was taking. As for choosing for the nation of God, the best idea was to pollute it with divine force and make some change happen. Abel was quite curious about the item inside the portal bag. Still, since he was at a high altitude, there really wasn't the time to tear the bag open. It wasn't really a possible thing to do for most law-defying wizards anyways, but as far as he was concerned, he had to do all he could to get the bag working. Otherwise, he had no purpose of keeping it with him. By the way, he had no idea that the bag wasn't actually Mead's. It was from the godson inside the temple. He was supposed to be the most influential figure in all of the nation of God. Since he had the ability to wield divine energy, he was almost like a spirit responsible for guarding over the entire temple. Abel slapped onto White Cloud. Speed up, White Cloud, we're getting back quickly. White Cloud could feel how rushed Abel was saying it, so it hurried up to use its teleportation ability. Abel arrived at Lacey City very quickly and used the teleportation circle to return to his residence near the Potion Master Guild. If he was waiting a bit longer for the divine power to end blocking, he could have left without having to run so far in the first place. It really had to do with that barbarian's attitude. He didn't feel like staying at Battlecry City a moment longer at the time. I'm going to have a shutdown training. Don't make anyone bother me, research spirit. After coming to his battle fort, he shut the door and reached for his town teleportation scroll to enter the dark world. If he was breaking through the blockage of the legendary item portal bag, he had to first break it open forcefully with divine power. To do that, he needed a divine spirit to help him with that, and he only had access to divine power once he was inside the dark world. Inside the rogue's encampment, he took the legendary portal bag out and started reaching with his power of the will. Could feel a strong energy that was blocking the opening. He drew a thin, dark, golden energy thread from his angelic statue, and under his careful guidance, he tried to see if he could reach the thin inside. Although the two divine forces were quite different, when the energy made contact with divine force, it unleashed a channel so that everything inside could be unleashed. That was when he started to see it. The ownership circle of the bag had an unfamiliar power of the will over it. He used his own power of the will to clear it off. But its sturdiness was beyond his expectations. It felt like he was punching a steel wall with his fist. H's never felt anything like it. That was how strong the presence of this power of the will was. It was actually dense enough to move objects or even for attacking someone physically. There was a weakness he noticed quite quickly, though. This energy was not limitless, so eventually, as he was grinding, it became weaker and weaker. Finally, the power of the will became this pure energy that was absorbed by his power of the will. After absorbing this energy, he felt like his power was enhanced such that he had come close to the density of this energy. Still, there was quite a gap. He hadn't trained himself to that point yet. Once he had all the energy absorbed away, the godson in his temple started to feel quite anxious. The godson said anxiously, "My portal bag." The godson was thinking about waiting till tomorrow afternoon to retrieve it. He was not in a rush at all. He didn't think too much about Mead's death, given his various failures. However, the portal bag and the lock on it were just gone. He was starting to feel even angrier towards the outcome of this battle. No, Abel didn't know what the godsent was thinking. He had no idea how much attention he just attracted from the nation of God. He was just happy that the legendary portal item was ready for the taking. This was the second legendary item he had. If it weren't for his crystal angelic statue, he would have never even made it to the ownership circle. After the ownership verification took place, he could now insert his power of the will to check the bag's content. He did, and the first thing he saw in his can was a giant room that was much more spacious than his ring. Bigger pieces could be filled in the process of making it. Now, under the influence of his power, he was shocked enough to realize that there was an even smaller world inside. The small world was about 500 miles in its length, width, and height. There were no life forms here. Abel's ring was a legendary item in itself, but the capacity was still much different from an actual legendary portal bag. In that sense, he's never had to worry enough about storage capacity from this point. Inside all this space, there were mountains of various resources and ingredients, something that looked like they belonged to the front line or the mining pits of the nation of God. It was what the nation of God collected over the last few centuries. The godsent would usually take the rare minerals for the blacksmiths to forge, and once they got it done, the finished product would be put right here unless there was a need for some important construction work. Speaking of which, as disappointed as the godsent was over Mead, he still trusted him to take care of the divine portal bag because, well, he could take it back at any point. There weren't that many spirits that could be deployed anytime on the central continent. It was the same for Battlecry City. The god of war was already gone. Otherwise, he would have never gone after the temple by deploying his sacred knights. Still, he would have never had so much inside if he knew it would get robbed. Abel wasn't showing mercy with the wealth that he came across. He felt like building two castles right now, one made of the mountain of fine gold, another one with the mithril mountain. That was just how many resources that were in here. Like the Wizard Union, the nation of God had its own monopoly over the handful proportion of resources on the front line. They also did their luxurious spending on magic buildings, and while they were not as big as the Doomsday Wall, there were just so much more of them. Abel was always wondering where the reserve would be. This was the reserve. There were mountains of this and mountains of that. The point was, he got it. He was starting to understand why the Wizard Union banned certain materials from the front line. The goal was to use those strictly for targeting the nation of God because it seemed to them that the whole point was to win resources. Actually, they also had to worry about not ruining the economy of the central continent and the other subcontinents. It just wouldn't work if rare materials were thrown onto the market like they were random pebbles found on the street. Anyways, there was a lot of stuff here. Just the gold bricks took up several layers and a huge chunk of the area. Abel could not fathom how much love the original owner had for gold. He liked it as well, so he thought that he might as well build a palace out of it and marry Lorraine inside. He wanted to do exactly as the Chinese proverb Jin Wu Kang Jiao, meaning, to hide a concubine inside a golden house, was implying. Right now, he's almost forgotten about Mead's personal belongings. All his attention was now on the rare ingredients he had. Here, there were just so many of them that he had to switch on his world's strong fragment to commence analysis and calibration. He was delighted there was literally enough he could make an entire skyship and magic stone cannon out of. If he was willing, he could spend a whole bunch of time building up another arsenal. He didn't have time for it, though, so he thought he should trade with the dwarves and leave all the hard work to them after sending them these raw materials. He could work on the main circle. As for the magic stone cannon, he just needed to make enough one-time 33 Zod to make use of everything here. After spending a few hours more, Abel finally woke up from the excitement of gaining so many materials at once. He was a grandmaster blacksmith and master alchemist, too. He understood the worth of these materials far better than anyone else, and that was why he became so obsessed with all of this. After scanning over the legendary portal bag, he discovered some small items in the corner. The one that stood out the most was a totem pole that was about 15 meters long. On the edge were several tens of steel puppets and some books. He couldn't help but to think when he felt the presence. Is this the sacred item of the barbarian? It was just too much sacred essence that was being emitted from the pole. He could feel it even stronger now that he was inside the rogue's encampment. He took the pole, laid it on the ground, and began to observe it. He thought of returning it if the barbarians treated him a little better, but he wasn't really planning on paying any attention to men blatantly unappreciative of his goodwill. Speaking of which, there seemed to be an unnatural amount of sacred presence emitted out of this totem. He wasn't going to let it out of his hands unless he made sense out of this. Yes, he was not returning it to church forever. He wasn't feeling guilty, not when he saved so many lives of the barbarians over at Battlecry City already. Did they know I have this thing? He suddenly thought to himself, I don't think anyone's going to ask the nation of God about it. Apart from Frankenstein, he thought that the only ones who would know the whereabouts of this item would be members of the nation of God. He was still worried about that, but unbeknownst to him, Knight-Mage had already committed suicide because of the humiliation from Frankenstein. No one bothered with the totem pole any time after that. Abel didn't know, but he thought that the thing was for him to possess. Therefore, he would not give it over to anyone unless he felt like he had to. This was a legendary item with no one claiming ownership over it. Actually, there was a bit of power of the will left, but it's not really any. It should be coming from the barbarian who spent a lot of time holding this. Even without becoming its owner, he probably still spent a lot of time using it to gather up forces of prayer. Abel's guess was correct. This power of the will originated from Elder Blair of the Battlecry City Temple. Instead of training to become a barbarian, he specialized in training the power of the will that belonged to spirits. For the majority of his time, he would be focusing on the totem pole right here. This was why he could interact with it even without being able to own it. Back to Abel. He took his time observing the totem pole and all the icons depicting legendary figures on it. Upon a closer look, he could see that the lines were formed with countless small patterns. The stories depicted seemed to be nothing but decoration, in this sense. The real power of the pole came from the small patterns that were distributed across. As for the materials, even if it was a grandmaster blacksmith like him, there was no real way to tell the exact composition of the materials. He just knew that it was made from the timber of some sort of plant. It was no ordinary plan, though. The material appeared to contain golden divine forces in his eyes, although its shape was nothing but a regular-sized tree. Abel inserted his power of the will into the totem pole. He was immediately rejected. It seemed like that the pole was not supposed to be trifled with, even if no one could claim it. Even him. He did have the divine powers to get it open. But he would have to train himself to be stronger than the god of war he faced in the past years. Otherwise, he would have to break through the defense slowly and steadily. Abel murmured to himself, is there a lock on it? He tried wrapping his own power of the will onto the weak Kai that was coming out. He had thought that the totem pole would return to the temple once the god of war died, but instead, it went into a slumber. Apparently, death was only a momentary thing for spirits. If there were enough prayers, eventually, the spirit would wake up and return to its original form. This was what the god of war betted on. But the Wizard Union made it so that it was impossible to cast any prayer power onto the corpse since it was locked up inside the building. This was why the totem pole was still functional after so many years. Every once in a while, it would spit out a bit of energy for the barbarians to absorb. If it weren't for the attack of the nation of God, it might just grow back into a spirit after repeating this for a few more thousand years. Although a lot of progress had gone to waste, Abel's spirit ability could help him to insert the power of the will and reinvigorate the pole once and for all. Once his power went in, the first thing he looked for was the empty ownership circle. There was no influence of the god of war over it now. He had no worries about alerting anyone or triggering the security mechanism. He just went ahead and activated the ownership circle, claimed his ownership over it, and very quickly, the whole item was for him to use. Now there were 4 main functions for the totem pole. One was the reinvigorate blessings. This was meant for anyone who wished to specialize in becoming barbarians but possessed no talent of the sword. Elder Blair couldn't own the totem pole, but he could use it on his followers every once in a while. The second was elemental resistance, which would increase 30 points of resistance. Elemental attacks were the weakness of the barbarians, but holding the item pole would eliminate all the threat of elemental threats. There was a problem, though, and that's that no one was going to hold a 15-meter-long pole in the middle of a fight. The third was a 200-point increase in a physical attack. Again, the same issue stood. No barbarians were known to fight with a totem pole. The fourth one was to increase all barbarian skills by 2 levels. Abel could tell by this point. If this totem pole actually qualified as a melee weapon, it would have been almost the same as some powerful weapons inside the Dark World. As a matter of fact, he could use it as so only if he was in his giant dragon form. He's not going to need any weapon if he was in his dragon form, so after giving it a bit more thought, he decided to let Doff use it. Doff did have the ancient pillar already, so he thought it's probably better to change up its weapon once and for all. Out Doff. Abel summoned Doff out of his portal beast ring and ordered it to place the ancient pillar on the ground. He then started with a comparison. The ancient pillar did not have much special about it, but its weight and resistance effect was always a great advantage when fighting against fanatic knights. Things would be very different if Doff were facing off law-defying wizards that could teleport and launch long-distance attacks. The totem pole seemed to be very versatile against that. The barbarian's skill buff was not as much as he wanted, but being able to immediately use it made things a lot easier. No. Once Abel tried to conduct the dark golden energy inside the totem pole, he was now free to turn it into whatever shape he wished. This was a genuine legendary item after all. If he had enough divine power for it, he could modify it to be whatever he wanted. With that in mind, he started guiding the divine power inside the crystal angelic state inside the pole to melt it. Like liquid mercury, the pole started melting and ran towards the ancient pillar. The pillar was about 50 centimeters in diameter before, but it was now 80 in total. As for the surface of the pillar, new patterns were starting to show up. Abel didn't bother changing the pattern related to the legendary myths, as he didn't want to risk changing the totem's effect. Still, it would be surprising to anyone who recognized this piece, as so many of its appearances had changed already. Abel spoke to Doff. "Try this new weapon, Doff. Let's call it the ancient totem." Doff reached over to the ancient totem. As heavier as it became, there really wasn't a change in terms of swinging speed. On top of that, as its owner, Abel could sense that none of the original features were gone. If anything, the resistance effect was even stronger. He decided to prioritize strength or maneuverability. He decided to allow Doff to gain certain ownership over the ancient totem. This way, although it was scary that Doff could use the pole in whatever ways it wished, there was no higher chance to receive the 200 physical attack buff and activate critical hit. Activate Enlightenment Blessing. Abel then spoke to Doff. Doff complied to activate the totem pole, and as it was doing so, a golden light was emitted outward, unleashing a shock wave that reached over an area of 20 meters in diameter. The shockwave energy was like water. Abel and Doff were just engulfed in it. It felt warm for some reason. After 30 minutes, the light finally disappeared, leaving the two to discover on their own what changes took place. Strangely enough, Abel couldn't really find anything wrong that's happening to him. He tried to practicing basic barbarian screaming. It was the easiest way he knew to test whether he had barbarian potential. Disappointingly, he didn't generate any vibration or barbarian type Kai after doing this. Truth be told, it didn't really matter if Abel was gifted enough to become a barbarian. It had mostly to do with the way he structured his body already. He possessed traits of a giant dragon, so technically, his body was biologically closer to that of a premature dragonkind. Given that dragons were perfect beings of this world, it'd be a lot harder for him to revert to human, a lesser being than dragons. He didn't even need to train to become barbarian, honestly. Dragons were just better, and he could sleep and eat all day and still end up making more progress if he was to try honing any other skills belonging to any other class. Try this, Doff. That being said, instead of doing this himself, Abel turned his gaze towards Doff. He then used his soul chain to send all the information necessary to complete the basic training. After receiving this knowledge, Doff immediately caused a vibration in the air around them. He was watching this happen. Because of the connection they shared, the Kai started to form inside of him. Doff just gained the talent to become a barbarian. Abel was pretty disappointed about himself. Not believing in the lack of talent he possessed, he tried to cast another of his enlightenment blessings. The results ended up the same. He made no progress, while Doff just had another raise in its barbarian potential. He would have tried a few times more if he wasn't running out of energy stored inside the ancient totem, but the cost was just too much for even one attempt. Which brought in the other question. How was it possible to store more energy for the ancient totem? Unlike the crystal angelic statue, although it was possible to decide where the energy stored should be distributed, it was impossible to add in even more energy. Abel thought back to his statue and murmured to himself, "Let's see if the barbarian can help with their prayers." He acted immediately on what he said. After putting Doff away inside the portal beast ring, he opened up a portal and went back to the battle fort. Once returning, he inserted his power of the will into the ring, but he didn't realize any change happening to the totem. There was no energy being replenished either. The ring probably belongs to another space, he then thought to himself. After that, he teleported himself to a platform that was on top of the battle fort. The battle fort was now in hidden mode, a place that was about 1,000 meters high in altitude. It was about as safe as it could get. There was a spacious platform, so he switched on the portal beast ring and called Doff out once more. When Doff came out, there didn't seem to be much of a change to the ancient totem it was wielding. It kept on shaking its head, however, as to try to convey something. It looked like it was trying to shake something off. Abel understood very quickly after receiving information from the soul chain. Doff's psyche was under the influence of all the prayers that were coming from all directions. This was the price for trying to become the owner of the ancient totem. O great god of war, bless me with a class. Kill those damned evil knights, O great god of war. Save my child, please. O great god of war, have my husband entered into your embrace. I miss him even to this day. As the new owner of the ancient totem, it was now up to Doff to listen to all of these prayers. By listening to this, an endless stream of energy started pouring into the totem. At the same time, Abel was shocked to realize that the power of faith was doing something positive to Doff's body. The influence was not very apparent. If Abel wasn't connecting his soul chain to Doff's body, he would have never realized so. He was quite confused by this. Do the barbarians see Doff was the next god of war? The barbarians had always turned to the totem pole for prayer after the god of war went into slumber. It's been a very long time since they've merged the target of worship with the totem. Originally, the totem was nothing more than a talisman that was bestowed from the god of war in hopes of resurrection. But ironically, it was now the symbol of their faith. They still called the god of war to their prayers, though. This way, the god of war could still gain a portion of the power of faith generated. Doff wasn't a spirit so much power of faith it could gain. The most influence that could take place seemed to be on its physical attributes. The process was meant to be continuous until Doff's body could tolerate divine force and power of faith directly. Abel didn't know exactly how the procedure worked, but as far as he was concerned, letting this happen was doing Doff a lot of good. In fact, Doff was sort of becoming the same as him. Their bodies were modified to the point that even doing nothing would make incremental enhancement over time. Abel thought about something else that was crucial. So the sacred item of the barbarians are now lost. Will something happen to their faith or the way they conduct their worship? Perhaps not, given how the barbarians had always sensed the existence of the spirits. The same could not be said for their descendants, though. They might not forget that a god of war existed, but the generations after were probably not going to have a faith that was as pure as the current one. Abel spoke, "Unleash the spirit, Doff." Doff followed his order very naturally. Given how it was created with the soul potion he brewed himself, it was supposed to function so that it was going to follow every one of his orders. At this very moment, Abel was using the soul chain to gain control over Doff's spirit completely. Doff was technically his clone, and as for this moment, he wanted it to do something for the experiment. "O great god of war, please bless me with a class." Abel began by tracking the one who sent this prayer over. It didn't take him much time to see that the man was called Levi. Since he now had full control over the ancient totem, he did his best to cast the enlightenment blessing on this young man. Needless to say, this was a very bold attempt. He was only doing this because he's tried using the same method on his own followers before. Without spending much divine power at all, the enlightenment blessing was activated right away. Following that, a path was opened for this young man called Levi. Speaking of which, the war had brought too much devastation to Battlecry City. There was nothing left but a trail of corpses left behind by Knight-Mage and his sacred crusaders. It was especially hard for the barbarian warriors and the ones who served the temple. They had lost their purpose pretty much. when they realized that their totem was taken away from them. Elder Blair was no longer the same man after that. Feeling as though the spirits had abandoned his kind, his life became lifeless and stationary. No barbarians cried out loudly, but their silence was even more gloomy and heavy than if they mourned. The only thing they could do was to turn to their prayers so that their hearts would be calmed. At this point, the temple had still not made it public that the sacred item was already stolen. Church and the other warriors decided that they would keep this information confidential forever. Of course, after they lost the blessing of the divine light, it probably wouldn't take more than a few years for everyone to realize that something was wrong. But for now, they just couldn't afford to take any more losses. Back to Levi. He was a barbarian young man that just turned 17. He lost his father, an intermediate barbarian, when the sacred knights openly raided their city. Since his father died for his kind, he and his mother were allowed to live in their original home and receive daily rations. That was until he was to turn to age 20. If he was not found to possess any potential to become a barbarian after 20, he and his mother would have to leave the city for somewhere else. They were most likely going to die if that's happening. The worst part was that he still hadn't found his father to this point. All that was brought back from his father's comrades were a pair of battle axes. Looking at the only things that were left, despair filled Levi's eyes. The only thing he could do was to pray to his one true spirit. He prayed over and over again, "O great God of war, bless me to become an occupation holder. I will trade all my loyalty for it." A voice rose out from inside of him, "My child, I shall do so." Following that, a golden light appeared and engulfed his entire body. Levi could feel something warm covering him. His mother, watching on the side, knelt on the ground immediately. She didn't know what was happening to her child, and she was terrified that something was going to happen to her child right after her husband. This was where Elder Blair, from over at the temple, looked towards their direction with an unbelievable look on his face. "Church, take me that way." His voice suddenly became very loud. Warrior Church immediately rushed over. "What happened?" Sir. Elder Blair quickly pointed towards a direction. "I felt a blessing. It's over there. Bring me over." Warrior Church was just as anxious when he heard it. He grabbed Elder Blair and ran towards the direction he was pointing. Whenever there was a building in the way, he would activate his jumping skill without making any sort of turn. He was going in a straight line the whole time. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the front of a regular home building. There was no yard, and judging by the looks of it, it must have belonged to a middle-low-tier occupation holder. The door wasn't closed. As soon as they went in, they saw that a young man was covered in gold light. "Divine blessing, this has to be it. The great God of war has not abandoned us. He's still helping us even in our most desperate time." Warrior Church could feel the same power. It was the same as when the divine light shone on them. Elder Blair could not suppress his excitement, but he also made it very clear that he would not interrupt Levi from receiving the blessing. When Levi's mother was about to greet them, Elder Blair immediately gestured to keep still. This was a meaningful moment, and he wouldn't have anything stop it. "I've heard the voice of the great God of war." After half an hour, Levi woke up and screamed very loudly. He was then surprised to see Elder Blair and Warrior Church inside of his home. Elder Blair went to get him up after he made a bow. "Is it true, child? Did you really hear from the God of war?" It was one thing to see the blessing, but he had to make sure he did everything he could to verify what was happening. Levi's eyes shone with encouragement. "My father died today, Elder Ballier, and I was just praying to see if I can become a class holder. I had no choice since it's the only way to make my mother life better. I begged and begged to the great God of war. And thank him, I immediately felt like I was bathed in hot water." Elder Blair nodded and sobbed. "He hasn't abandoned us. The great God of war is back." Warrior Church nodded. "We must do a test on this child. Let's see if he's actually qualified now." Right, Elder Blair wiped his tears and spoke. "Give me your hand, child." Blair listened and gave his left hand. Elder Blair responded by withdrawing a thin power of the will thread. A few moments later, joy was all over his face. He checked again. "You had no talent before this, correct?" "Child." Levi couldn't lie. "No, Elder." Warrior Church was very impatient. "So what is it, Elder? Is he qualified or not?" Elder Blair spoke with a serious tone. "Child, you have become a warrior of the great God of war. You must make sure to train with the blessings that were bestowed upon you. Do not let the Great One down when he has great expectations of you. Lev's mother murmured, "Thank the great god of war." Levi picked up his axes and chanted, "I'm the warrior of the great god of war. I will fight for him with my life." Warrior Church asked, "What is your name, child?" Levi bowed and responded, "Levi, sir." Levi was very respectful the whole time. He knew who Elder Blair and Warrior Church were, but they were always so distant from his standing. It was really a pleasure, from his perspective, that they could even speak ground to ground like this. Warrior Church spoke, "Are you willing to become my disciple, Levi?" Levi was starting to stutter from the excitement. Yes, absolutely." There were no worries for him to support his mother. As speechless as Warrior Church be if he knew about this. That's the most important thing for Levi at this moment. Yes, it was important that they just received their first blessing from the god of war after a long time, but nothing could be more important than to support a family after a devastating war. Of course, they still needed much of the morale to let the whole city know that they were not without help. Warrior Church smiled to Levi, "Bring your mother to me, Levi. We'll head to the temple. That's where your family will be living from here on." Abel watched the whole time. He knew that Levi gained the ability to become a barbarian. After half an hour of his enlightenment blessing, which was even more disappointing. Even a young man had more talent than him to become barbarian, and there wasn't much he could do in response to that apart from shaking his head. When he was about to call a halt to this experiment, he received a special prayer message before leaving Daf. "O great God of war, our generation has been waiting for you to return. We are your humble servants and your bodies on earth. Your shepherd Blair here asks you to accept all my loyalty. Please let me become the representative of your world." Abel was shocked to see that a priest was sending him a message like this. He could trace the message back to its owner, and he realized that it was from none other than Elder Blair of the Battle Cry City Temple. He was quite confused because of this. I thought he was supposed to recognize his god. Elder Blair was pretty much what Lorraine was to the elves. He represented everything about the god of war, and it was really strange that he had no awareness that it was someone else taking care of the blessing bestowing now. That's when he realized something. The god of war might have disappeared for too long for this elder to know what he even looked like. Being a fake god. That's a big taboo as far as Abel was concerned. That being said, it wasn't entirely impossible from his perspective. Given that he could connect to the worshippers with the path of faith, it was actually possible to control an entire race like a real deity. "Blair, are you willing to become my representative? Are you willing to give your body to me? Are you willing to take care of my sheep?" Elder Blair was sitting where Levi was praying before. He was praying the same as he had always done. Except this time, he was not ignored. As a matter of fact, he had no choice but to believe in the god of war when he said he would not abandon them. Now, that promise had been fulfilled. The sound he was hearing came to him like thunder. He was on his knees, and when he heard the questions, his heart felt like it was burning. It felt like he was suffocating. The real god of war responded to him, and his soul shook in fright when he heard it himself. He responded with all of his power, "Yes. I shall do all of these things." When Elder Blair responded, he could feel a strange connection with a faraway being. Abel didn't expect this to happen too. Divine power was coming straight from the ancient totem towards Elder Blair. It was about a fifth of what's reserved, making it impossible to even use his enlightenment blessing. Meanwhile, Elder Blair could also feel strange energy coming from far away into his own body. His old, frail body became full of life. It was almost like he was a younger version of himself again. Elder Blair knelt harder on the ground. "O great god of war, my only master, thank you for your care. I do not deserve this, I do not." Warrior Church was watching. This was the second miracle he witnessed today. Elder Blair just received a direct acknowledgement from the god of war. The god of war was truly back at the temple now. While Abel was still thinking about recharging the lost energy, he immediately received a message from the ancient totem. It seemed that Elder Blair just became Doff's representative after that sacred ceremony just then. Now, even though neither Abel nor Doff could conjure the power of a divine spirit, there seemed to be a lot that the representative could do. For starters, after taking a portion of the divine powers, the representative could make use of that divine powers to his liking. Abel liked that idea, actually. If Elder Blair wanted to borrow from him, he must make sure he was doing his part to increase the number of his followers as well. In return, All he needed to do was to give up a small portion of his force. The only thing left for Elder Blair was the ability to cast the Enlightenment blessing. Abel gave the permission very quickly, and when Elder Blair was looking at his young body, he became very surprised to see that he was gaining an entirely new skill. He was bewildered to see that the blessing was on him because he did remember hearing a similar tale from one of his seniors many years ago. When he tried to activate it, he was sent a notification regarding the conditions required for activating the Enlightenment blessing. Elder Blair spoke, "Warrior Church, bring all you warriors to the temple. I have something urgent to declare." Things were different now, so he wasn't just going to be carried by Church. That was what Elder Blair thought to himself, at least. He was now the most sacred barbarian out of all the barbarians. He had to do what he could to defend the dignity of the deity he represented. So, after spending a bit more time walking back to the temple, he had 8 elite warriors waiting for him. Elder Blair spoke immediately upon his return, "Warriors, the god of war is back." The warriors already knew that on their way to the temple, but they were still as thrilled to know this. Elder Blair then spoke, "The temple needs to be bigger. I need to select the most faithful worshippers to become divine workers. Every time they reach a gathering spot, they shall bring the will of the god of war to every ears of our fellow barbarians." One barbarian warrior spoke, "That will reduce even more of our food reserves, Elder Blair." Elder Blair looked at him and spoke calmly, "Our sacred totem pole is lost, and the divine shine is no more. Still, the god of war has not abandoned us. If we pay enough tributes to him, then I can activate the Enlightenment blessing once more to return the temple to its former glory." The other warrior stood up. "What? Did you gain the Enlightenment blessing technique, sir?" If that was true, they could now build an army at a rate much faster than before. As long as there were young men who were fit for the role, Elder Blair could turn them into warriors. They just needed time to grow influence if that was the case. Warrior Church spoke loudly, "Our temple must grow in size. Let the advanced barbarians in exchange for food. We'll pick the divine workers from those with clean backgrounds. We'll commence the work right away." Abel quickly withdrew his power of the will from Daf. He knew that he had activated something special this time. He wasn't sure about what the consequences would be, though, since there was just too much of a gap between him and the realm of spirits. He was like a thief, carefully trying to steal from a mountain of wealth from a sleeping deity. Yes, the job was technically done, but he still had to be careful if the god of war ever happened to return one day. No, it wasn't like he was going to back away from this treasure he discovered. This was the collective wealth of an entire race. Think back to the moon goddess. The reason she was so powerful and youthful all the time was because of the same thing. She had her own temple, her own followers, her own religious workers, and as long as the elven race continued to exist, the concept of death would remain nothing but irrelevant to her. Anyways, now that Daf was one with its master, it had more space for growth. Abel intended to stay like this for a bit longer. Instead of going back to the dark world every night, he planned to return to a life of routine training in the next 5 days. In the day, he would be standing on the battle fort platform and feel the presence of the prayers that were coming over from the nation of God. As for Daf, it would be standing beside him and feel the power of faith coming from the battle cry plateau. He could feel that the power of faith had been on a rapid increase, all thanks to the new campaign that the temple staff had been working on. They were strong in sending their message about how the god of war had returned and was ready to bestow divine blessings on those who were devoted. Elder Blair used his youthful look like an effective way of demonstrating the truthfulness of their message, and for the first time in many years, the barbarians felt like their souls had a place to belong. In just 5 days, the divine power lost from the totem pole was replenished once again. It was actually more than when Abel first received it. It seemed as though he did not need to worry if there was ever going to be a time when there would not be enough of it. That was something that Elder Blade was fully capable of, and he always needed to have enough for him to cast the Enlightenment blessing on his followers. Elder Blair decided that it was not in the best interest to cast the blessings directly. He needed first to advocate more about the greatness of the god of war. This was to ensure that there were enough followers to receive even more reward from the god of war. On one particular day, on the meeting ground of the temple, all the barbarians that could have come to gather. Those with status stood in the middle, whereas those who couldn't allocate themselves in the other parts or even the streets and buildings nearby. This was the first big gathering battle-cry city held after the end of the war. Needless to say, they did not invite anyone from other races. They actually couldn't even if they wanted to, because the Wizard Union had been deliberately blocking access for them to make contact with anyone else outside of their community. It was a way to ensure that they could only produce barbarian class holders, and it was for this that the Battlecry Plateau had been so isolated for a long time. In fact, if it weren't for the Nation of God, Abel would have never had the chance to visit. In the middle of the meeting ground, 8 barbarian fanatic warriors stood in 2 lanes to make an empty spot for the very center. That was where Elder Blair, his exquisite long robe laced with gemstones, held his speech and ceremonial demonstrations. For the last few days, rumors of him becoming more youthful had spread all over the city. He stood in front of everyone to confirm that. Some old men were the same age as Elder Blair. They were the ones who cared the most, and they were the loudest ones when they reacted to Elder Blair's new appearance. Silence. Elder Blair looked around and spoke loudly. His presence became much more powerful because of the transformation that took place. His voice spread towards all corners for all to stay quiet and listen. In just a moment, everyone across quiet down and stayed still. Elder Blair announced, "A few days ago, our totem pole, our sacred pole, was pillaged by the evil knights. Our barbarian brethren were slaughtered in the masses. Although we have been brave enough to hold back this invasion, it is not here anymore." This was the first time that it was made public this was stolen. Hearing about it silenced every barbarian here, regardless of how loud any one of them was. Elder Blair continued, but, my fellow brethrens, the great God of war has revealed his divine presence. In our most desperate time, young Levy here gained his occupation potential directly from him, and by the same blessing, my physical form has been reverted to that of many, many moons ago. And thus, today, I will use whatever the great God of war has bestowed upon me to cast more enlightenment blessings on those who are of the right age and suitability. After saying that, a young barbarian walked towards the middle area of the meeting ground. He was a well-known figure to most for being one of the most physically capable in his generation. After several trials, he was chosen to participate in this ceremony to receive divine blessings. As someone who was clarified repeatedly to not have a talent for holding an occupation, he became the best candidate for today's event. Elder Blair slammed his scepter on the ground. "O great God of war, I beg you bless me with your divine powers, enlightenment blessing." When the last 2 words were spoken, the ancient totem was activated from afar to conduct a stream of divine energy right into his body. An enlightenment blessing rune appeared in front of him after he slammed the scepter. Over the 5 days, Elder Blair had been conducting research many times. He discovered that it was only possible to activate the enlightenment blessing during the daytime. He also calculated the amount required for each blessing. The amount collected every 5 days would be enough for one young barbarian. Of course, it would probably take less time as more followers came to devote their worship. After guiding the divine power into the rune, a golden light was emitted out of the rune and engulfed the entire meeting ground. A light beam dropped from the sky, surrounding the young barbarian. A divine presence was then transmitted out from the light beam. It was strange to Elder Blair because he didn't think that the God of war would respond to another regular blessing. All the better, nevertheless. It's much better to make this one more appealing since this was meant for public demonstration. Well, obviously, it was Abel who decided to make this happen. He was watching from his battlefront when Elder Blair was about to cast, and when the blessing was bestowed, he made sure to make it a little more special by transforming some divine power into suppressive pressure. It was a brilliant move, because as he commanded Doff to do this, a huge amount of worship power was returning to him in a span of just a few seconds. Abel spoke to himself, so that's why those divine workers want to act superstitious all the time. It was a minor thing he conducted, but again, it had been many years since the barbarian race had experienced any true divine presence. All it took for them to pray by the masses was the slightest presence, and even if the totem pole was only responding every few days, they would sing and chat to seek the solemn deity that they had been telling stories about for generations. That was exactly what they were doing now. In the middle of the meeting ground, songs of praise were sung from Elder Blair's mouth. The fanatic warriors then joined them, which brought more and more barbarians to join. Eventually, every barbarian joined to sing. Elder Blair could feel strongly that the city was returning to its golden era. The return of the god of war was what made the barbarian feel like they were truly at home. Abel could feel this from his connection to these barbarians. A decent number was growing exponentially, and about 10 of the paths were getting closer to the size of Elder Blair. Abel thought to himself, did those followers take it to the next stage? He had no way to verify that. He didn't know who to ask either. There was a lot to know regarding spirits from what he could look up from the Wizard Union system. He could turn to St. Lorraine, but he didn't want to risk raising suspicion from the moon goddess. Still, one thing was clear, and the followers' faith had gotten more and more solidified. The god of war clearly knew what he was doing in this regard. It was not pointless for him to leave the totem pole inside the Battlecry City Temple this whole time. He secured a minimum number of followers so that the worship continued for years and years. As for Abel, he sowed the seeds into trees and harvested their fruits. There were 10 in total, and each one of those 10 devoted followers could provide for 1,000 times more the amount of worship power than when he first forged the ancient totem. Obviously, Abel couldn't just respond to this influx of worship. He needed to strike the iron while it was still hot. Now that most of the divine forces were absorbed into the ancient totem, he needed to use some more for Elder Blair to cast the enlightenment blessings more consistently. For the other spirits, they required a large amount of divine power to sustain themselves. That was precisely what Doph was doing, but since it wasn't, technically, a divine spirit, a lot of required power didn't affect it that much. It made Abel think about what he was doing to do with the excess energy that was there. After he opened the worship pathways of the 10 followers, he couldn't reverse their age as he had done to Elder Blair. Instead, he decided to use up 10 of his golden quality healing potions on them. They were ones that he brewed himself, and they were supposed to have the same effect as even that of the dark golden healing potion. A dark golden healing potion could repair even the most minute injuries inside a body. The effect was 10 or more times more effective than the light recovery potion. Abel actually made an early decision to keep these out of the market. As for now, since he wanted to demonstrate the ability of the spirits, these potions could serve as the perfect tools for that. It was his first time sending physical objects through the worship pathway, but when he made this decision, his senses told him that it was possible. After wrapping his divine power over the potion, he made it so that everything was going inside the pathway towards the barbarians that were praying. Meanwhile, the barbarians sang their songs of praise at the meeting ground. They could see that streaks of golden light were rising from amongst them. When Elder Blair raised his head, he could see that 10 of his fellow barbarians were wrapped in golden light. He could see that a streak of dark golden light was coming across. Unbeknownst to them, the lights were pretty much just for visual effects. Abel could send the potion directly to the inside of the followers' bodies, but he decided to go an extra mile by using his divine power to generate lights. It worked out fine, and it made the meeting ground more sacred than it should be. The more faithful worshippers usually had some personal reason to worship, the most common reason being their own injuries. About 4 out of 10 of the worshippers were barbarians that suffered from heavy injuries that prevented them from going into battle. 3 out of 10 had some chronic illness that tormented their physical well-being constantly. The remaining 3 were mostly faithful because of the way they were raised. Having learned about the importance of the god of war from an early age, they were naturally devoted to regular worship. 4 injured barbarians felt a strange power healing their injuries as the strange golden light surrounded them. Their bodies were supposed to be destroyed, but the golden essence revitalized them like rain on barren land. 3 of the sick ones became healthy again. The other 3 felt a lot less tired and less disturbed from whatever they were eating. One of them called out loudly, "I'm completely healed. I'm not useless anymore." Another threw away their walking stick and stared into the sky. Elder Blair pointed his scepter towards all of them. "This is a divine blessing from the great god of war." The barbarians watching seemed very surprised. This was a living miracle, no. Multiple miracles that were happening right in front of them. Elder Blair spoke loudly, "You are the chosen ones. Are you willing to serve the great god of war and spread his faith?" They all spoke in unity, "Yes." After that, the 10 most devoted worshippers entered the temple and changed into robes. This bolstered the spirituality of all that were watching. When these 10 same barbarians went back to stand beside Elder Blair, a promotion started to rise from one of them. It was very easy to spot this promotion Kai. This was Battlecry City, the largest of all the gathering grounds. There were many on this meeting ground, but they could all see the light that was spiraling into the sky. As for that barbarian who was lucky enough to receive this blessing, before, most of his days were disturbed with severe injuries. He was also no higher than a rank 11 of his class, but now, not only was he back to full health, he was also promoted to another level. Elder Blair was satisfied with what he was looking at. Do not resist the blessing, brother. The divine spirit bestowed it upon you. Let's have you promote yourself right here. Elder Blair wanted to make the most from this promotion, but he also wanted to use this chance to advocate more about how great the god of war was. The follower responded by sitting himself on the ground. Yes, Elder Blair. Speaking of which, the promotion happened by accident. 11 years ago, he suffered heavy injuries from a fight he had in his early years. His body was now incapable of performing any fighting techniques and spells. Regardless of that, he never gave up on his fundamental training, and it actually helped him reach the bottleneck stage a few years ago. The only thing that was really stopping him was his injuries. When Abel sent the medicine into his body, it cleansed him from the inside and treated even his smallest wounds. He was a lot cleaner than before now. More importantly, the healing process made it easier for him to persist in his religious life. That was certainly what the other barbarians watching thought as well. Their eyes flashed in admiration as they all understood how difficult a promotion was. If there was a chance to promote themselves through pure worship, they were not going to say no to that. Meanwhile, the young barbarian opened his eyes when the golden light pillar on him vanished. Elder Blair reached out his hand and waved, "My child, come to me. Let me see if you have received the blessing." The young barbarian walked humbly to Elder Blair. Elder Blair placed his hand on him, and a bit later, he withdrew his hand. The young barbarian was nervous and anticipating. He wished to hear Elder Blair deliver the good news. The other barbarians became increasingly scared with the number of miracles they were witnessing. Since Elder Blair decided whether their divine blessings would work or not, they all waited for him to report the outcome. "My child, train well, for you are to become a warrior for the great god of war." The meeting ground was filled with chants of praise. Elder Blair continued his announcement. "In the name of the great god of war, the temple will now, for every 5 days, provide an enlightenment blessing for one barbarian youth who's physically up to par." He understood as much. From this time onward, the amount of worship power would only increase exponentially. By that sense, the usage time of the enlightenment blessing would only be reduced. He needed to spare time for the noblemen and their associates if he was to work on forming alliances. When songs of praises rose again, Elder Blair decided not to take the lead this time. He no longer needed it since the barbarians were already singing the songs from the bottom of their own hearts. From here onward, the Battlecry Plateau regained its worship. The more enlightenment blessings appeared, the deeper their overall faith became. This was about the time Abel gave up on asking about the god of war. The temple could sustain itself on its own. He had confidence in that, because even when the god of war was silent for the past few thousand years, these barbarians never stopped passing their knowledge. That was when they barely had any resources, and now things were different. The number of staff had been at an all-time high, and some of the heritage sites that was sealed had already opened. Day by day, Abel was stuck inside the dark world after spending his time clearing the Great Plain outside the fort. During daytime, he would spend all his time inside the battle fort and seldom make contact with the outside world. "Wizard Hal wants to see you, Master." The research spirit interrupted Abel when he was trying to brew a light recovery potion. It was fortunate that Abel had a lot of experience with the light recovery potion. Instead of ruining the brew, he just carried on after listening to the message. Abel continued his work. "Have Joseph see Wizard Hal in. I need a little more time to be done with this." Now 3 followers stationed themselves here. Druid Polly was undergoing shutdown training to take care of all the skills required for a big druid. For Druid Gunter's case, since his level was too low, only Druid Joseph sufficed to be the one seeing Wizard Hal in. Back to Abel. After done with the day's work, he passed the light recovery potions and mana potions back to the research spirit. Only then did he head over to the meeting room. The research spirit was taking care of the distribution while he went to meet the visitors. Master Bennett. Both Druid Joseph and Wizard Hal bowed when they saw him. Abel smiled and bowed. "Sorry, Wizard Hal, I was crafting the potions." Wizard Hal laughed and replied, "Don't worry about it, Master Bennett. I'm not going to say that I'm more important than the potion business, and it's been fun chatting with Druid Joseph here." Druid Joseph spoke, "Perhaps I'll leave first, Master Bennett." Abel shook his head. "No, it's fine. Just stay here." Druid Joseph smiled when he heard this. It felt good to him that Abel accepted him to be a part of his circle. Yes, he rushed and bowed. Abel smiled and asked, "So that brings you today, Wizard Hal?" Wizard Hal spoke with a lower voice, "There's something I've been meaning to tell you in person." Out of instinct, Wizard Hal threw a concerned look over to Druid Joseph, but he realized how safe it was since Druid Joseph was bound by a contract. Wizard Hal spoke, "Bay Law City and Battlecry City were under attack by the nation of evil. It's been going on for the last few days. Their intelligence force is behind it. After some analysis work done by the Wizard Union, it is predicted that the Sky Demons will be revived within 100 years. Abel was bewildered. What? The first thing he thought about was the 2,000 followers he left at the Nation of God. He went on to ask, what makes that Wizard Union think that it's within 100 years? He was starting to understand why Wizard Hal would go to him in person. Once the news was out, the whole central continent would be under serious attack. It'd be a total catastrophe. Wizard Hal spoke. That was the conclusion that was reached by the digital legendary wizard who participated in the analysis. Abel was silenced. He had no ways of accessing legendary wizards, so he had no ways of confirming the analysis. Still, he decided that it wasn't a wrong thing to believe it. He tried to be constructive in his questions. Are there anyone who's confident to hold back the Sky Demons? Wizard Hal shook his head. I don't know, to be honest. My understanding of the Wizard Union does not go beyond the legendary rank. Abel was a bit troubled with that reply. He was much more afraid than the Wizard Union. He understood that the Sky Demon wouldn't wish him well if it realized that he's been stealing followers this whole time. Abel tried to hide his nervousness. So what can the Wizard Union do to prevent the awakening? Nothing, essentially. Wizard Hal shook his head. The Wizard Union has no ability to slow down the awakening. However, from our recent observations, it seems as though they are desperate to obtain sacred items that are relevant to the divine. They are probably after some sort of talisman that will quicken the process. Abel sought confirmation. Has the Wizard Union been able to gain intel on the nation of evil, Wizard Hal? It's hard to think that it has none. Wizard Hal replied, The nation of evil has eyes and ears in the most unheard places, Master Bennett. No one can know how many members there are, since they are no different from you or me. They are only called when they are needed. Abel finally understood why the spies from the Holy Kingdom was so hard to spot. They had distributed ordinary members with the energy of God throughout the 3 lines of the battlefield, and slowly used propaganda and intoxication to lure normal civilians to become demons. Since this method only worked on normal people, which professionals often did not interact with, it was very hard for the Wizard Union to spot them. Those followers were not any different during their day-to-day, and they would only transform when they accepted a mission. With guidance from the Holy Kingdom, those followers had all kinds of status, and they were distributed in all corners of the central continent. Like the elves' attack, the Wizard Union opened an investigation into the origin of the teleportation circle that brought the knights to the elves. However, it all led to an ordinary noble who killed himself and his family. Even the Wizard Union was almost like an almighty entity. It could not monitor every single person. All they could do was to focus on professions, since they could be more destructive than normal people. The Holy Kingdom had utilized this weakness and used civilians to complete 2 big missions. Master Bennett, the Wizard Union is speculating that the Tree of Life will be attacked again. The evil kingdom has already made the temples from all other races their target. Wizard Hal lowered his voice. I will let the elf goddess temple know to get them prepared. Abel frowned and said, the evil king had already invaded Bay Law City. They were clear on how powerful they were, so they would definitely double down in their power if they decided to attack again. Ah, we did not know the importance of the totem pole when we went to support the Battlecry City. I regret having it stolen from us by the evil kingdom. Wizard Hal sighed. If those law-defying wizards did not hold back, Mad Knight-Mage would stand no chance of escaping. However, each of them focused on getting their own war glory instead, and forgot about the escaped Mad Knight-Mage. Abel didn't know what to say all of a sudden. He couldn't say the totem pole was absorbed by Doff's ancient rod. That thing was too important to him. There was no way he would take it out. Also, that totem pole had full control over the Battlecry City. When they recovered themselves and started to pray again, the entire Battlecry City would become his followers, and the profession barbarians would become his fighting force. This was too good to give up for Abel. With an entire race as followers, he was basically as powerful as the goddess of the moon. All he needed was time. As Doff's body kept getting nourishment from the energy of God, it would slowly transform into a god. Right, a few days ago I got news from the front line. A naked Mad Knight was ran towards Howling Castle and was killed immediately. After investigation, that Mad Knight was the one who escaped us from the Battlecry City. Wizard Hal suddenly said with a smile as his heart lifted. He's dead. Abel was caught off guard. He was not expecting Mad Knight-Mage to go out like this. Was the humiliation really worth dying for? Very likely. Charging towards the Howling Castle unarmed only meant one thing: suicide. Abel saw the rank 25 law-defying wizards in the Howling Castle with his own eyes. They were basically an inch away from being legendary. That Mad Knight was the one who led the attack on us elves. Abel turned to Big Druid Joseph and said, "Amazing, I will let every Big Druid know about this." Big Druid Joseph said with a laugh, "The elves have lost more than 1,000 druids and countless buildings outside of Bay Law City in that attack, and it was all thanks to Mad Knight-Mage. That attack was a huge embarrassment to the elves. If the goddess of the moon, the tree of life, and Abel did not make their moves, the Knight's invasion might succeed. Master Bennett, the Wizard Union has confirmed your rewards for your war accomplishments. Your badge of glory will rise to level 1, and you will be granted 50,000 credit points." Wizard Hal followed with more good news. "What's a level 1 badge of glory?" Abel took out his potion maker badge and connected it to the Wizard Union's exchange system through his giant teleportation circle below. Nothing came up, but he could still surf the system with his power of the will. Abel would only do something casually like this in front of Wizard Hal, since they had become close after many battles. He realized the things he could exchange were even greater with some forbidden objects, such as giant teleportation circles, giant war machines, and special positions he had never seen before. What surprised him was that his mana potion and light healing potion were limited among those rare potions. Maybe, after all, their supplies were still not meeting up to the demand. Wizard Hal, the light healing potions and mana potions are limited by the Wizard Union. Abel kept looking as he asked. Yes, according to our calculations, the Sky Demon from beyond might wake up in the next 100 years, so those potions have become extremely valuable military resources for the following battles. They even took up half of the Lightning Clan inventory. Wizard Hal sighed again. The Lightning Clan were not the only ones, but every wizard organization was demanded to give out half of their inventory. If Abel was not a dragon druid with a Doff the Beeman, law-defying wizard Frankenstein as support, as well as the best connection in the central continent, the Wizard Union would have forced him into the Union and made him pump out potions night and day. Both of Abel's potions were effective on legendary wizards, even it was not as powerful. But still, it was a game changer. If the Lightning Clan needs more, just contact me. If I'm not here, you can contact Joseph. Abel smiled. Okay, Master Bennett, I'll be frank with you. How many longevity potions do you have? I want to buy a bottle, Wizard Hal said bluntly. No problem, I'll give you a golden one. Abel didn't really care too much about longevity potions, as long as it wouldn't cause him too much trouble for taking them out. Although its main ingredient was impossible to find in the central continent, it was in the dark world. He could basically make as many as he wanted. He put a golden longevity potion on the table and did not mention a price. Master Bennett, I want to do an experiment with this longevity potion. There is a law-defying wizard from the Lightning Clan who faked his death in the Wall of Doomsday. I want to see if his potion can help him survive a one-time blow. This will drastically increase the power of the Lightning Clan. Wizard Hal did not hide his intentions. Wizard Hal, how many law-defying wizards from the Lightning Clan faked their death? Abel asked. Wizard Hal's eyes began to sparkle. He looked at Abel with excitement. He almost wondered if he had misinterpreted his words. Master Bennett, there are 15 law-defying wizards from the Lightning Clan who faked their death. He settled his emotions and lowered his voice. Wizard Hal, have a go. If it's successful, come find me. Abel decided not to give out more longevity potions immediately. If he wanted to revive all those wizards, he would need large amounts of longevity potions. Although he had more than enough main ingredients, he didn't have enough supporting ingredients. The Potion Maker Union might not have enough, so he needed help from the Wizard Union. However, he would only request such a thing after he confirmed that the demons from beyond were recovering. As long as it was in the name of fighting against the Holy Kingdom, he was willing to take out more potions if it didn't expose his secrets. I'll be on my way now. Wizard Hal snatched the golden longevity potion. He was so excited to tell every law-defying wizards. In the Lightning Clan, he also forgot about the price. Seeing Wizard Hal vanished in a flash, Abel shook his head. Maybe he was too desperate. Big Druid Joseph looked at Abel in admiration. He didn't know how Abel achieved it, but just the idea of taking out tens of longevity potions at once was something he couldn't comprehend. He and his team had risked their lives and ventured into an ancient site just to find the main ingredient for a longevity potion. After tens of years and going through countless dangers, he still couldn't obtain a portion. Finally, he gave up. After all, every master potion maker needed 5 portions of ingredients to make a potion. Therefore, you could just imagine how much of a shock it was for Abel to take out longevity potions and save those 15 wizards on the verge of death. Joseph, connect me to the temple's big druid Lucia and invite them here. Abel turned and said. As Abel sat in the lounge alone, he thought of a solution to deal with the following situation. He needed to take a trip to the dwarfs and tell them to speed up the process of those skyships. It was the only way for the elves to deal with the knights since they could not fly. Most importantly, he needed to set up many defenses outside of the Tree of Life. Only the dwarfs could do something like this. He had an equal contract with the Tree of Life, so if anything bad happened to the Tree of Life, his soul would be injured as well. Also, he needed the Tree of Life to help him develop his fire wizard pattern, since only the tree had the ability to replicate a third-rank 21 wizard pattern in his soul. Therefore, he had to keep the Tree of Life safe by all means necessary, even if it meant using all the resources in his holy portal bag. Abel had a giant teleportation circle in this place, so connecting to the external world was simple. It didn't take much time for Big Druid Joseph to help Abel send out his invitations. In less than 10 minutes, the goddess temple's Big Druid Lucia and the palace's Big Druid Lendo arrived in Abel's main building lounge. The prestigious Master Bennett, they bowed. Big Druids, please have a seat. Abel replied with a smile and stuck out his hand. After they carefully took a seat, the servants brought on a glass of juice. Master Bennett, why did you invite us here today? Big Druid Lendo knew Abel wanted to discuss something important since even Big Druid Lucia was by his side. Have you heard the latest report from the Wizard Union? Abel lowered his voice. The temple did. Big Druid Lucia gazed at Abel and gently bowed. She knew which report Abel was talking about. It was only something the most important members of the Central Continent would know about. If the demon from beyond really was about to be reawakened, the goddess of the moon would be a crucial support to the Wizard Union, so they had to let the goddess temple know at first hand. She didn't expect the Wizard Union to view Abel so highly that they were willing to share this kind of information with him. Big Druid Lendo, please keep the following words a secret. I need the Royal Palace's support. Abel hadn't expected the Elf Royal Palace's status to be so low, so he lowered his voice. Yes, I swear with my honor, Big Druid Lendo said with a serious tone. The latest report from the Wizard Union have speculated that the demon from beyond will reawaken in the next 100 years. Abel looked at Big Druid Lucia and turned back to Big Druid Lendo. Yes, the temple is very shocked by this report, and we immediately contact the great goddess. Majesty, Big Druid Lucia nodded. Big Druid Lendo felt his breathing tense. He knew the Holy Kingdom remained indefensive because of the Sky Demon's slumber. If it was going to wake up again, the central continent would be in chaos. I've signed an equal contract with the Tree of Life under the testimony of the God of Moon. Abel then continued. Although the elves knew he signed a contract with the Tree of Life, they never knew what kind of contract it was. This was the first time Abel declared it. A look of admiration emerged on the druids' faces. The Tree of Life was like a second god to the elves. Like the goddess of the moon, they placed their faith in it. Therefore, it was a big surprise to them that Abel had signed an equal contract with it. At first, they speculated that it was a servant contract or a one-sided contract, but never an equal contract. That was basically pushing Abel to an equal status with the Tree of Life. I've also got a report from the Wizard Union what the Tree of Life is still being targeted by the Evil Kingdom. There was nothing they wouldn't do for the demon from beyond. Abel lowered his voice. Master Bennett, what are you planning to do? Big Druid Lendo said desperately. I've ordered a batch of sky ships equipped with giant war machines from the dwarves to increase our power. We need all the power we can get, so I'll nudge the dwarves to speed it up soon. Abel replied. The dwarves can make sky ships, Big Druid Lucia gasped. Both of the big druids were among the few who inherited the ancient elf knowledge, so both of them knew what a skyship was and how hard it was to make one. I'm not only a master potion maker, but I'm a master metallurgist as well, Abel said bluntly. His words made the big druids feel insignificant. All of a sudden, a single school of study could already take the life out of an elf to explore, and Abel was an expert in 2 schools. At that moment, they realized how the dwarves have figured out a way to make skyships. It was because of Master Bennett's input. Considering how powerful Master Bennett was as a potion maker, was his metallurgy skills just as impressive. If Abel did not serve the elves, but the dwarves, perhaps he would have been known as the #1 metallurgist in the central continent. Master Bennett, the royal palace will be accountable for all expenses. You don't need to pay a single penny. Big Druid Lendo quickly added. He knew how hard it was to purchase war machines from the dwarves, let alone skyships. There was no way they could do it without the help of Abel. Other than this, the reason I've gathered you 2 here today is to discuss setting up a line of defense outside of the Tree of Life. I've already ordered what's needed from the dwarves. All I need now is an approval from the royal palace and the temple. Abel didn't care about expenses. He was a tycoon all around. Master Bennett, an elf suggested something similar a long time ago. But it was never executed because every tree near the Tree of Life are its children. A defense would affect them, Big Druid Lucia explained. Abel thought for a moment and said, I'll talk to the Tree of Life and move the trees somewhere else to make a space. If you can do that, then it will be amazing, Big Druid Lucia smiled. It shouldn't be a big hassle since many trees outside of the Tree of Life valleys were destroyed from the Evil Kingdom's last attack. There is already a small empty space there, Abel added. Master Bennett, the royal palace will cover the cost for those defense gears as well, and I will organize some experienced elves and dwarfs to move the trees. Big Druid Lendo was a huge support of Abel's idea. He was always worried about another invasion from the Evil Kingdom. Abel had already done so much. How could he not do anything? Big Druid Lendo, that's not enough. The royal palace also have to strengthen their investigation department so the Evil Kingdom won't be able to set up a teleportation circle near Bay Law City again. Big Druid Lucia interrupted. She was very disappointed in the elves' investigation department. After all, the Evil Kingdom was only able to set up a giant teleportation circle outside of the kingdom's city because of their uselessness. We are already trying our best to strengthen our investigation system. We recruited many new members. I promise a similar thing will not happen again. Big Druid Lendo nodded. Big Druids, the safety of the Tree of Life is in our hands. I will also take out a badge of light healing potions and mana potions as backups. Abel finally stood up and bowed. Master Bennett, the great goddess Majesty will be thankful for everything you have done for the elves. The 2 big druids also stood up and bowed back. Abel and Frankenstein stepped out of the teleportation circle and immediately saw Bernie greeting them. It was just that Wizard Hutton was no longer by his side. Instead, There was this intrigued wizard dwarf with some scars on his face. The prestigious Master Bennett and law-defying wizard Frankenstein, the wizard dwarves welcome you to Furnace Fort. A wizard named Bunyan stepped up and bowed. Wizard Bunyan. It is my glory to be in the best place of forgery in the Central Continent. Abel smiled and bowed back. Bernie, why are you here alone? Where's your teacher? Abel turned to Bernie and asked. Bernie's was looking a little different on the day. There were mana waves running through him. Maybe he already became a rank 1 apprentice wizard in just a few days. My teacher was kicked away by Wizard Bunyan, so he is the one greeting you instead. Abel gazed at the funny-looking Wizard Bunyan and said. Abel suddenly remembered. Wizard Hutton only had the chance to bring Bernie in because he defeated some other law-defying wizard. Master Bennett, this kid Bernie should follow me instead. He is still rank 1 after all these days. Wizard Bunyan patted Bernie's shoulder and smiled. Abel and Bernie speechlessly exchanged glances. Wizard Bunyan, do you want to invite Master Bennett and Wizard Frankenstein to the palace before we continue? Bernie reminded him. Yes, let's head to the peak. Wizard Bunyan suddenly realized how embarrassing he was being by talking outside of the teleportation circle. As they stepped away, Abel immediately picked up a familiar smell of furnace burning and the familiar sound of iron striking. The Furnace Fort was a giant mountain peak merged with a city. It got its name because the whole thing looked like a giant furnace. Wizard Bunyan knew it was Abel's first time in the Furnace Fort, so he walked slowly and introduced this most important dwarf city to Abel. Since the Wizard Union had full control over the Central Continent and wars were rare, the dwarfs could focus on quality instead of mass production like the Holy Continent. This was why their forgery skills was so much better in the Central Continent. Almost everything here was a magic object. Of course, the most crucial work of the dwarves were those giant war machines, especially since the evil kingdom had invaded the elves and barbarians. Naturally, the dwarves had gotten an immediate increase in demand for them. The entire Furnace Fort was hard at work, almost like the city had transformed into a giant forgery guild. As they kept walking, Abel began to admire how many gifted blacksmiths the dwarfs had. Almost everyone was intermediate and elite level. He even came across a few masters. These were only the ones he saw along the way. The actual number was shocking. The path was made out of stones. Since it was built on a mountain peak, it was filled with stairs. Carriages were nowhere to be seen. This was why even Wizard Bunyan went to greet Abel on foot. Abel began to wonder how they managed to carry all those forgery ingredients from the peak to the bottom without carriages, but he soon found the answer. A metal railway tramp was running throughout the mountain with a dwarf behind the wheel. This is the Furnace Fort's carrying mobile. It utilizes puppet technology with mana gems as energy. With only one dwarf behind the wheel, we can carry tons of materials up and down. There are 10 railways in the Furnace Fort in total. Wizard Bunyan said with a smile when he saw Abel was paying attention to the carrying mobile. Abel couldn't help but admire the dwarf's technique. This thing was basically a light rail, but since the dwarves didn't mind walking, it was only used for practical purposes. There were many luxury buildings on the peak, and a palace in the center stood out among the rest. It was where they were heading, the most luxurious palace of the Furnace Fort. Master Bennett, that's my place. Bernie pointed at a courtyard nearby. Seems like your teacher is treating you quite well. Abel laughed. Although it was not a huge place, it was built with top materials. It was definitely not something normal dwarves could afford. Bernie came from the subcontinent, and he was only a rank 1 wizard. Without the help of Wizard Hutton, he would have never been able to live in a place like that. Bernie gazed at Abel. This place was actually granted to him by the dwarves, because of Abel's friendship. Outside of the dwarves' Furnace Fort palace, 5 law-defying wizards and a white-bearded dwarf with a crown in a robe stood on the spot. A sincere smile emerged on their faces when they saw Abel. Master Bennett, this is the dwarves' King Gunther, law-defying Wizard Bunyan whispered. Haha, the prestigious Master Bennett, I finally have the honor to meet you. Thank you for all the potions. They are very important to us. King Gunther smiled and bowed. Your great majesty, Gunther, I'm very grateful for your kindness. Abel bowed back. The king would only greet someone personally to express the highest honor. He was the ruler of the dwarves after all. But of course, he was not doing it for no reason. Abel has shown how scary his power was in past battles. He won even in situations where rank 24 and 25 wizards were helpless. Even as a rank 21 dragon druid, his power was at least rank 23. Although his dragon transformation couldn't last long, his beasts were just as powerful. At the same time, he was the best potion maker in the central continent, the creator of the beloved mana potion and light healing potion. Not to mention, he also had the metallurgy skills to make the materials for skyships. Since he was kind enough to give the dwarves a portion of his potions, King Gunther had to treat him with the highest respect. "Wizard Hutton, what happened?" Abel noticed Wizard Hutton by his side and asked. The wounds on his face were even worse than Wizard Bunyan, and the other 4 law-defying wizards were not looking good either. "Nothing, I was just playing around with my old friends." Wizard Hutton laughed casually. "Master Bennett, let's head in the palace first." King Gunther helplessly gazed at Wizard Hutton. He wouldn't be common in his personal life, so he just focused on Abel instead. The palace looked big from the outside, but the inside was just as big. The ceiling was 20 meters high. Abel almost felt like he entered the house of a giant. There was no second floor, just a huge area. The dwarves' style was really like no other. The chairs and table were also normal-sized, even though dwarves were normally smaller than humans. Maybe it was because they wanted to keep their dignity, so Abel did not feel cramped at all. "Majesty Gunther, can you speed up the manufacturing of the sky ships?" Abel asked bluntly. "Master Bennett, actually the dwarves have completed 20 sky ships long ago. We are just waiting some main materials for the core." Magic Circle, King Gunther smiled. The dwarves in the central continent have started working ever since they heard about the skyships in the Holy Continent, so they had completed 20 skyships long ago. "I'll stay with the dwarves these next few days. Give me an alchemy room and I'll make 20 portions of the core material." Abel thought for a moment and said, "Master Bennett, I will give you 10 skyships according to our contract, and we will definitely continue to collaborate in the future until the sky of the dwarves and elves are filled with skyships." King Gunther laughed loudly. The elves were not the only ones who felt threatened by the Holy Kingdom. The Furnace Fort also felt the same, even there were not any signs of it yet. However, if their sky was filled with skyships along with the countless war machines, the dwarves would be impenetrable. "Thank you, Majesty." Abel also felt his heart lifted. 10 skyships were enough to form the first battle line for the elves, and their air force would only get more powerful from there. "Master Bennett, you really helped us a lot this time." King Gunther continued to smile. "Your Majesty." The elves also need to set up a line of defense outside of the Tree of Life Valley, so I hope the dwarves can also help us in regards to that," Abel requested again. "No problem, this is what the dwarves are known for. You are just giving us more business." King Gunther laughed even louder. He couldn't say no to Master Bennett's request. Instead, the more, the better. This way, the dwarves would get more of those super potions yearned by all wizards. "I have a last request, but this one is more personal," Abel said in a slightly embarrassed tone. "Please speak up." King Gunther smiled. "I want to build a castle on my domain in Hadrian Valley," said Abel. "Easy, we will give it to you for free." King Gunther helplessly laughed again. "Majesty Gunther, but I want to use my own materials to build the castle, and I need to set up large amounts of magic circles as well as a spirit to organize everything," Abel explained. "Master Bennett, you can just be frank with us. The dwarves can make any circles for you, but are you looking down on us dwarves to not let us provide the material?" King Gunther put on a serious face. "Majesty Gunther, I want to build my castle entirely out of pure gold. So just let me provide the material," Abel helplessly explained. He hadn't planned on telling King Gunther about this, at least not from the start. "Master Bennett, how big do you want your castle?" King Gunther was a little shocked as he looked at Abel. "The same size as a normal royal palace is fine," Abel thought for a moment and said. He was planning to use the thing for his wedding. Both Abel and Lorraine's status was quite high, so their castle couldn't be small. Picking the Hadrian Valley was also a good choice since it was close to the goddess temple, and it was granted to him by the royals. King Gunther no longer wanted to provide the materials. If not, it would basically clear out the dwarves' gold inventory to build that thing. "Master Bennett, do you know how much gold that would need?" King Gunther just wanted to make sure that Abel was not mistaken. Majesty Gunther, I have more than enough. I've just gotten some spoils, and it might not be a problem even if I build 2 castles out of gold. Abel thought of his holy portal bag and said, Master Bennett, it's from the evil kingdom, right? Something seemed to click for King Gunther, so he smiled. Yeah, that's right, Abel nodded. Don't worry, we will send the best builders and architects to construct the castle for you. King Gunther felt his heart lift. As long as Abel had enough gold, they no longer needed to do anything extra. Although he didn't know why the Holy Kingdom would send out a knight with that much gold, considering how desirable gold was, that knight must be a gold lover. Majesty Gunther, here is my compensation. Seeing that King Gunther accepted all his requests, Abel smiled and took out a portal bag of 100 light healing potions, 100 mana potions, and some golden longevity potions, and placed it on the table. King Gunther wanted to reject them, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it seeing these mana potions. As a part of the Wizard Union, the dwarves were also aware of the Sky Demon's awakening. They needed resources to prepare themselves. Those potions were some of the best things they could get, so King Gunther didn't know what to do all of a sudden. Master Bennett, is this a longevity potion? Wizard Hutton suddenly noticed something that made his eyes sparkled. Although those law-defying wizard dwarves joked around a lot, they kept their mouths shut all this time to show their respect for King Gunther as well as Abel as a guest. However, when Wizard Hutton saw the golden longevity potion, he could no longer help himself. His words also sent a shock to the other wizard dwarves. Some of them heard the rumors that Abel could make a golden longevity potion with extra years of lifespan. They all knew the value of such a potion, though they never thought about it since they had nothing for exchange that even came close. Yes, that's right, Abel smiled and nodded. Since he knew the demon from beyond would reawaken in 100 years, he decided to give out more potions that he deemed not too valuable, including the longevity potion. Master Bennett, I cannot resist, so I'll accept your compensation, but please let me open up the dwarves' inventory for you to pick 3 items. King Gunther stood up and bowed. All right, I'll go for it, Abel laughed. He entered many inventories in the past, and he always admired the ones the dwarves had, even if he wasn't allowed to take anything from it. Just a visit would be nice. Wizard Hutton, take this longevity potion immediately to Headmaster Faraday. King Gunther did not put away the potions on the table. Instead, he handed the golden longevity potion to Wizard Hutton and commanded. On my way, Wizard Hutton held the potion in his hand and bowed at Abel. He then disappeared in a flash. At that moment, all the wizards on the spot and King Gunther were extremely excited. The only ones who didn't understand what was going on were Abel and Bernie. Master Bennett, please excuse us. King Gunther settled his emotions as he remained seated. He then explained, Headmaster Faraday is a rank 25 wizard in our tribe, the most powerful one. His days are numbered. If your longevity potion came a little later, maybe he might not be able to make it. Majesty Gunther, that's great. Then you will have more power against the evil kingdom. Abel smiled. Master Bennett, let's head to the inventory. I will not forgive myself if I don't give you something. King Gunther stood up and said with excitement. Abel loved interacting with the dwarves. Their sincereness was really unlike anyone else. Master Bennett, we won't interrupt you. The law-defying wizard dwarves bowed and brought Bernie away. Abel knew Bernie's status in the central continent was not high, so he was forbidden in the inventory. If Bernie's status wasn't so high in the Holy Continent, no way they would even let him overheard the conversation between King Gunther and Abel. The path Bernie was on was much better than being a salesman. With a law-defying wizard as a teacher and a friend like Abel, he had a bright future. Frankenstein, stay here, Abel said to the dull Frankenstein. Frankenstein remained still after he heard those words. King Gunther couldn't help but look at him. All law-defying wizards had their dignity. Signing a contract and becoming someone's servant was basically never seen before. The dwarf's inventory was below the palace within the shell of the mountain. It was the nature of dwarves, and the place was equipped with giant protection circles and a spirit for monitoring. Because of this, the most secretive tasks were always done underground, and their livelihood was much better than the surface. King Gunther led Abel underground through the short-distance teleportation circle of the palace. Soon, they arrived at a standalone platform. The moment Abel stepped out, he could sense countless power of the will from powerful law-defying wizards monitoring him, which just showed how secure this place was. Oil lamps were illuminating the walls instead of an illumination circle. It was just that Abel didn't know what oil was used to burn so brightly. On the other side was a dark metal door covered in magic patterns. "Master Bennett, please wait," King Gunther stopped and said. Of course, Abel listened. His intuition told him what was above and below was extremely dangerous. "Open," King Gunther took out a badge and yelled with his power of the will. Afterward, countless metal poles sifted out of the platform, creating a path connecting them to the dark metal door. "Master Bennett." King Gunther smiled and bowed. "You are safe to go now." Abel walked in front of King Gunther, and he smoothly made his way towards the door. King Gunther tapped his badge on the door and gently flicked a drop of blood on it. The door began to glow, and sounds of machines working emerged. "Our ancestors who designed this inventory require a drop of blood from a royal dwarf with every entry, so I hate coming here." King Gunther laughed and explained. Abel couldn't help but increase his fondness for King Gunther. Those were all secrets of the dwarves, yet he was telling him all about it. "I am now a lot more optimistic about my inventory in the future." Abel also smiled. The metal door swung open, and they stepped in. "Master Bennett, there are no triggers or magic circles here. Feel free to look around. If you have any questions, I'll explain." King Gunther pointed around and smiled. "Majesty, thank you," Abel bowed. He began to look around. The first row was neatly placed with metal racks with the energy of weapons. They were all magic weapons. Those were all best of the best from Grandmaster blacksmiths in the central continent over the years. Some of them were extremely well known. King Gunther proudly introduced, "Your Majesty, but they don't match up to the weapons from the evil kingdom's mad knights." Abel was a Grandmaster himself, and he could see the quality of those weapons. "You are right. The evil kingdom's spell technology was much more powerful than the dwarves. After we destroy them, we will definitely take a good look into what they are doing." King Gunther was not offended. They were friends, after all. But of course, King Gunther's pride did not come from nothing. Those weapons stood the test of time before the evil kingdom's invasion. They were the best support for close battles. Back then, the knights were still serving the nobles, and each one of them yearned for a magic weapon from the dwarves. However, everything changed since the evil kingdom's invasion. The knight profession was forbidden, and the demand for close-range weapons fell drastically. Therefore, they ended up in the inventory as collectibles. Abel wasn't too interested in weapons, so he continued. He had much better weapons anyway. Just look at those top-level rune words gear. The following were armors that did not catch his attention, since they all had a vintage feel. Although King Gunther did not explain, Abel knew he probably just walked past a few legendary-grade weapons and armors. Abel only realized how unpopular Grandmaster blacksmiths were since he arrived at the central continent. The dwarves kept each one in close proximity, so only they had any idea how many Grandmasters there were. On the other hand, everyone knew about master potion makers. Maybe this was decided by supply and demand. Although a wizard's magic staff needed a blacksmith to create, most of them were only useful on an elite wizard. If a law-defying wizard wanted one, they had to seek the crystal core of a powerful spiritual beast in the ocean. This was why a Grandmaster couldn't make a magic staff for law-defying wizards. Thus their status was far below a potion maker. Abel settled himself and continued. The following was some ores, and each of them was extremely rare. Even as a Grandmaster metallurgist, there were many he couldn't name. Most materials here are exclusive. Although they are not from heaven and below, you almost can't find them anywhere in the continent. But it is because of this. A blacksmiths can't use them in their forgeries. King Gunther looked at those ores and sighed. They were all treasures to the dwarves, and each exclusive ore could make a dwarf drool. However, they were basically useless to Abel other than making some blank gear for rune words. They couldn't even be used to make magic weapons. What beautiful gems! Still, he couldn't help but admire their beauty as a Grandmaster. If they weren't in a war, maybe he would also want a few as collectibles to remind himself how powerful he was. However, what he was after at that moment were the ancient objects of the dwarves. The following areas were also treasures, with nothing to do with battle. But this was the inventory of the dwarves anyway, not the inventory of a professional. Of course, there were not as many things to do with battles. Finally, Abel arrived at the end and saw a wide open space filled with huge objects. These are the ancient objects gathered from the ancient sites of our ancestors. There are also some we exchanged with other races, but sadly not many of them still work. King Gunther sighed again. Abel immediately felt excitement filling his heart. There were 20 battle forts, there was even a fully intact one. He stepped up and looked at it in detail. All the battle forts he got had a giant round base. However, the round base was thicker than any other ones he saw, and there was an extra operation room on top of it. Commander Spirit, scan this battle fort. Abel connected to his headmaster badge through the power of the will. Headmaster, scanning. The commander replied with a message with the power of the will. Master Bennett, are you interested in this thing? King Gunther couldn't help but laughed. They went through so many treasures, but none of them seemed to have caught Abel's attention. He was not expecting an ancient object could do the trick. Although this inventory was not the most important inventory of the dwarves, there were still countless goodies. Any 3 random weapons or inherited gear in this inventory was enough to buy up all assets from a medium-sized noble family. However, those ancient objects were just for show. Even if their materials were valuable, they couldn't do anything. Headmaster, this battle fort is very well preserved. It has never been ignited before. The commander spirit gave out a result. Abel was shocked, although he wasn't sure what exactly went down in ancient times. He knew there was a huge existential war. Most of the battle forts were destroyed. Only their most indestructible base remained. This battle fort in front of him was the first fully intact one. In fact, it has never even been used before. But it made sense. If it has been used before, it would not be intact. Your Majesty, I'll take this. Abel patted at the battle fort and said, this thing was a true treasure. With the help of the commander spirit, this thing could truly reflect the power of its glory days. Master Bennett, I'm glad you like it. I'll organize some law-defying wizards to send it your way. King Gunther really couldn't figure out what Abel was thinking. This thing was huge, but it was basically useless if you couldn't ignite it. Many master dwarves had researched those ancient objects. The ones in the inventories were only the ones they confirmed were useless. The truly valuable ones were all incorporated into their triggers. After all, it was one reason why all professions feared the dwarves' trigger and defense. Thank you so much. Abel was not planning to take the thing away by himself. The portal ring he got from the ocean was a holy object of the dwarves, and the holy portal bag was a holy object of the holy kingdom. He wouldn't expose them. He kept looking around at the ancient objects. There were too many goodies, and there was even a puppet that Frankenstein used as his body. Commander Spirit, can you help me pick out something useful? Abel didn't know much about ancient objects, so it was best to ask something from that period of time. Headmaster now scanning. The place was not big, so the commander spirit could cover all of it. The commander's spirit worked in mysterious ways. Even King Gunther could not notice it as a law-defying wizard. Headmaster, there is a locked-up box and reflection system, battle puppets and dimensional car. The commander spirit replied. Soon the location of those objects was marked in Abel's power of will. Not all ancient objects were useful. After an existential war, most of them were damaged. Along with the corrosion of time, most of them could only be used as study materials. Abel first walked towards the locked-up box. It had a decent-sized metal surface. However, there was no separation, so it looked more like a cube than a box. He scanned with his power of the will. It was made entirely out of metal, and he still couldn't figure out the opening. But since it was called a box, there must be an opening. He then gazed towards the reflection system, which was even more unnoticeable. It was basically a handguard on the ground. It was just that there were 4 spikes inside the guard, so no one would use it unless they wanted to hurt themselves. Abel knew this thing was used in war just from its name. If it could really create a reflection, it would be amazing. Majesty, I'll take this. Abel picked up the reflection system and said, Master Bennett, you should pick something more valuable. King Gunther shook his head. Majesty Gunther, these things are all valuable to me. Abel smiled and said. He was not lying motionless, but King Gunther did not believe him. After all, the dwarves did accumulate large amounts of ancient objects and studied them. King Gunther was certain that no one knew more about ancient objects than the dwarves, not even the elves. When the elves were locking themselves up, the dwarves were hard at work digging up sites throughout the continent. Abel turned towards the third object marked as useful, the battle puppet. It was very similar to the dwarves' one, but its value lay in its material. It was made of ancient alloy which the technology to make them was lost today. Abel was interested, but he did not make his decision. He could choose 3 objects, and he already chose 2. He turned to the last object, the dimensional car, which looked more like a rectangle box than a car. Wheels were nowhere to be seen. So Abel was left with the choice between the dimensional car, battle puppet, and the locked-up box. King Gunther, I'll choose this. Abel finally pointed at that mysterious locked-up box and said. Obtaining those other 2 objects was not impossible, looking at the attitude of King Gunther. They seemed like they were for display anyway, so Abel might be able to exchange them in the future. They then left the inventory. Abel took the locked-up box and reflection system with him, while the battle fort would be taken care of by the dwarves and sent to his place in the potion maker camp. The following 5 days, he stayed in the dwarves and locked himself up in an alchemy room. The dwarves gathered 100 portions of the sky ship's core materials. Of course, he couldn't successfully turn all 100 portions into sky ship cores, but he still turned 40 of them in. Just like they agreed. The dwarves would give him 10 skyships as soon as possible, and then give him 1 sky ship per month until the cores were used out. Of course, Abel would also need to keep supplying the dwarves with sky ship cores, as long as the dwarves provided him the materials. Abel's visit to the dwarves deepened their relationship once again. Since his metallurgy skill was far superior to any dwarf metallurgist, his name began to gather fame among the dwarves. Especially that golden longevity potion, which made the dwarves recognize him as a true friend. Abel returned to his place in the potion maker camp. The battle fort had already arrived, and it was placed next to the one which transformed into a metal castle. He ignited the protection circle and all the barrier circles in his yard. He couldn't wait to take a closer look at his rewards. Commander Spirit, how do I open this box? Abel took out the locked-up box and looked at it in detail. Finally, he gave up and asked the Commander Spirit instead. Headmaster, you can only open it with this special method. The Commander Spirit transferred some directions to Abel. It was a complicated one. There were 120 moves in total. Commander Spirit, what is the purpose of this thing in the ancient time? Abel was not surprised that the Commander Spirit could open the box. If not, it would not have told him it was useful. Headmaster, it is used mainly for preserving important military resources, the Commander Spirit replied. It was a storage device passed down to individual fighters, so they had a unique way of opening it. However, for a high-level spirit, it had permission to open all of them. Abel followed the moves and pressed on the box. Finally, neatly aligned horizontal and vertical lines emerged on the surface. It soon divided itself into little squares, exposing the storage space within. It was not a big space, only around the size of 2 fists, but it was filled with top-level gems. Disappointed. Gems were definitely great for other professionals, but they were basically useless for someone who could combine them like Abel. That's not right. He placed his hand in and found something that didn't feel like a gem. No way, he found a trapezoid-shape object, when he knew very well it was a rune. However, it was not a low-rank rune. It was a truly high-level one. The 28 low with the ability to increase 20% double hit rate and plus 5% lightning resistance. That 20% double hit rate increase was definitely something advanced in this world, but Abel was not planning to waste it like this. It was a 28 low, a high-level rune that he almost couldn't combine himself. The information for this rune appeared in his mind, along with strings of rune words. He picked out one he could make the fortitude. 20% chance to cast level 15 chilling armor when struck. Plus 25% faster cast rate. Plus 300% enhanced damage. Plus 200% enhanced defense. Plus 15 defense. Plus X to life based on Cha. Ractor level. Replenish life plus 7. Plus 5% to maximum lightning resist. All resistances plus 25-30 varies. Damage reduced by 7. 12% damage taken goes to mana. +1 to light radius. The required runes were El, Sol, Dal, Lo. The other 3 were not hard to find, and he could even make it himself. This way, the rune word Armor Fortitude could become his. The scariest thing about it was the plus 300% enhanced damage. It would basically work wonders during a close-range battle. Abel placed the 28 low rune into his holy portal bag. He was not planning to use it just yet. He was planning to give this super amour to his Mad Knight once he resurrected it. He then took out the illusory system, which looked like an armed guard. Commander Spirit, how do I use this thing? Of course, he would ask the Commander Spirit. Headmaster, you can ignite the reflection system with your Headmaster badge, but before that, you need to recharge it. The Commander Spirit replied. Abel looked around at the system, according to the instruction given by the Commander Spirit, and opened an energy sock with some special method. The gems inside the socket were all broken after these years. Unless they were top-level gems that could regenerate themselves, low-level gems would not last. He dumped out the pieces and installed 2 top-level pure gems into it. He then placed his Headmaster badge on the reflection system, and a white glow emerged. The spikes within it retreated, and he put the thing on his arm. Since the Horadric cube had turned into a mark, it wouldn't affect it. He buckled it in, and suddenly he felt a sharp pain. The 4 spikes penetrated his skin. He immediately wanted to take the thing off, but he knew the Commander Spirit would not hurt him. He was a Headmaster. All the Commander Spirit could do was to obey him. He soon sensed the system absorbing his blood, and the spikes retreated again afterward. Those spikes were obviously thinner than the original ones, so he stopped bleeding in no time as the guard pressed down on his muscles. Suddenly, he felt like he gained a sense of connection with the reflection system, just like his beast. At the same time, he received the instruction to use the reflection system. There were 2 modes, on and off, and it could be controlled by the power of the will. On, Abel connected with it through the power of the will and mumbled. Soon, a silhouette of a man appeared in front of him. It looked just like himself, even with the same dragon druid energy. Amazing, Abel gasped. He reached his hand towards his reflection, but it went straight through. This reflection was basically just a group of energy. He began to move this reflection with his power of the will. Just like a puppet, it was totally under his command. After some testing, he realized this reflection could only be used to confuse his enemies. It did not have any actual fighting power. Still, he was surprised. As long as no one touched him, he could be at any place he wanted. Also, if he could successfully confuse his enemies during a battle and make them hesitate to attack, he would be at an advantage. He looked at the reflection system in his arm, but he was not planning to take it off. He didn't want to get spiked again, and this thing was a lifesaver nevertheless. Finally, he arrived at that intact battle fort. All the facilities were still there, so he could not see the base, and he didn't know how to open the energy socket. Maybe this was the reason why the dwarves gave up on studying it. At least some of the normal ones had an opened energy socket, and they could ignite the basic invisible ability when energy was put into it. Even someone who was familiar with battle forts could not find the energy socket. Commander Spirit, how can I open the energy socket of this battle fort? Of course, there was only one way to find out. Headmaster, please follow these instructions. The Commander Spirit sent over a guide. Abel arrived at the operation room of the battle fort and found a hold under a seat. Unlike the other ones, this was where the energy socket was located. Abel directly dumped 2,000 top-level gems into the hole and closed the base. Afterward, the fort began to move like a monster awakening after thousands of years of slumber. First-time ignition, confirming the identity of the user. A message appeared on his Headmaster badge without the Commander Spirit's command. The prestigious Headmaster, you now have full permission over this battle fort, please give it a name. A message from the Commander Spirit also arrived. Abel thought for a moment and said, Fire Tooth. The prestigious Headmaster, Fire Tooth, will be at your service. Fire Tooth Spirit replied. It was a truly brand new battle fort. The Commander Spirit was not lying. This thing really has never been ignited before. Abel stood in the operation room of this ancient yet brand new battle fort with full control over it. Firetooth, what's the current condition of the battle fort? He lowered his voice and said. Although it was a brand new battle fort, he still needed to know its condition before the test flight. The prestigious headmaster, now examining. Defense system normal. Invisibility system normal. Flying system normal. Attack system normal. Enough energy supply for 100 years. Battle fort normal. The Firetooth spirit's voice filled the operation room. Firetooth, ignite invisibility mode and start flying. Abel commanded immediately. Afterward, strange energy wrapped around the base of the battle fort, and it vanished from the spot. Other than Abel in the operation room, no one from the outside could see the battle fort. Soon the battle fort levitated off the ground and horizontally rose 1,000 meters towards the sky in no time, just like other battle forts. The prestigious headmaster, please select flight path. Firetooth stopped 1,000 meters above ground and asked. The monogram of a map appeared in front of Abel. All he needed to do was to point out where he wanted to go. So he selected a peak in the Ervo forest 500 miles away from him. The battle fort soon speeded in mid-air. It was at that moment Abel realized this thing was flying strangely. It accelerated effortlessly, and he couldn't feel any turbulence. It seemed like this battle fort was using a completely different technology to fly. Abel curiously unleashed his power of the will. Since he had the highest authority, he could reach his power of the will to any part of the Firetooth. Soon he found the secret. There were 4 strange sets of components, and they were all drawn with special magic patterns, but only one of them was hard at work. Firetooth, explain those components to me. Abel asked. The prestigious headmaster, this is the flying system. There is the repulsion system, which directs the flying, and it can do many moves in the sky working hand in hand with the levitation system. Firetooth explained. Why is only one component working? Abel asked in confusion, especially since Firetooth did not ask him to select the flying speed. The prestigious headmaster, each component could double the flying speed, but it would also drain twice as much energy, so in normal circumstances the system only ignites one component. Firetooth spirit replied. Firetooth, ignite all 4 components. Abel wanted to get a sense of the max speed. Although its speed with one component was a little faster than White Cloud, it was still nothing compared to Flying Flame. He had more than enough gems. What he needed was speed. The prestigious headmaster, ignition on command, Firetooth replied. Abel scanned with his power of the will, and the fort viciously speeded up. In a few minutes it stopped. Firetooth, what happened? Abel was just getting a thrill from the speed and it stopped. The prestigious headmaster, you have arrived at your destination, Firetooth replied. Abel looked at the map. The battle fort really did travel 500 miles. But the strange thing was that the mountain peak was missing. Change in terrain spotted, system now updating. Firetooth's voice emerged again as he saw the map monogram began to change. The world had changed too much since ancient times. Since Abel was looking for the peak, it was why he didn't know that he had arrived. Firetooth, can I operate the battle fort? Abel couldn't care less about the map. The speed he experienced just then was even faster than a move in a flash. Move in a flash needed a magic pattern to be drawn each time. Although it was quick, it still hindered the speed. Battle fort in the sky, on the other hand, could disregard the elements of the ground and speed up as much as it wanted. It was the best mode of transport. Of course, it couldn't compete with a teleportation circle, but it was much safer for him. The prestigious headmaster, you can control it with your power of the will, Firetooth replied like a loyal servant. Abel connected his power of the will to a magi circle, and the areas covered by the battle fort were displayed in his eyes. He felt like he was almost floating in the sky. He had become the battle fort. He flew up, down, and backward, accelerated and decelerated. It was all done through his power of the will, just like his own body. He didn't know what technology this thing was using, but the atmosphere's drag was completely diffused, just like when he was a giant dragon. He could no longer imagine what led to the destruction of ancient times. This thing was neck to neck with the jets of his past world. Full speed. Abel didn't know where he was going, but it was better to let Firetooth update its map for a bit. This feeling was completely different from sitting on a flying beast. It was almost like sitting in a jet. Although he has never flown a jet before, it would be the dream of every person who sat on a flying beast. At that moment, this thing had become a giant toy of his. After half a day of playing, he realized he left the Ervo forest. He was no longer in the elves' territory. He slowed down and came across a rocky mountain without any signs of life. Firetooth scanned for life, Abel asked. Now scanning, small creatures spotted no intelligent life. Firetooth quickly replied. This mountain attracted him because he was afraid of damaging trees ever since he signed an equal contract with the Tree of Life. However, he was not planning to suppress this intuition since it was affecting him too much anyway. Firetooth, what weapons are in the attack system? Abel asked. The prestigious headmaster, the battle fort have 10 energy cannons, which can be increased to 100 energy cannons. 10 crystal bomb magic circles, which can be increased to 50 crystal bomb magic circles, and 2 destruction bombs. Firetooth replied. Abel did not hesitate. Those were all the weapons he had, increasing it was not even worth considering. He saw the inventory of the dwarves, and those energy cannons or bombs were nowhere to be seen. Firetooth, aim an energy cannon at that mountain. Abel ordered. Target confirmed. Firetooth's voice means Abel sensed a cannon reaching out from the side of the battle fort from his power of the will. Under half a second, a blinding beam shot out towards the rocky mountain. Bang, a big hole with a diameter of 1 meter opened up. Looking at a depth of the hole, this cannon was best for penetration, not explosion. Although Abel didn't know how deep the hole was, he couldn't see the bottom. He had 10 cannons, and each shot took half a second, so that was 20 shots per second in total. On top of the aiming ability of Firetooth, he could easily disrupt a Holy Knight formation with this. Firetooth used a crystal bomb on the mountain. Abel continued. Target confirmed. Firetooth's voice emerged again, and the base of the battle fort began to open up. Abel sensed large amounts of energy gathering finally, forming a crystallized bomb. The crystal bomb dropped down and flew towards the mountain. Bang, a 20 meters wide hole was opened up, wiping out all signs of life. This could not compete with his super exploding ball, but his super exploding ball was beyond this world anyway. Without the personal storage box to freeze time, there was no way he would carry those things around. Each super exploding ball was the energy of a top-level gem, and this crystal bomb system was much less wasteful. The best thing about them was that he could use many of them at once. It was just that he only had 10 of them, and each of them took 5 seconds to gather energy. Unless he was attacking a fixed object, 5 seconds was more than enough time for anyone to run off. Firetooth, how's the power of the destruction bomb? He asked. He didn't want to test out the destruction bomb since he only had 2 of them, and each of them could only be used once. Oh, he wanted to save them for future research. The prestigious headmaster, you have the authority to use a destruction bomb. A destruction bomb has the power to wipe out everything in 10 miles, and it was forbidden for anyone other than an elite force to use according to the war treaty. That's basically an atomic bomb. Abel bit his tongue. He was lucky to have the headmaster badge. If not, those 2 destruction bombs would just be for show. But were things like this really worth researching? If he made a wrong move, he might not be able to dodge the blast even if he moved in a flash. He couldn't understand how a brand new battle fort like this got left over by the ancients, along with 2 forbidden destruction bombs. The experiments came to an end. He was already very happy with the battle fort. With this speed and weapons, no one would be able to mess with him from the ground. However, for a legendary who could also fly, it might not be as useful. Go back, Abel selected his destination and ordered. The battle fort accelerated, leaving the destroyed rocky mountain behind. When he returned to his accommodation, he connected Firetooth's spirit with Jade, the spirit of the other battle fort, as well as the research spirit underground. With this perfect battle fort, his defense could not only stop people from coming in, but it could also attack. However, before that, he had to let Firetooth update the terrain of the central continent by flying around. With 2,000 top-level gems, Firetooth could do it all by itself. He also didn't need to replenish the gems himself. He left over a pile of top-level gems on the battle fort. Once it ran out of energy, the repairing puppets would take care of it. The Holy Kingdom would probably not attack the Tree of life in the near future after their loss in Battlecry City, which gave Firetooth a great chance to know the central continent. Abel wanted to get a full map of the central continent. Even though wizards ruled this world, making maps was still a big hassle. Many places were left blank. At least he didn't know the shape of the central continent. He was used to looking at world maps, so he always felt like he didn't know much about this world. 3 days passed, and Abel remained in the alchemy room. Lately, he has accepted some more requests for master potions. Not because he wanted credit points. He had more than enough with those light healing potions and mana potions, but because he wanted to level up the energy within his master alchemist pattern. Considering how famous he was, many professionals were dying for his work. By that point, his requests were at least a few times more demanding compared to when he first started. Since the success rate of master potions was low, even if someone gathered all 5 portions of ingredients, many had given up on gathering those ingredients. Abel had made countless potions, and each time he would at least end up with a blue rank potion. It was scary how attractive this was. At first, Abel didn't want to accept those requests, but when he saw how many requests there were, his long-lost dream of becoming a Grandmaster Potion Maker awoke in him again. The Potion Maker Union was also very happy to see Abel accepting requests, as it would drastically increase their power in the central continent. With a final level up, another bottle of Blue Master Potion emerged from the table and teleported to the Potion Maker Union through the short-distance teleportation circle. Another mission was completed. Abel put the leftover 4 portions of ingredients in his holy portal bag. Lately, he had gotten many valuable ingredients since he got to keep the leftovers. Also, the requester needed to pay a good fortune to list those missions, so his rewards only kept increasing. Master, the dwarf's law-defying wizard Faraday is here to see you with the sky ships. The research spirit's voice emerged after Abel finished his potions. As an intelligent spirit, it knew when to not distract Abel. Wizard Faraday. Abel suddenly remembered the name. It was that rank 25 wizard dwarf whose days were numbered. Why did a powerful wizard would visit him personally? Rank 25 wizards rarely showed themselves, even in the front line. The only time Abel saw a rank 25 wizard was in that howling castle near the Holy Kingdom, but that was only because of how important that castle was. Invite him in and order the servants to bring on the best juice, Abel called. He then put on a potion maker's robe. His body was filled with the smell of potions after these days, so he needed to take a shower. It was basic manners. It might be fine if he was seeing his friends, but he was about to see a rank 25 wizard. Good manners were crucial. After a shower, he put on the special elven long robe and arrived at the lounge with Frankenstein. Seeing Abel flashed in, Wizard Faraday stood up and bowed. Wizard Faraday, your time is precious. What brings you here? Abel bowed back. The golden longevity potion he gave out could only increase lifespan for 60 years. For a rank 25 wizard who wanted to become a legendary, 60 years was very short. The prestigious Master Bennett, my life is yours. I wouldn't forgive myself if I didn't thank you personally. Wizard Faraday smiled. Wizard Faraday, to you too polite. The dwarves had obtained those potions from a fair trade. Abel also smiled. Still, you gave me another opportunity to become a legendary. If you have any problems, feel free to contact me in the future. Wizard Faraday followed. Wizard Faraday, I never could understand. Why didn't you extend your life through other means? Abel knew the dwarves had much knowledge in regards to puppets. Wizard Faraday gazed at Frankenstein. Although he never saw Frankenstein's face, every wizard knew he was a wizard who extended his life through special methods. Those special methods could turn a wizard into something. Barely human, so they had to cover themselves. The biggest giveaway was Frankenstein's fighting style. He had battled with knights at close range and disregarded the strikes of a mad knight. Only someone with an altered body could do this. The wizards speculated that Frankenstein was a wizard who couldn't stand the pain of alteration or made some major mistake during the process he couldn't fix. This caused him to sacrifice himself and became Abel's follower in exchange for Abel's help. Therefore, Wizard Faraday had to consider Frankenstein's feelings when structuring his words. Wizard Faraday, no need to consider Frankenstein's feeling. Please just speak your mind. Abel smiled and waved his hand. Altering the body to extend life can almost end one's potential to become a legendary wizard. There is only one wizard who successfully managed to do so in the past, and the circumstance of that wizard was extremely rare. Wizard Faraday looked at Frankenstein and lowered his gaze. "Wizard Faraday, can you tell me more about it?" Abel followed. Although Frankenstein was strong with his altered body, Abel still wanted him to grow. When Abel himself became legendary, Frankenstein would be less useful. Abel was confident in himself. He wasn't even 20, and he was already ranked 21. Also, his life was assisted by the oak tree. He still had a long journey ahead of him. He had to resolve this problem for Frankenstein. If not, he would not be able to catch up to Abel. Abel had the resources. He could give Frankenstein things other wizards couldn't even imagine. Frankenstein's power was a part of Abel's power, so he would not hold back in regards to that. Master Bennett becoming a legend is a process of total transformation. A wizard's soul is transformed when one achieves the status of a law-defying wizard. The basis of becoming a legendary wizard was the same. But for the body, Wizard Faraday took a sip of the juice and continued. For a wizard who altered his body, it would drastically hinder this process as the special attribute of the body would be stripped away. "Wizard Faraday, so how come that one legendary wizard you mentioned succeeded in his level up?" Abel asked again. "That legendary wizard was lucky to achieve 100% coordination with his altered body, so he succeeded at the end," Wizard Faraday replied. "Wizard Faraday, how can you tell if a wizard can coordinate well with his body or not?" Abel gazed at Frankenstein. He really couldn't tell how coordinated he was. "Master Bennett, are you thinking about Wizard Frankenstein? If you are willing, I can help you examine Wizard Frankenstein." Wizard Faraday hesitated a little and said. He would definitely not offer something like this to another person. Examining a law-defying wizard's coordination was not easy to explain. Wizard Faraday only knew how to do so after taking in much knowledge from the dwarves. Although his request to see another law-defying wizard's body seems very demanding, he wouldn't take this risk if Abel saved his life. After all, he would be in an awkward situation if Frankenstein rejected him. "Wizard Faraday, please keep Frankenstein's identity a secret," Abel bowed and said. Wizard Faraday was surprised at how fast Abel agreed. He did so without even asking for Frankenstein's opinion, but he soon remembered that Frankenstein was contracted as a servant to Abel. Only a servant contract could strip all freedom from a wizard, so you could just imagine how scary Abel's power was to make a law-defying wizard his servant. In a world ruled by wizards, their identity was more prestigious than any other profession. A law-defying wizard was the main fighting force, one of the most glorious of the bunch. Master Bennett was the best potion maker in the central continent. Even the Wizard Union owed him many favors. As long as he didn't force Frankenstein into signing the contract, no one would care too much. Frankenstein stepped up towards Wizard Faraday. He paused and then took off his hood. What stood in front of Wizard Faraday was a full metal puppet. There was no life energy left. How can one still battle after such alteration? Wizard Faraday was stunned. Although using puppets was one of the ways the dwarves altered their bodies as well. They would all keep the alteration to the minimum by only replacing the most vulnerable body parts. Still, you couldn't blame Wizard Marlon, the past identity of Frankenstein. He, too, wanted to take apart this puppet, but the only place it could recognize an owner was the head and body. Therefore, in the end, Wizard Marlon could only keep his brain and some nerves. If he didn't crazily use up the blizzard's resources to exchange water of life from the elves, he would be dead already. Still, the pain was unbearable, and he was turning insane. Frankenstein exposed his body and let Wizard Faraday scan him through the power of the will. "How is this possible? No way," Wizard Faraday gasped. As far as he knew, a wizard like this would find a place to hide and try his best to stay alive, let alone battling. However, Wizard Frankenstein had killed many mad knights during the short period of time he followed Abel. He was famous amongst the wizards. "Wizard Frankenstein, don't you feel pain?" Wizard Faraday settled his emotion and lowered his voice. Frankenstein shook his head. He spent most of his time grasping the law of fire, so he didn't even have time to learn how to speak. Wizard Faraday asked a few more simple questions. If Frankenstein didn't know how to answer, Abel would speak for him. Master Bennet, I have never seen anyone in my entire life like Wizard Frankenstein who could live as long with such alteration. His condition is beyond my knowledge, but if we ignore that, his test result is very good. He didn't feel pain, but he could sense every movement from all sides of his body. This meant that the puppet had already fully merged with his body. If Wizard Frankenstein was standing right in front of me, I wouldn't even believe things like this were possible. Wizard Faraday said with an awkward look. Wizard Faraday, do you think it's possible for Frankenstein to become legendary? Abel got to the point. Master Bennet, unless Wizard Frankenstein can turn his puppet body into pure energy or change a body, he cannot level up. Wizard Faraday shook his head. Abel felt his heart sink. How could he turn a metal puppet into pure energy? It might be possible if it was normal metal, but that thing was made out of ancient metal. Even a mad knight could not make a dent on it. Turning it into pure energy was not really realistic. Fine, I still have a long way to go. Let's just deal with it later, Abel thought to himself. He was only rank 21. There was still a long way to go until he reached rank 25. Most law-defying wizards were stuck at rank 21, and their number would only decrease with each rank. Rank 25 wizards were the most important forces of every wizard organization. They were the seeds to legendaries. Master Bennet, I'll look through the books in my tribe once I return and see if I can find a solution for Wizard Frankenstein. Wizard Faraday saw Abel's face sank, so he quickly added. Wizard Faraday, your time is too valuable. I am very grateful even if you can't find anything. If you can find one portion of ingredients and a formula for another longevity potion, I'll help you make it for free, Abel said sincerely. Master Bennet, this I can do with no problem, Wizard Faraday laughed. There were many kinds of longevity potions besides Abel's ancient one, which was the most common one. There were also some with special abilities, but they were all at the pinnacle of rarity. Normally getting 5 portions was almost impossible. You would need to be very lucky to even get 1 portion. The Lightning Spirit Longevity Potion Abel made for the Lightning Clan's Wizard Mutton was one of those special potions. If Abel did not help them, no other potion maker could succeed with an unfamiliar potion in one go. From Abel's words, Wizard Faraday knew he was confident to succeed again in one go. Maybe Abel was the only one in the central continent who had confidence like this, and Wizard Faraday believed him since he was the best potion maker. Wizard Faraday was a wizard dwarf. He had access to many of the dwarves' resources. His lifespan was increased through all kinds of crazy methods from the dwarves, including the formula and ingredients for those special potions. It was just that the Potion Maker Union required 5 portions of ingredients with each potion. But since he was friends with Abel, he could finally break this rule. Wizard Faraday, what about the sky ships? Abel suddenly remembered and asked. Master Bennet, they are right here. Wizard Faraday showed his ring, and Abel immediately knew this unnoticeable ring was a holy object. But if it could fit in 10 skyships, it must be even bigger than his Varia's ring. Let's go outside, Abel smiled and offered. The sooner he got those skyships, the sooner the power of elves would increase. They had to get used to using them before they could unleash their full potential. Steward Meyer called Josephus here, Abel said to his steward as he was walking out with Wizard Faraday. There was a huge open space in front of the main building. Wizard Faraday waved his hand, and the first skyship appeared. Master Bennet, please confirm yourself as its owner, Wizard Faraday said to Abel. He didn't care about the elves. He only recognized Abel, so he directly told Abel to do so. Abel did not reject him. Frankenstein flashed him into the operation room of the skyship and smoothly declared himself as the owner to the spirit of the skyship. No matter what, those skyships were his at the end of the day. To avoid those skyships turning on him, the best way was to declare himself the owner. He opened the energy socket and saw the dwarves had already filled it up with intermediate gems. Although they weren't top level, it still showed their care. He was not planning to change those gems. Those things would patrol above Bay Law City, and some of them would be given to the royal palace, so he would just leave that to the royals to take care of. Master Bennet, were you looking for me? Josephus arrived and saw the skyships. His eyes were sparkling with curiosity as he quickly bowed. Josephus, the dwarves' 10 skyships have arrived. Select some warriors elves from the Judson family to operate 5 skyships and send the other 5 to the royal palace. Abel pointed at the skyship and smiled. Yes, Master Bennett. Big Druid Josephus bowed in excitement. The Judson family was his family, but they were also servants to Abel. With 5 skyships, their status in the elves would go up drastically. Abel was famous among the elves, but weak in wealth. Both Druid Gunter and Druid Polly came from a small family, so they couldn't help him much. The only one who could help was the Judson family, and they were his only choice. Even the huge open space outside could not fit in 10 skyships in total. Therefore, Abel directly sent the skyship to the sky after it recognized him as the owner. What's that? The elves in the potion maker camp soon noticed this giant flying object. It was not a battle fort, and it did not have the invisible ability, so the elves went into a frenzy. Is it going to attack us? One of them yelled in fear. The knight's invasion left a scar in their mind. So seeing these unknown flying objects was like a nightmare. But it's from Master Bennett's place. Maybe we are fine. Another elf soon realized where the thing was coming from. Master Bennett was a legend in the potion maker's camp. He was their savior, handpicked by the goddess of the moon and the tree of life. Also, his status as a dragon druid spread throughout the elves. The power of a dragon druid was something none of them could comprehend. Not to mention, if such a big object had invaded the potion maker camp, how could the potion maker union not notice it? Master Bennett, what's that thing from your place? Master Muir connected to Abel's potion maker badge and asked. Master Muir, it's the skyship, a war machine I've bought from the dwarves, Abel explained. Master Bennett, are you buying them for the safety of the elves? Master Muir asked again in excitement. Abel wanted to say that the royal elves were the ones who paid for them, but he soon heard an announcement from the potion maker union. Everyone, this is a skyship Master Bennett bought from the dwarves, a defense weapon from the sky. It will bring us peace. Master Muir's voice spread through all corners of the camp. After the shock settled, there was a round of applause. After getting a taste of war, the elves have been yearning for security. More and more skyships raised above. With 10 skyships in the sky, it almost blocked out the sun. That's a bursting crossbow. That's a cannon. That's a stone thrower. The elves began to point at the war machines on the skyships and cheered. Afterward, Wizard Faraday took out 10 boxes and said, Master Bennett, here is some ingredients to make the main core of a skyship. You just need to return 2 of them to us next month, and we will give you 1 out of the 2 skyships we make from them. No problem. Abel put the boxes in his portal bag and smiled. Wizard Faraday was in a rush, since he had already thanked Abel personally. He had to return to the dwarves before he even got the chance to try the best food in the central continent. Josephus, contact the royal palace. I'll leave it to you. Abel saw Wizard Faraday flash off. Ever since he got the news that the demon from beyond would resurrect, his heart was racing. He needed to level up himself to a point where he could save himself. Although the Wizard Union predicted it was in 100 years, this was not even to level up by 1 rank for a normal law-defying wizard. Abel knew his advantages. He was not only utilizing the time difference of the dark world, but he also hunted down all the bosses of hell and received the Song of Life's prayer. This allowed him to level up at an unbelievable speed. Although he didn't know if those Songs of Life were just as effective on a law-defying wizard, it was still the best thing he could do. Therefore, he could miss a night of killing hell creatures in the dark world. Trivial things would all be left to Big Druid Josephus. Of course, the first thing he did when he returned to his metal castle was enter the dark world. He quickly completed the 10 skyship cores Wizard Faraday gave him. Since there was no one around to look at him in the rogue encampment, he could work as fast as possible. He took a few days to do so since he didn't want to attract any unnecessary attention. As soon as he ignited his world stone, his speed and success rate would increase drastically. On top of that, he was god-like in the rogue encampment, so the making process was a breeze. Only a fake god like Abel would have time to make stuff like this. If another god had any free time, they would just accept a few more prayers. Wizard Faraday would never have guessed that completing those 10 skyship cores would only take Abel a few hours. With this 100% success rate and perfection, it made every metallurgist dwarf look stupid. He carried the 10 skyship cores out of the dark world and handed it to the research spirit through the short-distance teleportation, commanding it to send 2 portions to the dwarves each month. Just like that, his 5-month task was completed. All he needed in the future was to accept more skyship core materials and forge them again once every few months. Days went by, and Abel found peace of mind again. In the course of 2 months, he read large amounts of books and accepted countless missions from the Potion Maker Union, hoping to level up his alchemy level. This also allowed him to replenish the Crystal Angel statue and the totem pole's energy from prayer. Something a little underwhelming was Doff's progress. If he wanted to truly level up Doff's power, it might take him a few hundred years. Every night Abel would also go into the Pandemonium Fort to massacre every hell creature he saw. Abel stood on the metal fort's platform with Doff by his side. His gaze turned towards the 12 sky ships glistening under the setting sun. The dwarves promised Abel a skyship every month for his light healing potions and mana potions. The elves' royal palace was supplying Abel vast amount of resources to secure the usage of half of those skyships. Although the royal elves didn't own those skyships, Abel wasn't planning to take them back. He already declared himself as the owner. Unless he died, those skyships wouldn't be able to have another owner. But I hope everything I do is for the good. Abel retracted his gaze from the 12 skyships and mumbled. He then put the confused Doff the Beeman back in the monster ring and returned to the rogue encampment from his metal fort. When he was about to teleport to the Pandemonium Fortress, he suddenly sensed something strange. It was a familiar scent from the oak tree, an especially friendly one. What happened? Abel thought to himself as he flashed from the spot. As he approached the oak tree, he saw 15 little flying creatures in the sky, to his surprise. He was in the dark world. Besides the blue howling rabbits he brought in, almost everything else was hell creatures. He stopped under the oak tree and took a closer look. Those little creatures were like mini elves with transparent butterfly wings on their backs. Those mini flying elves flew towards Abel as soon as they saw him. It was at that moment he realized that friendly energy originated from them. Abel accepted them. He knew those little things meant no harm. Their souls were pure as crystal, and the joy they felt when they saw Abel was directly reflected. Hey, 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 those little guys danced around Abel and made some strange noises, yet it was soothing. They were just like newborn children. Abel scanned them with his power of the will, and immediately knew their connection with the oak tree. Even the clothes they were wearing were made out of the oak tree's leaves. At that moment, Abel also realized there were 15 cracked fruits on the ground. Maybe the fruits the oak tree was nourishing these years were finally mature. Little guys, where did you come from? Abel asked gently. Maybe they were still new to this world, so the only sound they could make was hey. Suddenly, another fruit dropped from the oak tree and rolled around on the ground. Afterward, it cracked, and a fully naked little guy climbed out. Wings spread from his back, and he flew up instinctively. Abel quietly watched from the side. Giving birth like this was too magical. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. The little guy blew at a leaf, and it immediately fell off and wrapped around his body like a mini armor. With the clothes on, the little guy looked around and noticed Abel. Soon, he joined the other 15 fellows and danced around Abel as well. Abel was very curious about the oak tree, so he placed his hand on it and ignited the soul speaker ability. My children, elite elves, ever since the oak tree inherited the knowledge from the elves' tree of life. It has grown quite a bit. At least it could now use simple words. When Abel heard the word elite elves, he immediately turned back to those unnoticeable little guys. Those things were elite elves. He always thought the elite elves were a powerful and arrogant species that ruled the world with an iron fist. As far as he knew from the historical documents, the elite elves lived a life of spoiled luxury, which caused many races to ally against them. In the end, the elite elves vanished from the world without a trace, but their existence was certain. And the Wizard Union could confirm that. Those little guys in front of Abel that couldn't even talk were elite elves. Could the Tree of Life give birth to elite elves? The elves were the offsprings of elite elves. Could this be true? After all, there weren't many documents about the origin of elite elves due to how long ago it was, not even the elves. But if the Tree of Life really did give birth to elite elves, then it could explain why the Tree of Life had an equal statue with the goddess of the moon. Since his oak tree had inherited knowledge from the Tree of Life, did that mean it would repeat its procreation process? Abel looked towards the oak tree. There were still many fruits. Maybe they were the first group of life native to the dark world. The blue howling rabbits didn't count because they weren't intelligent, and they were brought in by Abel. Unlike the Tree of Life in the central continent, Abel's soul was infused with the oak tree. It was closer than any contract. Therefore, those elite elves were his relatives. It was a strange, joyous feeling to have 16 new relatives all of a sudden. First thing first, what did elite elves eat? Unlike the central continent, there weren't a wealthy amount of crops in the dark world. Abel took out some bread he made, some water, milk, beef, and some diced-up fruits from his holy portal bag and threw them on a plate. When the 16 elite elves smelled the food, they flew towards it. However, after half a day of flying around, they only settled on a water spirit fruit that Abel was planning to make juice out of. The elite elves were not like elves. Their hands were even tinier. Although the water spirit fruit was not big, it was huge to them. Unless Abel cut it into pieces, there was no way those elite elves could eat them. Just when he was about to help, an elite elf waved his hand, and fierce energy shot out from his little hand. A small piece of water spirit fruit was cut out. Although it was only a little cut, these elite elves did not cast any spell or any spell pattern. Abel could clearly sense the ice element from the energy of that cut. Almost like a crystal knife, was formed out of thin air and vanished. This elite elf needed to have exact control over ice elements to do something like that. If it was too strong, it would freeze the fruit. But if it was too weak, it might not be able to penetrate it. That's a true natural spellcaster, Abel mumbled. And from this, he finally knew what elite elves ate. The water spirit fruit was the only fruit with natural energy, which was why the elves loved them so much. Seems like I need to become a babysitter from now on. Abel shook his head and mumbled helplessly. The 16 elite elves happily danced around the water spirit fruit and kept cutting it with their little hands, then started eating. Their appetite wasn't big, so a single water spirit fruit was enough for all 16 of them. However, when Abel looked towards the vast amounts of fruits on the oak tree, he knew he had to plant a water spirit fruit tree here to satisfy all of them. There was a huge time difference between the dark world and the central continent. He might not come back for many days once he left, so those elite elves might run out of food. He didn't want the oak tree's children to die, and it would even be a huge joke if those legendary elite elves were starved to death. If the dark world were normal, Abel wouldn't have to worry a thing about this. All fruit trees near a tree of life would turn into spirit fruit trees, and they would automatically become the food for those elite elves. But in the dark world, only a strong being like the oak tree could luckily survive among hell's energy. Abel no longer had the desire to visit the pandemonium fort. As he saw the 16 satisfied elites fly back up the oak tree and each found a leaf to sleep on, he directly returned to his place in the potion maker camp from the rogue encampment. Steward Meyer called Joseph, Gunter, and Polly. I need them to bring me some harvestable water spirit fruit trees immediately. I don't care how, use potions or mana gems. I just want them now. Abel found Steward Meyer and said, "Yes, master." Steward did not ask the reason or complained it was already nighttime. Instead, he just bowed and agreed. Abel sat in the master room, desperately drinking a glass of juice. He didn't know, but many elves began to hurry at work upon his request. How valuable was a harvestable water spirit fruit tree? Any elf would tell you that you couldn't put a price on it. They were basically money trees. However, it was still worth it in exchange for mana potions, light healing potions, and a good impression from Master Bennett. After all, a fruit tree could be cultivated. But Master Bennett's potions and relationship were truly priceless. Ever since Abel became a dragon druid, he had almost exclusively interacted with top-level professions. Even Queen Luiser rarely got the chance to interact with him, let alone normal elves. When Abel sent his 3 followers to different families overnight to demand water spirit fruit trees, almost all of them began to work. Abel did not mention a number, so his 3 followers just gathered as much as possible. In just 2 hours, 200 harvestable water spirit fruit trees were brought to him. Their roots were all surrounded by special materials to protect their most vulnerable parts. Joseph, Gunter, Polly, good job. In the following days, help me buy some fruit trees with natural energy, preferably with different harvestable times. Abel smiled as he saw his 3 followers returned. He knew digging up 200 water spirit fruit trees in the middle of the night was not easy. Just the digging process alone would take an hour, let alone the whole exchange and delivery process, so you could imagine how much manpower it took. Master Bennett, it is our honor to serve you, the 3 followers bowed. Druid Polly did not mention that she was in retreat, but she knew Abel must have a special reason to be this desperate. Ever since the 3 of them became Abel's followers, they all received an unbelievable amount of resources and status. However, Abel rarely requested them to do anything, so they had to do their best every time they did. Off you go now, I need to go into retreat tonight. Abel waved his hand to let his 3 followers off. He calculated for a moment. Although he only left a few water spirit fruits with the oak tree, water spirit fruits could not last long, and he wasn't sure how much were the elite elves eating, so it was best to check up on them as soon as possible. He put the 200 harvestable water spirit fruit trees in his holy portal bag. Blocking out time wouldn't affect plants too much, but he still hurried back to his metal fort and arrived at Rogue Encampment. He flashed towards the oak tree. By that point, there were already 2 more newborn elite elves. But there was still 1 whole water spirit fruit left on the ground. Abel let out a breath of relief. At least those little guys were not starving. He then took out 200 little war puppets from his holy portal bag. Under the command of the commander spirit, they started digging around the oak tree. How could anyone have guessed those powerful war puppets who wiped out troops of orcs ended up as farmers? The 200 little war puppets planted the 200 water spirit fruit trees effortlessly. After the 18 elite elves saw the trees standing up, they all flew towards it and danced around. Green glow flashed in the hands of the 15 eldest elite elves, and Abel knew it was a natural force. There were some water spirit fruits that got damaged during the moving process, but they all became lively all of a sudden. Immediately afterward, a stream of frost emerged from the 15 elite elves, and a frozen cloud appeared above the water spirit fruit trees. Abel then sensed fire elements coming from an elite elf. When the fire and ice elements made contact, rain poured down. Abel sighed. Those things had already grasped so many elements only moments after they were born. Maybe I'll move my herbs here as well, just like the herbs under the tree of life. Those elite elves were born to take care of plants. An idea suddenly struck Abel. The hardest thing about making potions is gathering herbs for ingredients. He always wanted those valuable herbs under the tree of life ever since he saw them, but he didn't want anyone to know about the dark world, and he just didn't have time to take care of them. Now with the elite elves, he could finally have his own garden. Although there were many blue howling rabbits living outside of Bloodmoor, there was still a vast amount of land for plants. Also, the blue howling rabbits were controlled by the tree of life, so they wouldn't affect the plants. With the elite elves taking care of them, they should be able to grow very well. Let's do it. Abel first divided 50 squares under the tree of life. Of course, it was only a rough sketch since the final design would still be tailored to the ability of the elves. He then gathered the plants needed for light healing. Potions, mana potions, beauty potions, and many more from around the dark world. There were hundreds of them in total. He then told the oak tree not to let the blue howling rabbits damage the plants, as well as what the elite elves needed to do to take care of them. From then on, it was no longer the development of those plants. The oak tree was a true tree of life, and it has inherited the knowledge from the elves' tree of life. Commanding elite elves to take care of plants shouldn't be a problem. After days of hard work, Abel returned to the central continent once again. It was almost morning. As soon as the sun rose, Abel let Doff out to accept the incoming prayers from afar by standing on the metal fort. Abel then walked out and arrived at the master building. Master Steward Hardy from the royal palace is here with 2,000 water spirit fruit trees. Steward Meyer waited in the main building, and he bowed as soon as he saw Abel. Bring them to me. Abel was caught off guard. He knew how valuable and rare those fruit trees were. Last night he was desperate, so he gathered 200 trunks from a few noble families, but somehow the royal palace brought him 2,000 trunks in the morning. Maybe they were all the water spirit fruit trees the royal palace had in their garden. This would impact the elves' water spirit fruit supply for at least tens of years. Since the royal palace was giving him such a heavy gift, he had to thank them personally. 10 top-level druids were carefully taking out water spirit fruit trees from their portal bag, with a tiny bit of natural force behind Stuart Hardy. By the time Abel arrived, thousands of water spirit fruit trees were already neatly lined up on the ground. "Master Bennet, the queen heard that you need some water spirit fruit trees. So she commanded me to give all the water spirit fruit trees in the palace to you as a gift." Stuart Hardy stepped up and bowed. He was representing Queen Luisa, so he had to be extra well-mannered. "Stuart Hardy, please thank the queen for me." Abel smiled and bowed back. The royal palace took Abel very seriously. If Queen Luisa was not resting last night, she would have sent the trees to Abel immediately. When she got the news in the morning, she was furious that no one woke her up. So she immediately organized the elves to dig up all the water spirit fruit trees in the palace. As Abel's status increased, he became more and more unapproachable to the palace. This was not good for their long-term relationship, so as soon as they realized Abel lacked something they could satisfy, they would give it their best. As the best potion maker on the continent, he could get in potion resources as long as he was willing to work. Take light gems, for example. They were a special resource in the central continent, almost exclusive to the front-line professions, but Abel had large amounts of it coming his way every month with just a few potions. It was rare that Abel had any request, let alone a desperate one. So how could Queen Luisa miss this opportunity to strengthen their relationship once again? "Stuart Hardy, I am very happy with this. I'll take care of the planting," Abel smiled and said. When the 10 top-level druids finished taking the trees out, they all added a layer of natural force to protect them. "Thanks everyone." Abel bowed and smiled at the druids. He then continued, "I've prepared a little gift for all of you, please accept it." He then led Stuart Hardy into his inventory and gave a light healing potion to each of the druids. When Stuart Hardy was about to thank Abel and leave, Abel's 3 followers also returned with 1,000 more water spirit fruit trees they gathered from big noble families. Almost none of them mentioned anything about comprehension, as the families who provided them all just wanted to thank Abel for saving Bay Law City. However, Abel was not planning to take advantage of them like this, and gave each of them some potion according to the deal. Abel was not expecting to get so many trees so quickly, and at first, he was still planning to use other fruit trees as an alternative to the water spirit fruit trees, but it seems like he had underestimated his status once again. 3,000 water spirit fruit trees were more than enough for those elite elves. Also, as the elite elves grew in number, they could cultivate even more water spirit fruit trees. When Abel finally declared he no longer needed water spirit fruit trees, the nobles who were late to the news began to lament how they could miss this great opportunity to connect with Master Bennet. Abel returned to the Dark World's Blood Moor again with 3,000 water spirit fruit trees and ordered the puppets to do another round of planting. Seeing the puppets hard at work, Abel leaned against a water spirit fruit tree and casually snatched a water spirit fruit and took a bite. A refreshing sweetness blasted out in his mouth. It was better than any water spirit fruit he had in the past. At first he thought he found a special water spirit fruit tree, but when he found another water spirit fruit tree and took a bite of its water spirit fruit, he realized it was just the same. It was not exclusive to a single tree. All the water spirit fruit trees were going through some transformation. However, he soon realized the reasons. It was the mana environment in Blood Moor as well as the care of those elite elves. He also noticed that there was not a single overripened water spirit fruit. They were all maintaining their best shape. Even Abel only left the Dark World for a few hours. A day had passed, and 10 days had passed for those water spirit fruit trees since last night. Not a single water spirit fruit dropped down. This explained everything. Finally, he no longer had to worry about the food for this first race of the Dark World. He stepped out of the Dark World once again and began to read next to Doff on the metal fort. He didn't know, but a whole 3,200 water spirit fruit trees were moved to the Dark World by him. This drastically impacted this social export of the elves. The nobles used to consuming water spirit fruit juices in the central continent suddenly found themselves lacking in this specialty. Many big organizations who interacted with Abel knew he loved water spirit fruit juice, so much of them had some stored up. This included powerful wizard organizations such as the Lightnings, the Frosts, the Ice Fire Lake, and the Dwarves. Even if no one was drinking water spirit fruit juice in their organization, they needed a stable supply since it would be a huge embarrassment if Abel came for a visit, and they didn't have any water spirit fruit juice. Therefore, even if the elves decrease in water spirit fruit production, they couldn't stop supplying to those organizations. None of them were good to mess with. Finally, water spirit fruit disappeared from the market and began to appear on the Wizard Union listing system in exchange for credit points for the first. Just like that, this little luxury with tiny bits of natural force had obtained the same status as a true training resource, and every profession who wanted to see Master Bennett would need some in their inventory. However, the special thing about water spirit fruit was that they could only last for a few days. Even in a special magic circle, it wouldn't last for more than 20 days, increasing their demand. Therefore, the elves' income not only did not take a hit with 3,200 water spirit fruit trees gone. Instead, they made a profit. Maybe only Abel had power like this in the central continent. He was not expecting this little interest of his could change the whole economy around him. Although no one knew what Abel did with those 3,200 water spirit fruit trees, no one dared to ask, not even the royal palace. Abel was no longer the little mysterious wizard he was when he first came to the central continent. He had truly become someone no one would mess with. As the best potion maker, a dragon druid, and the master of Doff and Frankenstein, he was basically already invincible in the elves. At the same time, he was the face of the elves' military. The skyships he supplied were gaining more traction than anything from the royal elves. On top of that, he was closely connected with the goddess of moon, the tree of life, and Saint Lorraine. His status was a given, which was the main reason he continued to live in the elves with his Master Bennett identity. He sat on a chair forged by the battle fort on the platform. In front of him was a glass of water spirit fruit juice he juiced from Bloodmoor's water spirit fruit. It has been a month since he planted those water spirit fruit trees in the Dark World, and the supply in Bloodmoor had stabilized. As soon as he plucked a water spirit fruit, a new flower would emerge immediately and began to form another water spirit fruit. With the care of a tree of life and elite elves, the elite elves and Abel had more than enough food. It was only at that moment he realized how in demand water spirit fruits became in the central continent. But that was too bad. He was no longer drinking water spirit fruit juices from the elves. As time went on, the Dark World's water spirit fruit production kept increasing, and the taste only got better as they spent more time in the mana-dense environment. Not only that, but the natural force helpful to a druid's training also increased. However, what excited Abel the most were not those water spirit fruit trees, but the 50 squares of herbs. 1 month in the central continent was more than a year in the Dark World's Bloodmoor. During this time, the elite elves had totally brought his herbs planting plan into fruition. By that point, he no longer needed to find potion ingredients himself. He could go directly to the fields and pluck them himself. This saved him large amounts of time. The elite elves had also been growing during this time. Their bodies became taller, and some even started speaking in elite elf language. With the first group of intelligent life, the Dark World was no longer a lifeless place. Abel did not read a book, nor was he making potions, but at the same time he was not resting as he drank his juice. Instead, he was answering prayers from his ancient totem. It has been a few months since the battle cry city was attacked, and their faith in the god of war has returned. The lifestyle of barbarians was slowly manifesting in front of Abel's eyes. Their thirst for battle and experience caused many of them to lose their fighting power from injuries before they were even mature. The great god of war, please heal my body, I will give my soul to you. This amount of loyalty always bothered Doff. It was not a god, nor was he intelligent enough to take care of things like this. Luckily, it could go into the Dark World every night so its soul could have a rest. At that moment, Abel was helping Doff with this burden. These prayers for healing injuries were the most troublesome. But Abel could still control Doff's soul and use the power of the ancient totem as the intermediary to heal the prayer with light healing potions from his grace. It was just that requests like this were not rare. There were many, especially after the many warriors of God had finished their training in the temple and started to spread their faith. Abel kept giving out his grace because of this, but again he couldn't overcome it to maintain the mystery of God. Also, tasks like this were very draining to his will and time-consuming. He didn't have enough for all of it. The first idea he had was to create a holy spell that allowed those professionals to heal themselves directly with healing potions. Although light healing potions were extremely valuable, they were nothing to Abel after getting his squares of herbs. He had been mass-producing them ever since. If it wasn't because he couldn't think of an explanation why a single person could make so many potions, he would definitely increase his supply to the Wizard Union as well. At the end of the day, his potions were the foundation to true powers in the central continent, one of the biggest threats to the Holy Kingdom. He looked at his inventory. There was a mountain of potions, more than enough for a large-scale war. The ancient totem absorbed a lot of energy from prayers. At first, it was still hoping to become a god-like spirit, but ever since it got an owner, it returned to being a servant of God. Since Abel had full control over Doph's soul, he began to teach the ancient totem to respond to that prayer itself. He created a spell that corresponded with the light healing potion. As soon as the ancient totem received a request with this spell, it would automatically give them a light healing potion. At first, Abel thought it would be very hard to do this, but it was actually quite easy with the ancient totem's correspondence with the energy of God. He named the spell Healing simple. When a warrior of God said a prayer with the word healing, the ancient totem representing God would do some analysis and decide if this prayer was worthy of healing. Once confirmed, a light healing potion would be emptied from Doph's portal bag and injected into the prayer's body. Abel didn't know how other gods use holy spells, but he truly felt like it was an easy job. It didn't even need much energy from God. Abel didn't know, but other gods would rarely give their prayer such power. There were two main types of holy healing spells. The first type was similar to an actual spell where a warrior of God would ignite with their life force, but it was often ineffective. The second type was more powerful, and it was exclusive to top-level warriors of God. It utilized the energy of God for ignition, but the energy of God was extremely rare in this world. Anyone who possessed it was reserving it for an ultimate battle with the demon from beyond. Abel's holy spell was called a holy spell, but he was still using potions. Only an extraterrestrial soul like Abel could think of something as ridiculous as this. Normal healing potions were very limited in their power, and there were many side effects. Only Abel's light healing potions from the dark world could break all these rules, so his name as a god would definitely be destroyed if he healed his prayers with normal healing potions. Headmaster Blair was praying to the god of war. It was a part of his day-to-day, and his faith had reached a new height of passion. Faith was the fundamental requirement for a warrior of God to Abel, which was rare for other gods since most cared more about management ability. However, the barbarians were different. Their minds were straightforward, and they had a strong desire to fight. After all, most of them had taken the god of war as the center of existence since birth. Abel needed the barbarians who strayed away from the battle-cry plateau with a losing faith to become his warrior once again. So faith was the most important, not personal traits. My followers of the common world, I will now grant you a holy healing spell. Only the most loyal ones have the ability to use it. A sky-shaking sound emerged from the sky and entered the praying soul of Headmaster Blair. At this same time, this message also arrived at the soul of every madly loyal professional. The great god of war has granted us a new holy spell. Headmaster Blair mumbled as tears of excitement rolled down from his eyes. He knew more than any barbarian how much of the barbarian's potential was limited each year due to injuries. Due to the lack of resources, it was almost impossible for them to save those barbarians with potions, especially the high-ranking ones who needed powerful healing potions. The god of war finally listened to their prayers and replied. Headmaster Blair settled his emotions and began to study the holy spell. The requirement for the holy healing spell was simple. Each madly loyal warrior could cast a holy healing spell after every 20 hours of faithful praying, and they could do it 3 times in a row. Therefore, even if a warrior of God prayed for 100 hours without stopping, They could only cast the holy healing spell 3 times. Still, all it needed was faithful prayers, not any power of the will or other energy. The great god of war, thank you for helping us with your power. Headmaster Blair was deeply touched after he knew the details of the holy spell. As the headmaster of the temple, he knew more about holy spells than any barbarians. A god would definitely need to sacrifice its own energy to do something like this. Of course, he had to immediately test out the power. He had accumulated more than enough faithful praying time for 3 holy healing spells, and it was exactly what he was about to do. Men, bring me 3 professionals with different levels of injuries, Headmaster Blair yelled. Soon, 3 injured barbarians arrived at the temple. The first one had a long cut on his arm, which was normal in barbarian standard. Even if he didn't do anything to it, it would heal itself in a few days. The second one was struck by an axe from the back. His face was paper white, and his back was drenched in blood. 2 barbarians carried the third one. He was one with a chronic injury, to the point where he couldn't even move by himself. I will now use a holy healing spell the great god of war granted me to heal you. Since it is my first time using the spell, I don't know how powerful it is. But no matter what, you cannot lose faith in the great god of war. Headmaster Blair lowered his voice. Headmaster, we will sacrifice our lives if the god of war demands. Please test the holy spell on us, the 3 injured barbarians yelled. Headmaster Blair nodded and turned towards the lightly injured barbarian. The great god of war, please use your power to heal. He mumbled the spell, and a strange energy gathered on his hand. He reached his hand with that strange energy towards the injured barbarian, and his wounds were healed instantly. If you were not closely looking at the newly grown skin of that barbarian's hand, you would not have imagined there was a long cut on his hand moments ago. Excitement filled the face of Headmaster Blair. This was even more powerful than the holy healing spell of the documents. Show me your wound. He then turned to the second barbarian and lowered his voice. Since he was experimenting, he had to know what he was dealing with. Yes, Headmaster. That badly injured barbarian took the bandages off his back and added, not just my back, but my organs are badly injured as well. As a professional barbarian, he was very familiar with his body's condition. Headmaster Blair gazed at the badly injured back of that professional barbarian with a tense, serious face. If the god of war's holy spell could heal something like this instantly, it would be the most powerful holy spell in the central continent. The great god of war, please use your power to heal. He mumbled, and the strange energy gathered on the back of that barbarian in a faint flash of white light. His badly mangled wound began to shrink. Although it didn't fully heal, the result still made Headmaster Blair's jaw drop. After all, every warrior of God could do the holy healing spell 3 times. What he saw basically meant that as long as you didn't die, on the spot you would be able to revive. Headmaster Blair, thank you. My internal injuries have drastically subsided. Maybe I just need to rest for a few days and I'll be fine, that professional barbarian said in excitement after he got a feel for his body. You should thank the great god of war. He healed you with his power. Headmaster Blair lowered his voice on the excited barbarian. Yes, Headmaster, I will immediately go to the god of war temple and thank the god of war. That barbarian quickly replied. You are the last. Headmaster Blair turned to the immobilized barbarian with chronic injuries held up by 2 barbarians. Please use the holy healing spell on me, Headmaster. An anticipated look emerged on that barbarian's face after seeing how effective it was on the previous 2 barbarians. Headmaster Blair nodded and began the spell again. A white light flashed again on an ancient totem from afar, and a bottle of light healing potion was emptied from Doff's portal bag. Headmaster Blair reached his hand towards that profession, and a faint white glow flashed again. However, all that did was make that barbarian a little energized. It did nothing to his injuries. Headmaster Blair sighed, but he quickly realized his respect for the god of war, so he immediately added, the holy spell cannot heal your injuries. Perhaps this holy spell is meant to be used in battles targeting new injuries. The slightly energized face of that barbarian dimmed down again as sorrow returned. He lost his hope. Even the great god of war gave up on me, he mumbled. No, my child, do you still remember the grace of God? There are a few professions in even worse shape than you, and they were healed by the grace of God. they eventually became fighters of God. So as long as you remain faithful, the great God of war will reward you. Headmaster Blair yelled. Headmaster, I will forever remain faithful, that barbarian pledged in certainty. Soon, the power of this new holy healing spell began to spread in the Battlecry Plateau. The God of War was once again using his power to heal barbarians. Although there were only around 20 warriors of God, each of them could do a holy healing spell with 20 hours of praying. This gave the barbarians a new ray of hope, and countless injured barbarians yearned to become a warrior of God as their status increased. 20 hours of faithful praying was a baseline setup. By able, since faithful praying was not like normal praying. Even professional barbarians could not concentrate more than 10 hours at once, so only madly loyal professionals could do 20 hours of faithful praying. This meant that they could normally only do one holy healing spell every 2 days. Since there were only 20 warriors of God, Abel wasn't actually using that many light healing potions. Still, it brought the ancient totem more and more faithful prayers. After a few days, the Wizard Union had gotten the news of barbarians healing themselves with a new holy spell. Ever since the barbarians' totem pole was stolen by a Mad Knight from the Holy Kingdom, there were rumors of God's grace taking place from the temple. This did not attract Wizard Clement from the head of the Wizard Union Investigation Department too much, since he knew it was impossible. The God of War was secretly locked up by the Wizard Union. Unless the Wizard Union was destroyed, there was no way it could escape. The Wizard Union had always been keeping an eye on the Battlecry City. Even their use of the totem pole as a replacement to the God of War was approved by them. The Wizard Unions needed barbarians to enchant the forces in the front line. Therefore, the Wizard Union always thought the Battlecry City Temple was putting up a show to keep the barbarians faithful, despite losing the totem pole. However, if the temple was healing people with a holy spell, the Wizard Union had to take action. The most powerful wizards of the Wizard Union began to gather in their meeting room again. Everyone, I just got a confirmation from this report. One of our investigators has spotted a barbarian warrior of God healing a badly injured barbarian. Wizard Clemens pointed at a piece of parchment and said. The wizards lifted the parchment and started reading. In the world ruled by wizards, they had a way of dealing with gods. They wouldn't allow the existence of God's alliance, nor the creation of new gods. Therefore, anything connected to a god would be huge. No one wanted to be in the dark about the power of God before their ultimate battle with the demon from beyond. First, the barbarians have lost their secret totem, so how could they connect with their god? Wizard Joseph gazed and said with confusion. The Wizard Union knew more about gods than anyone, as they had a track record of killing gods. Without a secret object, there was no way those barbarians could connect with the God of War unless they found a new god. However, how could the barbarians change their faith so quickly after thousands of years of indoctrination? Even without the totem pole or the God of War, the barbarians would most likely maintain their tradition. The Wizard Union knew the totem pole was slowly replacing the status of the God of War ever since they put the God of War in slumber. Maybe in the near future, the totem pole would become a special god-like existence. The Wizard Union was not against gods like this. They were not powerful. It could allow the Wizard Union to better manage the barbarians. Wizard Clemens, are you sure the God of War is still locked up? Wizard Hume asked. According to this report, I am sure. Wizard Clemens lowered his voice. Maybe a new god got involved, Wizard Hume asked again. Impossible. There was no way the creation of a new god could escape the sight of our investigation department, Wizard Clemens said in certainty. There was no way to hide the energy of a newly created god. Therefore, no new god could stay for long in any continent. Therefore, a newly created god would often create a holy land for itself. If they wanted to roam in any continent, they would need to do it through the godsend, and the prerequisite for that was extremely strict. If a god did not inherit a proper way to do godsend, the person accepting the godsend would blast into pieces due to the immense force of God. Any of these processes would generate large amounts of energy. Therefore, there was no way the Wizard Union would miss it. Wizard Clemens was confident. In a world ruled by wizards, the gods had no place to stand. The only gods who remained were the ones who sided with the wizards but under their tight regulations. Creating new gods was impossible. Wizard Clemens, no need to mess around, just tell us your theory. Wizard Hume laughed. He knew Wizard Clemens very well. Wizard Clemens would not gather them unless he had some idea. Everyone, I don't have any evidence, and some extremely prestigious figures are involved in this, so I can only tell you my analysis. Wizard Clemens helplessly smiled. Since when did the Wizard Union need evidence? Just tell us your analysis and make a move, Wizard Joseph said in irritation. Do you still remember that fully naked Mad Knight who charged towards the Howling Castle and got himself killed? Wizard Clemens lowered his voice. Of course, it was not long ago, and the wizards have been joking around with it. It is very likely that Mad Knight was the one who took the secret totem. Wizard Clemens got to the point. What? How come we never knew about this? Wizard Joseph's jaw was dropped. No evidence. That Mad Knight was going so fast no one saw his face other than Master Bennet, but considering his status, it is not good for the investigation department to investigate him. Wizard Clemens continued. Just tell the whole story, we need more information. A weird look emerged on Wizard Hume's face when he heard the name. If that Mad Knight really was the one who took the secret totem pole, why would he want to strip himself naked and charge towards the Howling Castle? He should have more than enough time to return to the evil kingdom. Wizard Clemens continued. So you are saying someone has intentionally stripped him naked and teleported him here? Wizard Hume said in disbelief. Only a legendary had the power to do something like this. I've asked Wizard Hell. The last thing to chase after that Mad Knight was Master Bennet's powerful beeman and wizard. Frankenstein, Wizard Clemens kept going. The wizards in the meeting were caught in an awkward position. A law-defying wizard had become someone's contracted servant. If Master Bennet wasn't so prestigious and did them so many favors, there was no way they would allow something like this. Master Bennet was too powerful. As far as I know, if Master Bennet wanted more followers, many law-defying wizards on the verge of death would gladly join him. I'm very suspicious. Maybe the secret totem pole is with Master Bennet. Wizard Clemens finally gave his final point. No, there is no way Master Bennet can control the totem pole. Only gods can do that. Wizard Hume knew able, so he shook his head. Yeah, Master Bennet is not even on the spot. The analysis doesn't work. Wizard Joseph, who just respected the need for evidence, bit back.